They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lazy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures see what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lazy poster.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
It's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference. What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derives from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out the paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We are not. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
Black Americans are not only defined by the color of their skin or their origin, they are also defined by their lineage and their unique experience in America. And then all of a sudden, they start calling themselves Black Americans. There's a big issue that is happening in the Black American community. And that is why you have seen Black Americans starting a movement of delineating themselves from these other groups. And I want these immigrants to understand that when these Black Americans are pushing back, it is not because they hate them, it's not because they want division, it is not because they don't want unity, but it is because they want to preserve their own identity. They want to protect their own lineage.
Yeah. Grand rising to the family. Grand rising. We're gonna talk about a lot of things here. You dig? And the main thing that's circulating is January 6th and so-called reparations. Right? I heard about it. I never put 1 second of energy into it because I know a lot of people gaslight, they lie, rumors, but I'm hearing it more often. You feel me? So I'm like, maybe I should address it. I really feel like it's a waste of my time because when something like that circulates, it's usually fake news, right? That's the epiphany or revelation of researchers. Like true researchers, true scholars don't be hyped up over some rumors or a headline. Like there's more to the story. And being that I'm not hearing the details of it, I'm like, because if it was true, like you would hear more details, right? So I'm like, yeah, people just trying to rage bait us. But I said, so today I said, you know what? Let me take a look into it. Let me take a look into it. Let me put out the real information. What's going on? What's going on with this? All right. So first and foremost, let's start from the beginning. So after Trump returned to office, right, his second term, he issued pardons or clemency to many, folks that was involved in January 6th, the defendants, right? A pardon. What is a pardon? Because some people, because Marcus Garvey is also pardoned, but tethers like to lie and say he was exonerated. Okay, a pardon does not acquit you of guilt. It doesn't say, oh, we made a mistake. This person was innocent. That's not what a pardon is. A pardon wipes out or forgives federal criminal punishment. A pardon can restore certain rights. A pardon does not automatically give someone money because they're not admitting you were innocent. So some January 6th defendants and families have sued the federal government. They have sued the DOJ and the FBI. But you could sue an Apple, right? They claimed wrongful prosecution. They claimed civil rights violations. They claimed excessive force or mistreatment in jail, right? So basically, if any of those lawsuits succeed or settle, the money would generally come from federal government funds. Yeah, taxpayer money, but not from Trump personally. You feel me? Obviously. So there's no evidence that Trump personally created a formal January 6th reparations program where he signed legislation creating direct compensation checks for all defendants. So there's a couple of reasons why people are saying January 6th and reparations. All right. And it just may be because of the uh Ashley Babbitt case, right? But this is one of the reasons. The Ashley Babbitt case, or the Ashley Babbitt's family filed a wrongful death, DIE, I love TikTok shop, lawsuit against the federal government after she was pew pew by Capitol Police during January 6th, right? So, but that lawsuit is not a special lawsuit. That's how many government lawsuits settlements generally happen. So that lawsuit wasn't like something special. That's how they all happen. That's the general lawsuit you will file against the government. Obviously, a lawsuit settlement is different from reparations. A lawsuit settlement is based on alleged legal wrongdoing, individual case by case basis, and tied to civil claims. Reparations is a broader political compensation program based on historical or collective harms. Historical or collective harms. Okay. Government acknowledgement of systemic injustice. So people are conflating reparations with lawsuit settlements, I believe, intentionally. Right. So the claim mixes together real events, political framing, and assumptions. Some parts are true. That's floating around. Some parts are exaggerated, as you might guess, because headlines is what everything is about clicks and views. So if you make a video and you want a lot of traffic, you're gonna, you know, exaggerate the headlines. Like that's what real media does it too. And they throw around reparations because that's a buzzing word thanks to Foundation Black Americans. They know that's a word that's going to get attention from the masses. Right. But they're using the word reparations with January 6th as something politically, like as a political agenda rather than a legal agenda, right? Or something that's done legally. So then you hear about the anti-weaponization fund. You're like, hey, what's that? So according to the claim, the anti-weaponization fund, according to the claim, the DOJ created a federal fund worth about 1.7 some odd change billion dollars. It's called the Anti-weaponization Fund. It's connected to lawsuits and claims that government agencies unfairly targeted political opponents. So the idea behind the fund is supposedly compensating people who claim they were politically targeted by the federal government. And that also includes some January 6th defendants, but it's not exclusive to January 6th defendants, but it is inclusive to January 6th defendants. So the takeaway is this is not officially a reparations claim. People are calling it that because of their own personal agendas, but that's not. So anybody can. That's if I felt like I'm part of this, I've been harmed this way, I can fill out this form, this application for compensation. It's like one of those texts you get or emails you get. Hey, has Wells Fargo targeted you? We believe you might be part of this civil lawsuit. Hey, why don't you apply and blah blah blah. You know that's that. But you know they know the masses are sheep, so they just throw reparations out there and start this whole thing. Both sides do it. The red side does it. The blue side does it. So no, Trump doesn't. He didn't personally pay anybody. He didn't do a reparations claim for nobody. Right? Okay. So people say, hey, taxpayers are funding compensation for January 6 people. Like it's just them. No, this is the American public who believe they were harmed by those things. Okay. So now they make the comparison. Hey man, this thing that they're doing, reparations, that they call it reparations, it's not reparations. They're rage baiting you, they're gaslighting you to a nothing burger conversation with them. All right. So be very clear. This is not reparations. Oh man, look, the Trump administration doing something for the January 6 people. Cause when I heard this, again, like I'm a little different than y'all, than most people out there. I'm from a different cloth. I'm like 1.7 billion for how many people? They was like, oh, the January 6 people. I'm like, how many people is that? I mean, that's just basic math. Like, yo, so these guys are gonna be gazillionaires. You dig? I'm like, yo, if you divide them from 1.7 something billion dollars, yeah, they are well off. I'm like, yo, come on, you really believe that? Like 30 million a piece? Like, come on. That's why I'm like, yo, the pot too big to even take that seriously. Now, if they said, hey, $1 million, reparations claim for the January 6th or 10 million, then maybe that's something that can happen and maybe it draw our attention. But when you're telling me 1.7 billion for a handful of nut jobs that stormed the Capitol, like that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, so I'm not easily led astray. I'm not sheep. I got a brain. I got an active brain. I'm like, okay, nah, that doesn't sound about right. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, there's something else to that. That's why I never looked into it. But I was hoping, somebody call in and you FBAs, you ain't, so I can get the information from you. I think one tether did call in, and I was trying to get more information from the tether. I was like, and they didn't have it because I'm like 1.7 billion for how many people? Like, how many people? Like, yeah, stop. And of course, they didn't have any answers, so it didn't go nowhere. So, but for the reoccurring tethers that hop on the panel, listen, if you're not agreeing to a dialogue, it means a back and forth. I'm not gonna allow you to just rant. If I ask you a question, I expect a direct answer. I don't want an explanation all the time. Give me a direct answer and then explain. All right. I even got a feature for y'all. I got a doorbell feature for y'all. So when y'all, so I can politely interrupt, because sometimes you guys don't land your plane. I got to interrupt you, and it could come off as rude. So I got a doorbell sound. All right. So when you do hop on, and when I think you're long-winded, Tariq Nasheed got music, I got a polite doorbell sound. And that means let me in. Let me in the conversation. Stop talking and let me in the conversation. It's a polite way to interrupt you. So hear how it sounds. If you hear this noise, stop. Okay? So if you hear that noise, stop. Got it? Yo, why do you make phones so damn slippery? This phone's slipping out my hand. All right. So no, there's no such thing as a January 6th reparations package for anybody. All right. It's a lawsuit that anybody is entitled to if they feel like, or those things. And it's also inclusive to people of January 6th. They're not excluded out of the lawsuit. That's all it's saying. The January 6th people can also file lawsuits. So what political parties do is they rage bait you, they gaslight you, they say, hey, they are doing they call it reparations. They are doing a reparations package for the January 6th. And they leave it like that. It goes viral. Then you on my panel gaslighting me. Hey, FBAs, they got reparations. And then I got a cookie. I got to ask you about the case. You're not going to know about it in to conversation and debating. All right. When something is too good to be true for me, my rule of thumb is real simple. When something is too good to be true, I typically don't believe it. That's me. You guys are different. You guys run and believe it. That's why it's hard for me to be directly scammed or directly lied to. Like, bro, stop. Stop. Not believing that. Not believing that. Okay, so what does eligible to apply mean when it comes to, I'm gonna call it the January 6th reparations, since that's what draws people in. Like they're not gonna understand it if I call it the anti-weaponization fund. If I say that, you're gonna think that's not speaking to the viral January 6th reparation rhetoric. So let me just refer to as the January 6th reparations. Y'all mind, right? So we can stay connected. So what does it mean to be eligible for that? Right? So it does, and what does it not mean? So it does not mean everybody automatically gets money because you apply. It doesn't mean every January 6th defendant gets a check. Okay? It simply means some people can submit claims via applications. The government then decides whether you qualify. I might fill it out. You dig? Roll the dice. I'd be playing the lottery. Why not roll the dice here? It's on your application. So it's like applying for compensation. It's like thinking like applying for a loan. It's not a guaranteed payment. All right. You got to meet the requirements. So the fund emerged from a settlement tied to Trump's lawsuit over leaked tax returns, right? That means there was allegedly a legal settlement. Money resources became connected to broader government weaponization claims, right? So people argue that that created a political compensation mechanism benefiting Trump allies and supporters. That's what some argue. All right. So that is the correct criticism and framing. So they ask, they'll say this: if government compensation can happen for January 6th defendants, why is compensation for FBAs treated as impossible, right? But this ain't strictly for January 6th defendants. It's for the American public. All right. So look at it like this. This is an analogy. Imagine the government creates a fund for people who say they were unfairly targeted politically during January 6th investigations. Critics are calling that reparations because it's not directly speaking to FBAs, right? That's why. But our reparation proposals are based on centuries of systemic oppression, slavery, segregation, redlining, exclusion from wealth building, right? Housing discrimination, redlining, mass incarceration, school to prison pipeline, and today, 2026, anything happening to us today, that's all part of our reparation packages. It's an ongoing case. It's like a RICO. However, the January 6th compensation claim is not a reparation proposal, not a reparation claim. It's called a January 6th compensation claim and is based on alleged political targeting or wrongful prosecution. It's tied to specific modern legal cases. So legally and historically, they are very different. They're not the same. But people are comparing it to us to get a reaction, to get a nothing burger conversation. But the average person you speak to that's going to repeat this misinformation is not going to know any details of what's going on. So instead of being gaslit to waste your time with these folks, just ask them, what do you believe this is? Do you believe this is a reparations claim specifically and exclusively for January 6th defendants? Just get it out of them. So now if they say yes, you got them. If they say yes,
Got him. Got him.
you got them, and you know that they don't know what they're talking about. All right. So no, Trump didn't give January 6th reparations. The Trump administration created or supported a compensation mechanism that some January 6th defendants may be eligible to apply into. Right? That's all. That's all it is. It's something that the American public can apply for, but it's not specifically for individuals, and it's not excluding individuals. The public can apply for it. That's why we say, ask these tethers questions. Do not assume that they automatically understand what's going on. I think all of them are on the spectrum, right? So when I talk to them, I'm going to always ask them, sir, can you explain what delineation means? I don't believe you know what it means. Sir, can you explain? Okay, you said that word, and you'll see revenue in all of them. Gotta Google it in real time. It's like, so why are you using words you don't understand? Why are you reading words you don't understand and then telling me you understand what you read? How's that possible? That's not how reading comprehension works. That's why your teacher would tell you, put it in your own words. They want to see if you know what that meant. Put in your own words. Tell us what you think it said. So that's how I treat tethers. I'd be like, yo, tell me what you think that's saying to me. Or the January 6th reparations. I would say, tell me what you think was going on here. And then you're going to see them like troll out. They're going to foretee. But I do that to show you guys that they're not, stop giving them the benefit of doubt. They don't know what anything means. They don't know what it means when we say delineate. They don't know why Ghana was struck down for any reparations. Like they try to tie that to us. Like, yo, what does the transatlantic slave trade got to do with our specific claim, U.S. chattel slavery in America. How those two relate? Guy are arguing about something totally different. They're saying they got backdoored. They're saying that they got the wrong end of the deal. Okay, they did a slave trade, and they felt like America made off, like Bernie Madoff, and they felt like they got the shorter end of the stick, looking back 400 years, and and looking 400 years in advance. So they are double dipping. That has nothing to do with Black Americans or at all. They got nothing to do with our case. Like, what they got to do with us? You ask them, they can't answer. So stop giving these guys the benefit of the doubt. Like, these guys are slow, man. So I make all of them prove what they're talking about. And that's why a lot of them just want to rant. Oh no, I'll wait till you finish. I'm talking. I ask them a question. They'll tell me, okay, no, I'm gonna wait till you finish. Wait, no, this ain't that. This a dialogue, my guy. Woman, this ain't a monologue. I go, you go. No, we're gonna interact. Because if what you're saying is true, then you could answer to these questions, but you can't answer because you don't know what you're talking about in real time. And I like to expose that. I like to expose these folks are sillier than what you think. Time wasting tethers. That's what they are. Like, truly. And I point that out in my spaces. Other spaces, they rant, they call names, they roast, they do all that stuff. Nobody learns anything. And that's all you hear. Over here, you're gonna get some information. You're gonna get some clarity. You're gonna learn a lot of things. So now we're done with the January 6th so-called reparations, the Anti-weaponization Act. We're gonna get back to the real topic. And the real topic is Black. The word Black is weaponized. It is weaponized to not receive reparations. You dig? Oh, January 6th. Well, let's talk about Black reparations. And let's talk about how you can't get reparations under the name Black. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about your boogeyman, libtarts. Let's talk about your boogeyman, Ed Blum, lurking around the corner, waiting for you to say, we're going to do this for Black people. That play, that good cop, bad cop play. I told you, I really, because Ed Blum, that organization, I believe is early. It's like 2020 formed by Edward Blum, I believe. Let me Google that. Let me be sure. Yeah, hold on. I got you. Let me see. Okay. AAER Ed Blum. Let me see when this came into. Found it when? Here we go. It says date. Gosh. What year? Okay, so it was founded in 2021. So this is a fairly new organization. So you're being told that they couldn't do anything for us because this guy was knocking stuff down. Family, this is fairly new. This is basically pandemic. This is 20, well, afterwards, but this is 2021. Where he had this bright idea to start knocking down race-based policies and organizations. I truly believe that the liberals, the Democrats was like, yo, we're going to, the tangible push is more than we thought it was going to be. They're not going away. They're almost 10 years in and they're growing stronger, getting more support. So we got together, liberals formed a meeting and said, hey, we're going to start these programs and make them race-based, and you just knock them down. Because race-based organizations, race-based exclusive targeting is illegal. And then you knock them down. Now we blame you, right? So we all win because they don't get anything specifically for the lineage. Nothing lineage-based, nothing. They don't get nothing. You knock it down. We could always blame you, and we get a clean slate. Hey, we did it. It didn't work. So let's do something else. Let's lift all tides, right? Let's create something, lift all tides. And we put a wrinkle in that plan. We said, hold on. What about, wait, before you drop everything, what about lineage-based reparations? Oh, no, we figured it out. That's what happened. And now you got the libtards, like, we figured out their problem. Like, that's the mind-boggling thing. They claimed they had an issue. If you listen to Roland Martin, matter of fact, somebody send me a link. I'll play it. If y'all got a link with Roland Martin explaining why the Democrats can't do anything because the Republicans would knock it down, please, I'll play it right here for the TikTokers and YouTubers. All right. So the Democrats are saying they had a problem. They're saying if they do anything for black people, and by the way, I want you to rewire your brains because even that's codified language. When these folks say black people, they are not speaking to black Americans. They are speaking to immigrants. All right. So they saying, hey, when we do something exclusively for Afro immigrants, and maybe a few black Americans sneak in the back door and benefit from it, the Republicans would knock it down. Okay. Now, they never told us why. They just said it like that. We found out, oh, it's because it's race-based. So then we solved that problem. We said, okay, well, make it lineage-based. Change the language and make it lineage-based. And I don't think they'll be able to knock it down. When we say it like that, they just ignore us. Oh, you're divisive. Yo, they gaslit us. We solved that problem that they claim to be a problem. And then they gaslit us. Oh, you're being divisive. Yeah. It's like, no, we're not being divisive. We're telling you this is how it's done. You were intentionally going about it the wrong way. Okay? This is how it's done. And they told us we are gaslighting. I'm saying not gaslighting, but they're gaslighting us. They told us we're being xenophobic, divisive. Oh yeah. Ali Howard said those TikTok spaces slows the movement down. Right. Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna play something. I watched a TikTok space. Now these are all FBAs, right? I just couldn't the FBA spaces were just FBAs. They are more toxic than FBAs and tethers. I just couldn't believe what I was listening to. But I thought about the people that be on my YouTube panel and audience gaslighting me, acting like those spaces are not toxic, or acting like we don't show off toxicity. We don't give them ammunition to call us divisive and xenophobic. I'm like, nah, those spaces are definitely that. They are definitely toxic. They're not lying, and they're definitely xenophobic. They're not lying. They're definitely that. Now, are all FBA spaces? No, but those spaces are. And I'm gonna play a case in point. I just couldn't believe. I mean, it was like, that's why I'm back promoting Black excellence. It's like, yo, we're even delineating. We're delineating amongst ourselves and non-FBAs, and we're delineating ourselves from the toxic FBAs. You did, because I don't want to be painted as one of them. So when I have a space, people automatically come over here and think I'm tied to that madness. I'm like, nah, not over here. So not only are we Foundation Black Americans, but we are representing Foundation Black American excellence. So we are FBAEs, you dig? We are expressing excellence, like the black empowerment days with the fist up, the afro. That was black excellence. That went away. And now the shade room exploitation, world star hip hop exploitation, all those reality shows exploitation has showed us in a different angle that justify such language like super thugs. You feel me? They also justify laws like the 94 crime bill, the Biden bill. So they always start off calling us names and then running laws behind them. Right. And it's crazy. What's crazy now, looking back now, when she said super thugs, because we were not delineated. Looking back, those super thugs she was talking about were the Jamaican shower posses. But we were getting blamed for that. Cause that's 94, family. The 94 crime bill comes on the hill of the CRACK epidemic, that White Rock epidemic, that Pookie epidemic, where the Jamaican shower pod Jamaicans really was the face of that. But they were called black, and then we're called black, and black people became the face of that. And when you say black by itself, just black people or black Americans, the lineage is the face of that. Everybody else that claims they're black or fall into that racial black box, they're all safe from the negativity that's pasted onto black. We're the only people who become the face of that negativity. Black on black crimes, black high school dropouts. Now, by the way, this is a racial category that includes all those people. But we are the only people that's associated with that degeneracy. So we're delineating. We're like, no. You're not going to associate us with that degeneracy. We're showing you where it's coming from. It's coming from Haiti. It's coming from Jamaica. It's coming from Africa. Right? Prove to us is coming from foundational black Americans. So I came up with a clever acronym for SOUL. SOUL stands for shout out our unique lineage. You dig? We're from the soul line. Lord Maul in the building. Let me rent you up real quick. Yeah, we're from the soul line. We're from the soul line. Okay. Black American, Black Excellence, FBAE. You dig? You FBA? Yeah, I'm FBAE though. You dig? I'm different from you. You FBA. You part of that toxicity stuff. That's you. You FBA. I'm FBAE. I'm Foundation Black American Excellence. You dig? I ain't that. You can be that. I am delineating from that toxicity group, and they're behaving like a cult group. They're behaving because when we hear these terms on YouTube, oh, you guys are cult, you're xenophobic, you're this and that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what's so xenophobic and about delineation? But that's because they experienced what they experienced in those groups. So when I finally came around to TikTok, I'm like, wow, that's what they're referring to? I'm like, no, I got to delineate from that stuff. So I told those groups, I said, hey, if y'all going to be that sloppy and toxic and HATRED, then take away FBA. Just call yourself Black Americans. Okay? Don't say FBA. I don't want you misrepresenting the brand with that type of image, right? Because y'all are terrible, right? But they didn't want to drop it. They run around saying FBA like, no, you're not. Y'all off code. How you FBA? You off code. I mean, like I'm gonna show y'all case in point. Y'all not gonna believe it. It's worse than I ever experienced with FBAs and tethers just throwing rocks at each other. What I say is we got it from the mud, but we're not supposed to stay in the mud. We're supposed to get it from the mud and then, like even like the diamonds, don't you wash them off with water? The gold, you don't keep it in the mud. You don't sell it with mud on it. So some of us got it from the mud, it stayed in the mud, and now you can't tell us different from a pig. And the pigs are the white tea supremacists and the tethers. It's like, yo, they stay in the mud. We supposed to get it from the mud and get out. We're in the mud, slinging mud with them. You don't know who's the original pig and who just the FBA muddy person. Yeah, so I'm delineating from them. I'm repping FBAE, Foundation Black American Excellence. Y'all do the other stuff. Y'all represent FBAT, Foundation Black American Toxicity or xenophobia, whatever you want to do, whatever your acronym is. It ain't mine. Our acronyms are different. The bottom line is that our acronyms are different. You're representing something totally from me. I'm over here repping the brand. I'm repping the lineage. I'm explaining, I'm clarifying what we're doing, reparations, delineation. On top of that, I am debunking misinformation that's defamatory towards our lineage and our name. I'm debunking that. So I got a full plate. What are you doing? I'm trying to lift our name up to the stars and you bringing it back down to the feet of hell. Like, what are we doing? Like, if you guys can't articulate anything, go sit down. And you can have your spaces, just take off FBA, just say Black American, say African American, say whatever else. But take off FBA, take off Adolf, take off Friedman, take off Salon. Don't rep none of that with that type of behavior. Don't represent none of that. Yeah, because that's crazy, man. All right. And unfortunately, some of us enjoy that because we low key like to hear people disrespect us. Like, and that's just called abuse. I love TikTok shop. That's called ABUSE. Okay. Some say Stockholm syndrome. Some say all type of stuff. But some of us are into that type of role play where we want the oppressors and tethers to ABUSE us. You dig? I ain't with that. Maxwell Jenkins, $2 super chat, top of the AM. We got a couple folks joining TikTok. We got Vic. We got Mind Your Manners. She Tropical, Renee, the Jeep. TikTok is full of something. Black love. And yeah, join the panel. I mean, invite up or join the YouTube panel. We can hear each other. I make it work. Yeah, I got some old, yeah, my hookup is FBA hookup. Like, I don't have what's the thing called OB something where you hook up, when you go live simultaneously. I found my own way to go live simultaneously. And everybody can hear each other. The FBAs can hear the TikTokers if they invite themselves up, and the TikTokers can hear the FBAs if they join the panel. So I made it work. You dig? It's the soul in me to make it work. All right, let's get back. All right, so now here's the problem with black. Now we know the problem with black. We know it. We know black is a flattening term that means absolutely nothing. There's no specificity in the word at all. It doesn't tell you, if I say I'm a black man or a Black American, that told the world nothing. I can be from any 54 country in Africa. I can be from any 1,000 island from the West Indies. I can be from Haiti. I can be a Black American. That's what. So I'm saying, yo, just guess which one I am. Because I just told you nothing about myself when I said I'm a Black American. Nothing. And when your identity is that vague, ambiguous, you become susceptible for everything, every trick, every deceptive practice. So now when you look up deed theft and how deed theft is affecting Black Americans, you'll see why. So delineated terms, they add back the specificity. Who can disagree with that? That's why when tethers do come on, I ask them, hey, what do you think we mean when we say we are delineating? Okay? What do you think we mean? And they can't answer the question. Then when you tell them, when you get their underdivided attention, which is hard, which is impossible because their ADHD kicks in, they can't sit down. But when you convince them to take their meds and they can focus now and you explain it, they really don't have a problem with it. So then they go ahead and try to tell you, oh, well, I have a problem with Tariq, or I have a problem with this. Okay, but you don't have a problem. Okay, fine. That's your personal right. But you don't have a problem with delineation, right? You got a problem with people actions. But the process of delineation is okay. And they'd be like, yeah, okay, all right then. Then go to those spaces with those people and handle your problems. Don't come over here and stop saying we're xenophobic and divisive because we are delineating. That's the right thing to do. Because if you don't delineate and you use that black to represent yourself and you demand things, you ask for things under that black, that flat blackness, guess what's going to happen? You're going to run into the litigation strategies of Edward Blum and the AAER. Okay? You go out there and talk about black, and don't specify, don't delineate, you're going to run into the legal strategies of Edward Blum and his AAER, the American Alliance for Equal Rights Organization. Okay, what they do is they bring lawsuits that are part of the broader anti-DEI legal movement, which is tied to organizations that challenge race-conscious programs under civil rights law. And there's other conservative legal activist organizations that's going to be out there challenging your race-specific initiatives. Okay, not just Edward Blum. But Edward Blum is one of the leading activists behind, let's say, this. You got the Students for Fair Admissions, right? The Affirmative Action Supreme Court case in particular, and the American Alliance for Equal Rights. Got it? That's his organization. Okay. So Edward Blum is responsible for strategies attacking many race-conscious policies, and not just that, and directories, right? When that whole buy black thing came out, that whole way we're gonna buy black, let's get black directories. Well, Edward Blum and his cronies filed lawsuits and shut all of them down. You know why? Because you didn't want to delineate. You just said black and sued you. So you had to pay this man. Okay. You know, when you sue people, that's a lot of times money. Why is he able to do this? Because he argues when you come into that black name, it violates equal protection, anti-discrimination law. Okay. Edward argues you cannot organize opportunities, directories, just telling you, hey, this is where all the black doctors at. And don't forget, black doctors don't mean Foundation Black Americans, because black is not a delineated term. It's a vague, ambiguous term that's all inclusive. It's so broad. That's why it's getting sued. So basically, you're getting sued because you chose a name that was broad. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to you're getting sued because you didn't choose a name that was narrow and specific. You got sued because you were unspecific of who you're targeting. Right? So again, he argues you cannot organize opportunities, directories, grants, or benefits around race. And race is equivalent to the word black. Black is a racial category. Okay? So Edward Blum said you use that place. If you use that black name by itself to organize opportunities, directories, grants, or benefits, I'm coming after you. Like the boogeyman. Because he says when you do that, you are creating racial preference and you're violating anti-discrimination statutes. Right? If you restrict things based on race. Now, black is broad. Black is a broad racial category. Who's included? Black is broad and legally vague. So you're literally being sued because you refuse to use delineated terms. So black, who goes into the black racial box? Nigerian immigrants, Jamaicans, Ethiopians, Haitians, Afro-Latinos, Black Britons, that fake new word, foundational Black Americans, and any recent Afro-African immigrant that comes to this country. So legally and administratively, Black becomes an extremely broad racial category. And if you're broad, you get sued. Okay? So a broad racial category opens a door for opponents to argue, like Ed Blum. If this is about race generally, this is the argument, because this is a quote. If this is about race generally, then excluding other groups is discriminatory. Got it? So race generally, that means broad, unspecific, is discriminatory. They want you to be specific. Basically, say it with your chest. Say what you really mean. What do you really mean? What do you really mean? When you say for Black people, what do you really mean? You really mean foundation Black Americans, but you're opening a back door for immigrants to sneak into. It's trick wordplay. Say what you really mean. You're really trying to say this is for Black Americans specifically, but you can't because you opened the back door for immigrants. So you leave it vaguely. And then Edward Blums open that door and say, pay me, cut the check, pay me. Okay? A lineage-based framework that we argue, that we propose, that attempts to focus on historical community continuity, specific healthcare disparities, for one, cultural rooted experiences unique to Black Americans descended from U.S. chattel slavery. That is opposed to Black, the broad Blackness that combines many unrelated populations to one umbrella. You heard? So the problem with broad racial categories like Black is that it collapses multiple populations with different historical relationships to America into one umbrella category. And what delineation does, it clarifies who the initiative is intended to serve and why. That's the point. They want to know, who are you serving? When you say Black, they're like, who is that? Who is that? They're asking you to be specific, but you don't want to be specific. Say, you want to play that game? Then go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do it for these Black folks who you ain't clarify who they are, so I can knock it down and sue you. Yo, there's a such thing as Jewish directories. There's a such thing as women's professional associations. And there are other cultural specific medical groups that exist. So why aren't they being sued? Because they narrowed it. They narrowed it. Listen, lawsuits like Edward Blum, the Edward Blum lawsuits, some call anti-DEI lawsuits, but the Edward Blum lawsuits, they treat all race conscious efforts as identical without distinguishing between exclusion, outreach, affinity networks, historical remediation, cultural specialization. Case in point, I keep going over this example. I want it to be branded in your brain. I don't want people to listen to my voice and don't learn. I'm gonna start quizzing some of y'all. Arian Simone was one of Edward Blum's recent examples. Arian Simone, co-founder and CEO of Fearless Fund, was sued by Edward Blum in a federal lawsuit over diversity, equity, and exclusion. That's the acronym of DEI. She was sued over DEI. Okay. The litigation concluded in September 2024. So it started in 2023. We'll talk about that. But it concluded in 2024. When both parties reached a settlement, she got sued. Her Fearless Fund got sued. He got a bag. This dude is getting a bag for you guys using Black. Flat Blackness. He's catching a bag. So it resulted in the dismissal of the lawsuit and the termination of the contested grant program. Bye, Felicia. The lawsuit started in August 2023. when Blum's organization which is the American Alliance for Equal Rights, right? AAER, it sued the Fearless Fund that was co-founded by Arian Simone. The suit targeted the Fearless Fund Strivers Grant Contest. That's what it was called. It awarded $20,000 of grants exclusively to black women entrepreneurs. Again, when you use the word black without putting that wheezy F baby in front of it, it means immigrants. When you put the wheezy F baby in front of it, it means the lineage. Real simple. So they're getting sued by just constantly trying to include immigrants. The irony. All right. So she got sued. He's also known for dismantling the affirmative actions in college, right? Admissions. He also says that they also, along with that grant contest, he's saying those DI programs and affirmative action colleges, they all violate Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Okay, that law prohibits racial discrimination when making and enforcing private contracts. FYI. Simone learned the hard way, the Tim Hardaway, the Penny Hardaway, of what it means to delineate, the importance of delineating race opposed to race-based contests, right? Her defense countered that the grants were charitable, giving protected free expression under the First Amendment. So they noted the program was vital because women of color, look at the language change, women of color receive less than 1% of all venture capital funding. But they're like, oh, no, you didn't use women of color. You said black women. You ain't say women of color. You said black women. Gotcha. Okay. So now, following the conclusion of that lawsuit, Arian Simone announced that the Fearless Fund would shift strategies by launching a $200 million debt loan program to support under-resourced entrepreneurs. You see that? She went from targeting black women to now targeting under-resourced entrepreneurs. And you know, everybody and their mother would get in front of anybody who can classify as racially black. Okay. So that's what happened. So Edward Blum is out here putting in work. So it's not that, so you're being gaslit. Oh, 200,000 black women were fired. And way back then, I was saying black women, immigrants. Okay, 200,000 immigrants were fired. Okay. What they got to do with Foundation Black Americans? Maybe they were illegally hired. You ever thought about that? See, that's what I come back with. So you can't gaslight me with a headline. Hey, look, I'm Bias Ron, FBA News Updates. 200,000 black women were fired. The Trump administration is evil. My comeback is, were they immigrants? One. Number two, were they hired illegally? If they were hired illegally, they're going to be fired legally. You fight illegal. If you have an ICE out there. You dig? You fight illegal activities with legal activities. You copy? So I spoke about Section 1981. That's what Edward Blum is using to cook everybody, using flat race-based categories to do fake work, fake activism. All right. The Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 says people cannot be discriminated against based on race when making contracts, enforcing contracts, receiving benefits from contracts, or participating in contractual relationships. right? So in other words, if an organization offers an opportunity connected to money, services, employment, grants, fellowships, business relationships, scholarships, affirmative action, or commercial opportunities, they generally cannot legally exclude people purely because of race. That law is old. That did not start with the Trump administration. That did not start with the AAER Edward Blum's organization in 2023. I'm sorry, 2021. That started from 1866. That was originally designed to protect newly freed foundation Black Americans after our enslavement. Okay? We were called freedmen after slavery. So everything that was given to us, specifically us, was called freedmen. We were supposed to stick to that language. Freedmen banks, freedmen bureau, freedmen colleges, freedmen this, freedmen that, freedmen this, freedmen housing. That did not violate the 1866 anything, you dig? So this catches everybody. Watch this. Hold on. So it even attacked illegally white only business grants, right? So what happens if a private white T corporation says that they are offering $50,000, right, business grants, but only white entrepreneurs may apply? That certainly the same way violates Section 1981 because contracts, grants, business opportunities are being restricted racially. Black is a racial word. Well, it didn't start off like that. We use it as an ethnicity. They went behind our back and made it a racial word. Right? So, or if a company says only Asians may apply for this paid internship. You hear that? That creates a race-based contractual opportunity violation of Section 1981. What if a nonprofit says this leadership fellowship is only for Black applicants? You see, that is the type of rhetoric Edward Blum needs to hear. And he'll say you cannot deny other race, he'll say you cannot deny others access because of race. What if a city says only Latino-owned companies may bid on these contracts? Here comes Edward Blum. So Edward Blum strategy is very simple, family. He argues civil rights laws prohibit racial discrimination no matter who is doing it. Okay? He says race-conscious discrimination is still discrimination, even if done by diversity or historical remediation. You dig? So I believe that the libtards are in cahoots with the red side and say, hey, we're going to pass these fake organizations and funds for Black people, and you just come behind us and knock it down. So therefore, nobody gets what they want. And we could say we tried, the Republicans stopped it. Let's move on. Let's focus on lifting all tides. Okay. Let's talk about some wins for Edward Blum. He targeted Harvard and UNC affirmative action, right? That was Students for Fair Admission. That was a huge Supreme Court case. Blum said colleges were using race in admissions decisions. Supreme Court ruling, race-conscious admissions violated equal protection principles. Okay. So the court said you cannot give advantages or disadvantages to applicants because of race, even if the goal is diversity. Gone. He knocked down Aaron Simone Fearless Fund, took care of that. What about the law firm diversity fellowships, right? Many firms had minority-only internships, race-specific fellowships. I think this is the play. I think they're purposely making it minority-owned internships, race-specific fellowship. They're lining it up so Edward Blum could knock it down. because that type of language becomes major targets after the affirmative action ruling. Okay. Because they are paid fellowships, internships, and opportunities can count as contracts, family. Opportunities can count as contracts. I can't see if folks are trying to come up. I can't see. It won't. It made my thing. Wait, what is this new button? Okay. Okay. Anyway, I can't. The button that I normally would see that let me know that people are trying to invite themselves up. For some reason. Okay, I see it now. What was that? I just learned something new. By mistake. All right, I know how to read the comments now. All right, so if y'all invited yourself up, I couldn't see it. I can see it now. All right, so anyway, let's go on. Okay. So programs become safer legally when they are based on income, geography, first generation status, lineage, disadvantage, or socioeconomic hardship instead of broad racial exclusion. Family, we found the loophole. Lineage. But they told us lineage based, they told us, we had Pan-Africans flat out say they dislike lineage based programs. These are well-known Pan-Africans. And I just read to you that safer programs, okay, that want to get their goal across will have to be based on income, geography, first generation status, disadvantage, socioeconomic hardship, and lineage. But listen to your man. Listen to your man. Listen to these old fools. That's why I don't call nobody an elder. I'm sorry. I love TikTok shop. I don't call nobody. There's no elders. Okay, unless you were in a church, and that's where that language is usually circulating. There's no elder. There are no elders. You got regular people who just old that may be, deserving extra respect for whatever reason, but no elders. Listen to your elders. Listen to this. These are your Pan-African elders.
The California Commission, I loved what they wrote in their 400 or either 400 or 500 page document as a result of it. The problem I have with the California Commission is that it yielded to this idea of lineage-based reparations. There are this group, and you named the foundational Black Americans, as well as this group, ADOS, the American descendants of slaves, who believe that the only people entitled to reparations in this country are those who can trace their lineage directly to enslavement. There was a 5-4 vote to accept lineage-based reparations in the state of California on the commission. I disagree with that. I think the reparations should be race-based. I think that Black people in all of their walks of life, which is getting reparations for all African people. Thanks.
Yeah, this lineage-based reparations, which ADOS, and I understand they used another name in California.
The Freeman.
Yeah, because that ADOS name is being discredited. The Freeman, my butt. So you're going to go on lineage-based reparations, which is designed to further the objective of ADOS and others that you have to be born here to get reparations. Well, what does born here mean? We all came from Africa or the Caribbean or somewhere else, but usually Africa and the Caribbean. So this is designed to exclude anyone that can't prove that they came from where. Because if you come from Africa, you didn't come from here. You know what I mean?
And furthermore, it also
included under your definition.
Right. And it also divides Black people. Can you imagine one person who was born or mother was born in Jamaica and then they were born here in the United States, they don't get reparations. This whole lineage-based stuff is just confusing.
I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now. I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now.
All right, so those were notable Pan-Africans who you heard from your own ears against lineage-based anything, and they told you they are pro-race-based programs, reparations, all that type of stuff. After I told you about Edward Blum organizations and how they can easily dismantle any race-based initiative. And these elders in the Pan-African community prefer race-based reparations. And this is why we know, come on, man. Why we say agents. This is why we say agents. You know, this guy is on the scene smashing race-based organizations. This is why, family, when these Pan-Africans push reparations, it never got anywhere. Because you heard them. They prefer, and he was part of he's part of NCOBRA, by the way. He's part of NARC. He helped them all out. He was pushing the HR 40, Senator John Conyers thing. He was pushing that. And this is why it never got anywhere. Now he's mad that we found the loophole. Or really, we just found the answer that was already there. Okay? Right in your face, man. Right there, right in your face. Okay, so back to what I was saying. A broad racial category like black creates legal problems because it is race-based, broad, and inclusive of many populations. The more broad it is, the more likely it's struck down. And it makes it vulnerable to Section 1981. Lineage base is what you got to be using. He's mad that we found the answer. We solved the problem. He's mad. Okay? You can't make this up. Listen, recent African and Afro-Caribbean immigrants generally are categorized under Black and African American. Y'all thought it was just Black? Both are racial terms. Black and African American on census forms, university applications, DEI programs, employment forms, government statistics, right? Why? Because U.S. racial system historically developed around broad racial categories: white, Black, Asian, Native American, etc., not ethnic specificity. Okay? And as long as they're included, look, the bottom line, if you don't exclude them, Edward Blum will be your Freddy Krueger. You dig? He will be your Pumpkinhead. He's coming. He's your Jason Voorhees. He's coming. 1, 2, Edward Blum is coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your lineage door. 5, 6, don't play no politics. 7, 8, don't be against delineate. 9, 10, FBA will win. It is. But he's your boogeyman. If you don't exclude immigrants, and they want to gaslight us to believe we're wrong for excluding them when we want something specific for us. That's why, like, when they talk to certain individuals, they don't really sound so smart. When they pull up on my spaces, you dig? Yeah, they got it. That's how I talk to them. And they sound different. All of those trolls, the FBA trolls, when they come over here, they all sound different as opposed to different panels. The takeaway from this live is broad racial classifications often merge populations, with vastly different historical relationships to American discrimination, policy exclusion, and reparative claims. Okay? If that keep going on, you get nothing. And that goes on under flat blackness and African American, both. You're being led astray. You've been hoodwinked, right? You've been hoodwinked. That's a fact. Edward Blum is like the new Walter Plecker, basically, in a real way. In a real way. You need that FBA soul, and the FBA soul demands you practice and express Black excellence. You dig? So this is what you bring to Roland Martin when you talk to him, right? But he'll never let you talk. That's why people like Roland Martin will only invite you. They would never accept your invitation. They will only invite you because they want to control the narrative. He don't want you to bring that stuff up. He don't want to be forced to answer to that. Hey, racially Black exclusive programs, aren't they like doomed to be correctly knocked down? Okay. It's like an alley-oop. Okay, we're going to do something for Black Americans. We're going to make these DEI racial exclusive programs so you can leave us alone. So now stop asking about reparations. We got the DEI program set up racially exclusive for you guys. So, or racially exclusive for Black people. So leave us alone. No reparations. Take advantage of this. Edward Blum come by, knock it down. See, well, we tried. We had it for you. You know, the Republicans, you got to vote blue. You vote blue, we'll make it happen. That is what's happening, family. You're being played. People comments on my videos that say, you don't know what you're talking about, but don't click the link. I mean, bro, if you're on TikTok, listen to me. You can just invite yourself up. I will accept you. If you're on YouTube, there's a link right there. Just click the link. I will invite you up. Like, prove I don't know what I'm talking about. They always say that. Then they hop on and they validate me even more. They always say that. Yahoo Don says FBA News and Updates. I had to rewind it about 15 times. It's the Abbott and Costello who's on first. I cried laughing. Yeah, just comments to somebody on YouTube looking at comments. Yeah, man, I'm open for dialogue. I don't cuss y'all out. I don't scream at you. Just check my replays. Check my replays on TikTok. You can't be long-winded though. You feel me? You can't be long-winded. I don't allow long-windedness. We got to get to the point. Thank you for the super chat. V4, $5 super chat. Bloom lawsuit help FBA separate from minority race-based programs, tethering and force FBA fight based on lineage and delineate also disaggregate as well. Facts. So we gave them the answer. Lineage-based programs where only we benefit from it. You dig? Or y'all heard it. Hey, if you want to make it for immigrants, just say first-gen immigrants. That you can do that. Edward Blum got no issue with programs for first-gen immigrants. But the thing is, they want to lie to us to make us believe this is for us when it's really for immigrants. That's why I said you got to rewire your brain. When you hear people just say Black Americans and they don't put the Wheezy F in front of it, they're not speaking to you. Rewire your brain. When you read or hear the words Black Americans or blacks or black people, do not assume it's talking to lineage-based people, the soul people. It's not talking to you. It's talking to immigrants and is used to deny you things. And like that's the dichotomy of the word black. They use it because they know you believe it's talking to you, but by using it, it actually excludes you. If you use black without the Wheezy F baby, foundational Black Americans, if you just use black to get things for you, it actually excludes you. So black is an exclusion term. So they renamed us. They hijacked our black. That was ethnicity. They hijacked it and made it something that excludes us, omits us, crops us out. So Paul Game says less than 3% of DEI benefited blacks. Paul, it's probably less than that because you said blacks. Blacks, who are the blacks? I just told you earlier, blacks is anybody from any country in Africa. Black is anybody from the Thousand Islands in the West Indies, anybody from Haiti, anybody from Black America, anybody from Afro-Latino world. So that percentage is even less than that. You can't just say blacks when you're speaking to us specifically. That word black does not speak specifically to foundational Black Americans. If you're speaking to us specifically, you must add the Wheezy F baby in front of black. You got to say foundational blacks, Americans, right? If you don't do that, you're speaking to immigrants. So we got to rewire our brains. Rewire our brains. When you just say black, that is everybody but you. When you say Wheezy F blacks, that's you and not everybody else. So that stat is less than that. Okay? I know it's hard to trigger your brain, but you have to if you want to survive. You dig? If you want to stay, if you don't want to be erased. I broke down the paper genocide analogy, right? Or the parallel between us and indigenous people. They were paper genocided. They're trying to paper ethnocide us. So you got paper genocide, now you got paper ethnocide. We're trying to stop that before it's completed. I see you, V4. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna invite you on. So we're trying to stop that before it's completed. All right. Swarthy says that's a great way to put it, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah, man. This is a lot of research. So when I say donate, it ain't just because I'm saying donate. It's because a lot of research, a lot of thought, a lot of rewording, a lot of re-researching, a lot of re-researching goes in. And it's time consuming. You feel me? To make a person be like, you know what, damn, is it worth it? Are people getting it? You look at the TikTok spaces, you see, hey, they're not getting it. So it's like the work ain't valued. Like the work ain't valued. I'm going to invite V4 in a second, but I'm gonna have to, like, every time I end the live, well, every time I relocate because I gotta eat. So I gotta pick and choose which live audience am I gonna keep. Is it the I gotta is it the YouTube or TikTok? And sometimes it'd be either or. I try to find out which audience is more lit. Sometimes TikTok be more lit, and I choose TikTok. Sometimes YouTube be more lit, right? So if TikTok, if y'all want me to choose y'all gotta be more litty. Right now, YouTube is crushing y'all. Okay, YouTube is crushing y'all right now. So, but what you can do, TikTok, you can follow me. because I'll be live a little later. Let me where they were saying do something. I'm still learning TikTok. All right, hold on. Still learning TikTok. Let me invite V4 on. Yeah, V4, if you want, just introduce yourself to the TikTok audience. You might not know who you are.
All right, yeah, this is V4, V for Vengeance, out of Brooklyn, New
Vengeance.
York. Out of Brooklyn, New York. Been a long time follower now, listener, participant. I like what you're saying concerning Edward Bloom. Bloom.
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a debate about this with someone, and I said, I understand the emotion people have about what Edward Bloom is doing, right? But if you look at it, Bloom's I think in a way he didn't anticipate, his lawsuits actually helped us. For example, when you look at the if I'm not mistaken, when you look at the college admissions after the lawsuit, right? The Asians are stating that there are, because the Asians were the main ones who were actually participate in that lawsuit as a catch paw for Edward Bloom, right? Their college admissions went down and our numbers stayed the same. FBA
really?
numbers, if I'm not mistaken, the last I heard, FBA numbers stayed the same while the Asian communities admission levels went down because either this was happening simultaneously, but no, at that time when those lawsuits were starting, nobody was paying outside of FBA. Nobody was paying that much attention to FBA movement about delineation, right? So the fact of delineation is also synonymous with a lot of people not speaking about it. You really only hear the FBA group out of New York City using this term, but disaggregation is also part of the delineation movement. This is when we're talking about separating our numbers from theirs, our designations from theirs. That has to do with everything from let's say like when they're doing the census, right? Those numbers, separating our numbers, our collective stats from theirs. That's the disaggregation part of it. So when we look at the college admissions and we find if we see that our numbers stayed the same, we see that delineation and disaggregation is the key, and that lawsuit helped us because it forced FBA to look at it and say, hey, we got to get away from race-based stuff. And this stuff the Democrats have been pushing for years about minorities has always been race-based. So
right.
and I looked at it and I said, yo, this is the crux of it. Everything is connected. When you look at how the Biden administration, they let all those illegals in, right? And you look at all of the programs that they were attaching to them. Those programs were minority-based programs. So, yeah, those are all minority-based programs. Minority-based is a euphemism for race-based. So I'm like, yo, man, Bloom, I don't like Bloom, but I'm like, his move actually forced us to a better move. You feel me? It's like I'm alluded to basketball. When you're going up to lay the ball up and a good shot blocker come up to block your shot, and you gotta be that much better and bust another move mid-air. They didn't see it coming.
Right.
So
yeah, hold on. So this is the new sound when I want to chime in. Instead of, because sometimes when people going in, no matter how you interject, it's going to seem like a rule. So I got a polite doorbell. All right, so that means I want to cut in. All right.
Copy that.
Okay, so that's whoever's talking. That means but you are already done. But that's just in advance. So a couple things. So minority is worse than race-based because race-based is limited to people who are supposedly African ancestry. Minority is it goes to everybody who it applies to, regardless of race, regardless of ethnicity. So that's even like a lot of white tea women. Okay, so Edward Blum is doing what's called listen, if you don't want Edward Blum to come see you, then don't violate the 1981 section of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Racial exclusion or racial inclusion are all illegal. So if you got hired, if your college admission or your apprenticeship, your grant, whatever, was based on a violation of 1981 section of the, so that means you were illegally obtained. So whatever you got going on, it was illegal. And the person was a lawyer, you know what I mean? So like this is, anybody can do it. It could be you. It don't gotta, like, I could set up an organization and go ahead and sue people and put some money in my pocket by violating the 1981 section, right? So this is anybody, because it's illegal. So either we're against illegal activities or we're for them, but illegal is illegal. So we're saying that was set up incorrectly, and maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, don't matter. It was set up illegally. So now do it right. You got sued, it got shut down. Now do it right. Do it. Tell us what you really mean. Basically, tell us what you really mean. Was it specifically for Black Americans? Well, do it right now. Make it lineage based. See, but it never was. They use the words knowing they are not exclusive to Black Americans, but they made us believe that. But the whole time it was for everybody. But then when it's for everybody, it's for nobody. Broad racial categories are for nobody. If this is based on correcting something, a correction, then that group that you're targeting got to be harmed. That's deserving of a correction. If you don't follow that, you're kicked out. So, for example, all of us probably got an email. Hey, did Wells Fargo do this to you? Do that to you? Are you part of this litigation? Whatever. If you apply for it and you get accepted, and they made a mistake, you didn't qualify, and you get some money, they probably gonna take that money back from you. You feel me? It's called a correction. Like, they're auto correcting what was wrong, and they suing you. So get it right. Get the language right. Be specific who it's for. Don't be broad to backdoor people into that thing. That's all. Be specific. So TikTokers, I might have to let y'all go, but I will be adding you back on a little later. Maybe an hour or two. You dig?
Hey Ron, I've been trying to get your TikTok name, man. I can't get it. I can't get your TikTok name, so I can go follow you on TikTok, bro.
Oh, it's FBA. It's FBA News and Updates, or sometimes
same.
either one. You got either type in that or unbiased Ron. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat. No. I can't stand going to their website. It just blasts. I put in a thing. It's gonna blast a video. That is annoying, man. You go to TikTok, it just blasts a video. Watch, you can hear. Okay. Oh, wow, it's on mute for the first time. I guess people complain. It's on mute.
Black Caucus is the largest caucus in the United States Congress, and this Supreme Court could literally wipe out half of the damn Congressional Black Caucus. So don't tell me you're being too emotional. Don't tell me it doesn't matter. Right now, they're looking to wipe out Congressman Cleaver in Missouri.
All right, I'm gonna put the link I'm gonna put my TikTok link into
They're looking to wipe out Congresswoman Sykes in Ohio.
I'm gonna put my link into the chat on YouTube.
Why does Roly Poly think that we care about him yelling?
What is on the ballot is they could wipe out with one goddamn ruling more than 30 black congressional seats. That means right now the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah, that doesn't work, man. Or that yelling, that don't mean it makes sense. Okay, like we're past that. The preaching stuff, we're past. And I'll be trying to tell people that come on the panels, like, yo, no preaching. Like, we're past preaching. Oh, hold on. Wait, why I go to, hold on a second. Why I go to my headset? One second. Hold on. It went to my headset. Let me cut my headset off. Yeah, it went to my headset. I'm like hearing something. Like, where's that noise coming from? Okay. All right, go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
So Charlie Kirkus was right all along.
Yeah. How do you pronounce your screen name?
You just call me Jeremy.
All right.
Like something like that.
So just say Charlie. Don't say the whole name because that's probably like some type of violation. But yeah, just say Charlie. We know you're talking about. So he was right about what?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk.
Oh yeah, okay, I got what you're saying.
True.
You're talking about the reverse racism? Oh, he hopped off. Whitey guy. So he wasn't really all the way wrong, by the way. Jeremy, that just hopped off. Like, you actually was gonna make a little sense had you really did your research. So I actually kind of came to that conclusion as well. Like, Charlie, when Charlie was talking his talk about reverse racism, that's exactly what he was saying. He was saying using black to exclude white people racially is a violation of the 1981 section. So you're actually right, Jeremy. Like, you were not secure in your education on that topic, but you might not know how to articulate it, but you were kind of right. Well, right. You were right about him being right. But next time, just be more confident in yourself. Like, he thought I was going to cook him, but it's like, no, like because I came to the same conclusion. When I see Edward Blum suing everybody, I think about the Charlies of the world. I'm like, you know what? He was actually right, low key, on that. Yeah, so he was, Charlie was right. He had a good argument on that. He was wrong about other things, but he was right on that. And Edward Blum is the proof. So you should have stayed on, or you should have got feedback from me, and then I would have articulated that correctly for you. But you chose your path. But TikTokers, I gotta leave you. I'm gonna come back, but I am on YouTube still. So you want to view me on YouTube until I come back to TikTok. I will be back. I'm gonna just go grab some to eat, and I'm gonna come back to TikTok. But my YouTube channel for the TikTokers who want to keep up, FBA News and Updates. FBA News and Updates. And I will come right up. You'll see I'm live. Okay, so I'm gonna add y'all back on to the conversation in about maybe an hour or so. All right. So peace to the TikTokers. Yeah, I got 700 followers now on TikTok. I'm like so happy. I want them to tune in though. So like the follower thing is, see, there it goes. I tell you, it just blasts stuff in your face. And you don't want it. Oh, let me switch to my phone now. Let me switch to the phone. I got to cut the phone back on, the headset back on. All right.
Bruh. Oh my God.
I ain't mean to do
Oh my God. Bruh.
that. Right. So let me switch the phone. Yeah, so you guys got to be very careful when you say black, because you think you're saying what you're saying, but you're not. You're saying what I'm saying. So the confusion is on you. Get the language right. If you don't say foundational black, you're not speaking to foundational black Americans in any stat you read, any example you're explaining to me. If you do not say foundational black Americans, you're not speaking to foundational black Americans. You're speaking to immigrants of Africa and the Caribbean. And even when V Ford told us about the DEI thing, it didn't really affect us. He kind of didn't know that he's still speaking to us with immigrants. You know why I know? Because I know, hold on. All right. So I know. So a lot of times I speak vaguely to bait a tether to come on. But I know there are no or very little disaggregated stats that separates us from tethers or immigrants. They're not the same, but you get what I'm saying. Wait for a sound check. Give me a second. Oh shoot. I ain't gonna hear it, huh? Hey, I got my headset on. I'm just make sure I'm being heard by the family. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah. So what I wanted to do was disaggregate myself. You dig? In another way. So when I go live, if y'all notice that the viewership, the live chat, the live viewership dropped, and that's how I want it. I don't want to go live and there's 200 folks listening to me, viewing me, but only 50 of them are actually with me. You dig? So I did my own filtering. Like, nah, I want to know whoever's there, they're with me, whether it's 10, 5, 50, 100. I don't want a facade. I don't want a number that looks good, but they're not with me. I had to beg people to like the video. Like, okay, at that point, I knew they were not with me. They're in numbers, but they're not with me like that. They're not with the lineage. These are people who just popping in for now. And I caught for some of them. Some of them would come to my chat, promote somebody else, and then leave. Hey, so and so live, and they'll leave. So, and then these are FBAs. So I'm like, well, what was that about? So then I go to that channel that they promoted while I'm live, and I see them in there. Oh yeah, okay. And that channel ain't even, the message is toxic. It ain't even like they're teaching like me. Like we have takeaways over here. Like there's things you actually learn that you didn't know before. And then I repeat it often in different ways, not the same way, so it can stay in your brain. So when you hear some of the foolishness, you can actually address it yourself. And like I said, with the word black, when people say black, 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 you make sure they define what black is to you. Just simply say, when you say black, like, okay, when you say black, are you including immigrants? Yeah, okay, all right, just say, all right, okay, now I know what you mean by black. Okay, when I say black, I say foundational blacks, and I'm just talking about the lineage specifically. Okay, so now what's your argument again with immigrants and black Americans? What's your argument? Because I just may agree that they didn't deserve what was shut down. They're like Edward Blum, his organization, AAER, started in 2001, 2021. That did not originate in 1866. So all this time, folks was doing things illegally and getting away with it. Okay. And it's hard to say Charlie was right when he was right. Like, dang, this guy was actually right. Because if you think about his rhetoric, he kept saying racism, reverse racism, reverse race. You're like, you know what? That's exactly what they were doing. The wordplay that, see, when we hear racism, we thought that was an act against Black Americans specifically. Remember, at one point, the Pan-Africans used to say Black people can't be racist because we don't have power. And when they said that, family, we thought racism was interchangeable with lineageism. You dig? Now, race do got power because there's a billion people in that racial category, and they got a whole political party pushing that called the Democrats, the libtards. They got power. They could pass laws. They can put money behind stuff. Now, we were bugging repeating that Pan-African talking point. That's why I say a lot of things that we say and do, we don't understand is borrowed from the framework of Pan-Africans, and we need to check ourselves and get rid of it because it's causing subtle harm. And a lot of times it's like you still believe it's right. Yeah, I heard folks today repeat that. Oh, Black folks can't be racist. We don't have no power, bro. You know what racism is? You know racism ain't something against Black Americans, right? Racism could be something against white people. Isn't white a race? Isn't Asian a race? Isn't Native? Yeah, racism could be all that. You dig? That's why when we say a anti-Black crime bill, that may be okay language because you're saying melanated people of the world or in this country, like that might still work. That might not be a violation because Black is a phenotype category. So you're saying this phenotype, HATE, should not be allowed against this phenotype of people. So phenotypical people. So maybe that can work. I'm not sure, but I do know that saying Black without the Wheezy F baby, you ain't saying anything. It ain't hitting the way you think it's hitting. This guy just these folks, man. It ain't hitting the way you think it's hitting when you say Black and don't put the Wheezy F there. When you don't make it a delineated term, you ain't say anything. You're saying nothing. That's why I don't go nowhere. That's why it doesn't hit hard. So can you imagine all those Pan-Africans gaslighting us? Oh, this is for Black people. This is for Black people. And the whole time when they say Black people, that was for everybody, that broad term, that was now violating constitutional rights that will get knocked down as soon as they get started. This is why they never did it. This is now it makes sense why the Pan-Africans never got anything started. Because they was racially excluding, racially targeting, racially advantaging people, and it got shot, and it was vulnerable to get shut down. Maybe it did get shut down, maybe it did, but it was there to get shut down. That's the bottom line. Cannot make things racially. You can't have programs that are racially advantaging people or racially disadvantaging people. Both actions are violations. Section 1981 of the 1866 Civil Rights Act. Okay, that's a reality. You either deal with it, you don't. So now I told you the ways to get around that. The ways to get around that is just speak to the audience you want to speak to. Stop being broad. Just say it with your chest. If it's Black Americans, say that. If it's immigrants, say that. But Edward Blum is forcing you guys to say it. No more with the code, the all catch, coded catch-all phrases deceiving us. He forced y'all to say it with your chest now. So if it's for Black Americans, then you got to say lineage-based Black Americans. He forced y'all to do right. Edward Blum forced y'all to do right. You dig? Edward Blum forced you guys to do right, and you're mad. You're mad at him. So V4 was on to something when he said that. Hold on, family. So hold on. Hmm. Okay. Just headed to the cribbo so I can get some grub. Make me a sandwich or something. Yeah, Edward Blum made them fix the language. Stop playing. If it's for immigrants, say it. If it's for foundation Black Americans, you got to say it. No more playing the word game. If so, he'll keep shooting it down and getting money, getting his organization with more money, lining his pockets. All right. Got lining Edward Blum pockets with the wrong language. That's crazy. Yeah. We're gonna look at some other things. Edward Blum. Yeah, come. Okay. What's this? What's that, Yugi? What's that? Oh, what's that? What's that, Yugi? What's that?
This is all hamburgers, so we can make it.
Okay. Let me get a hamburger. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was smart. Excuse me. Mm. Mm. Yeah, man. Yo, we are correctly putting the pieces together. We're finally putting the pieces together. The puzzle is becoming clear now. The puzzle is becoming clear. The whole time we were hearing black, 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 black. We thought it was exclusively talking to Black Americans. The whole time. Because the way we use it as an ethnic label. The white people came behind us and made it a racial term, unbeknownst to us. You dig? Mm. I'm what Alice said. I thought racism is having the power to take your HATE and use it to stop or hinder those HATE because of the color. Yeah, but then that word could be, I mean, but racism includes more than your ethnic group. So when you say racism, right, you're speaking about a category. Millions of people go in that category that don't have anything to do with, have any shared history. Okay, wait, go on there. Let me finish eating. I'll do it. Go eat. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So We've been lied to. We've been led astray. We're learning what race is. We're learning what black is. We like, yo, they got that off. Right under our nose, man, the whole time. And they back there just laughing. Think about all those racist people. We talking this black stuff, and they just laughing like, all right, okay. They're like, all right, okay. You black and proud, right? Black people. You have no idea. We went behind your back and made that a race. And making it a race makes it have no power. Yo, I forgot to do that again. Making it a race took the power away from it. Paper ethnocide. Crazy. Crazy work, man. But it's better to get it right now than never get it right. And then they gaslight us to make us believe we're not on or something. Like, yo, we so it's like the whole time you knew about it. Because you're mad we got the answer. It's like, yo, you act like you didn't have the answer and we gotta just keep holding L's. Now we found the answer, and the answer is delineation, and you're telling us we're wrong. When we know it's the answer. It's part of the multiple choice. You dig? It's part of the multiple choice. Let me share my video. Let me share the video real fast.
We can't sing now in that order.
Okay. Hey, host. So I'm African, but I grew up here in America, in
Okay. What country?
Uganda.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. So this is a problem. Like I saw moving here. Okay, first of all, I went to a predominantly white school that had like a black program that would bring in children from the inner city, like Black Americans, to go to school in that city. And I want to know, like I got bullied by my fellow African, like Black people who I really desperately wanted to be friends with. And mind you, we were kids. These are kids because we can't say these were adults. So I kind of want to understand, like, where do the kids get that anger from? To like sort of like hate on an African. It kind of like, for me, I believe like it stems from home. Like they say, charity begins at home. If your parents are not telling you to love like other people, because this is where Africans, I think, get the disconnect, and they feel like we can never unite to be one person because they're already telling their children to not like us or to not like Africans. And that's not right, because if we're going to come together as a
Okay,
unity,
whose
as
children?
a like African American children are being taught at
Right
home.
now?
Family. She's projecting her reality on us. That is unbelievable. She is literally dumping her reality on us. Hold on. I just had it. Give me 1 second, family. I had a quick epiphany. I might make this work. Oh yeah, I gotta find a way to dual. I gotta find a way to have a dual. If I can find a way to do a dual live on my phone, TikTok and YouTube, or we are on our way. If I can find a way to do that. What is it? It says okay. Give me a second, family. I'm gonna finish the video. Just give me I'm trying to connect something that's gonna be dope. I had an epiphany. I said, can I do this on my phone? Because I'm somebody who don't really use my phone for like this type of stuff to go live, but I'm using it more than ever because I'm like really mobile. So I'm like, I wonder if I could do this. All right, so it says make sure you're running Stream Deck later. Your mobile must be connected to the same network on your computer. Select add mobile device. Where's that at? Let's say for your computer, select add mobile device. Okay. From the device menu in Stream Deck app. Okay. I do not see that. I don't see that. Mobile device. Oh shit, I didn't even put that. I do not see that information. Navigation. Okay, I found it. Okay. Okay, we might be on to something, family. Oh man. I'll do a little later. I'll do it later. Let me get okay. I know what to do now. Let me get back to the video. I got it though. I definitely got it.
Well, this was my experience. When I was younger, I went to school here, and they literally just hated me for no reason.
What school did you go to?
I'm sorry?
What school did you go? When did you move here? Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. You said that you moved over. You said that you went to school as a little girl in the United States of America. At what age?
Yeah. I was 13. I came in 8th grade.
You still got a thick accent for coming here at 13 years old.
Yeah, because our parents encourage us to speak our language. Like they never want us to lose it. So we never really integrated in other communities because they were protecting us from like the same stuff that we experienced in schools, and that was bullying. Do you understand what I mean?
We over that stage because y'all be lying. We ain't nobody bullied y'all. Half us didn't even go to school with you all. So save that. And all the cracking in your voice, we over that. Remember, we went through that a few months ago with you all. That's find another ticket. You all have came here with this mindset and you reversing it. It's your parents that did that. We have always been kind people. That's why we have been supporting Africans in our communities and stuff, regardless to the hate and the racism you all have thrown at us, ma'am. So look,
I think this wedge is
Terriana, I have like Terriana. what I was trying to understand here was that how come like young kids, right? Like young, this because we were children. Let's keep it real. 8th grade, we're still children. You know, our brains have not developed.
Do you remember?
How come like the children?
Do you remember the name of the school you went to and what city and state?
I went
It
to
doesn't have to reveal. You don't have to reveal that. Really.
Shut up.
Hey, don't do that. You're not the host.
No, yeah, be nice. We're just discussing here. No, I went to it's called Lincoln Sudbury. It's a school in Massachusetts. It's one of the top schools up there.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's what I'm trying to understand, right? Like if these are children, right? Like because our brains were never like they were not fully developed. But as soon as they saw that I was from Africa, it's like they were so angry. I was confused because I'm like, oh, I wanted to be their friend. I wanted to be friends.
What indicated that they were angry because you were from Africa?
Because as soon as the teachers were like, because I came late, like, you know, I joined late. So the teachers were like, oh, you know, we have somebody, you know, we have like someone from Africa. But you know how you go to, like, after they've introduced me, I try to go be friends with them. Like you approach, like, you know, people who are like you, because that's who you think you're going to want to align with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they just gave me this attitude. I think at one point they just wanted to fight me all the time. I was so confused. I'm like, I didn't do anything. Why? You know, when you're walking down the hallway, they're like, what you looking at? What you?
Can I ask a question, please?
I didn't look at anyone.
So mental health, there could be numerous reasons why they didn't want to, like, you didn't catch on right away with the other kids. It doesn't necessarily mean it was because you're African. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see, I know if you went to the school that you said you went to when you were 13 years old, you've seen plenty of people get disrespected or made fun of, or, you know what I'm saying, for numerous reasons outside of like their racial background or ethnic background. Kids are not like that. They're not built like that. They'll make fun of you because you're not wearing the latest fashion, maybe your shoes, maybe you're flooding, maybe you don't know how to wear your garments the right way, or maybe it's not the type of style, or maybe it's just something else. But sometimes, a lot of times it's like superficial stuff. It's not really like because of your ethnic background or your race like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but some of them would say it. Like I know
this woman's full of crap, brother. Can I throw something out here real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
Let her finish real quick, bro.
Oh.
So they told you that they don't like you because you're African? That's what they told you?
I mean, they were just like saying all kinds of like funny things, like, you know, making fun of like Africa, like, you know, talking about animals, like, you know, walking down the hallway, like trying to fight me. Like, oh, what you looking at? What you looking? I was like, what? I'm not even looking at you.
What
like,
you mean
I'm not
making
looking
fun of the animals. It's one thing to like try to fight somebody because kids do that. That happened to everybody in school, not just you. That's just basically what I'm trying to say. And a lot of times it probably wasn't even because you're African, because you're not being very direct with what the kids said to you. You're just saying that they're trying to fight you. Everybody tries to fight everybody in school. It's not because of, you know what I'm saying, your ethnic background. It could be like they just fight you just to fight you. Maybe you said something, looked at them crazy.
No, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
They said that I don't like you because you're African and I'm gonna whoop your ass. That's what they said to you? Because you didn't tell me that that's what they said verbatim out there.
No, this is where I got confused, right? Like, you know, when you're like just walking down the hallway and somebody's like just provoking you. Oh, what you looking at? What you looking at?
She's saying they're after her, him.
Yeah, like I didn't do anything to anyone, and I wasn't even mean. I wasn't a mean person. I was so I was naive.
They bully people in African schools too.
No, sorry, no, not every African school that they bully people. That was not my experience. That was not my experience. I came from a really, really rich, like my country where I came from. My school did not bully. Like, I mean, we had strict laws in school.
Bullying is global. It's not just in America.
Yeah, it's global, but I was confused why the African Americans were
bullying Black Americans over there trying to help y'all now.
No, I'm not talking about now. I'm trying to understand as kids. Why were kids like that? If at home the parents were like.
Ma'am, that's what kids do. I was bullied by my own people. Are they xenophobic towards me? When we're part of the same tribe of people? No. So they might not even known or comprehended or understood that you're even African. They just seen another
No,
melanated.
they did actually. That's what I'm trying. You're talking me out of my reality. They did. That's what I'm trying to say, that at home, it could be that they tell them that Africans are this way or Africans are that way.
No,
maybe I was like triggering to that.
Hold up. The reason why you were able to come to America is because Black Americans fought for civil rights. We do not come from a lineage or culture of being xenophobic.
No, host.
No. Let me speak for my people now, okay? We don't come from a culture of being xenophobic. I didn't know what xenophobia was until 3 years ago, and I'm 35 years old. We didn't know. A lot of times, we didn't even know people were African, point blank, period. We have fought and sponsored children from different countries. We have given money from children, as kids from different countries, right, to help Africa and the starving and the misfortunate. We were never told that you stay away from kids because they're African. We were told that you need to be thankful for what you have in this household because there's people in Africa that have less than you, and you need to understand their purpose. That's how we were raised, right? So you know that people took in African children. Black Americans took in African children. Black Americans took in Caribbean children. Black Americans took in third world children and sponsored them. We were never taught that's not part of our culture. Pan-Africanism was birthed in this country through us. So we looked at you guys as brother and sister. Now, it wasn't until later, modern day, where all this vitriolic behavior is becoming come to play. And it's not by our hand. We thought all Black people were the same. That's what we thought.
Maybe that's you, but I'm telling you from experience what exactly happened.
I told you the civil rights movement happened before I was born. That's not just me. A lot of people want to identify with Africa. That's not just me. That's just how that is. I don't think that you're being honest. I think you're being intellectually dishonest and disingenuous, because that is not our culture. Now, we have FBA, Foundational Black Americans, and Solon, and what we identify as now, we're trying to basically be part of the delineation movement. We're trying to isolate ourselves so that we can handle unfinished business with our government, but that doesn't mean that we hate Africans.
But you can't call me dishonest when I'm telling you my experience. That's the thing with you guys. You don't listen to where we're coming from. You want to win. You want to be the ones on top.
No, we don't want to win. It's just that that's our culture. And the thing is, there's been too many people lying about their experiences, right? You said you came to America at 13 years old, and you still sound like you just got here. I don't understand that I don't believe that you've been here for that long. If you were here for that long, you wouldn't have a thick accent like that, ma'am.
I was a part of that school program.
I'm so sorry.
I was a part of that program.
Hold on, Black.
No. We're gonna let her land her plane, and then we're gonna move on. So just land your plane, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm not trying to dismiss how you feel, but there's too many inconsistent stories of Africans coming over here saying that you're trying to basically tell us how we were raised. You were not in our households. You're just making assumptions. So I can fairly say that is an assumption because you don't know. You're the one that's saying that you're confused and you don't understand. I'm telling you, as a Black American cut from the cloth of ethnic Black Americans in this country, what we now call the United States, we were not raised like that whatsoever. And you saying that is an assumption. That's not a fact that you said that they were discriminating against you or making fun of you because you're African. That's an assumption. That's not a fact. That's just how you feel, and that's your opinion, to be honest. But you can land your plane and go ahead. Go ahead and land your plane. Right?
Mental health person.
Someone else can speak. No, I'll weigh in when I hear other people's point of views. It's okay. They can go ahead.
Can I go?
You finished, or you're gonna finish what you're saying? Mental health?
She's done. She's done. She's had 1,000 hours to speak. I don't know who's next in the rotation, but I found it boring.
Okay, Jasmine. Kelly, go
Cry
ahead.
us a river already.
Okay, hold up, Soul. Kelly, go ahead.
Can you give me a minute? Because I can handle all this in a minute or less.
Okay.
Okay, what is Black excellence? Excellence is us. You guys don't know anything about that because you think that Black is a term that you can use or what have you to sit there and associate your skin color. So are the Filipinos. So are the Indians over there. Are we all Black? No, we're not. So excellence means us. Ingenuity means us. Creativity means us. And the reason why y'all say that we have no power is the funniest thing because you're going off a monetary gain and you're going off of power, which means you need to strong arm somebody with your loser self.
Authorities in South Africa removed hundreds of foreign nationals from a church center after days of tension linked to anti-migrant campaigns. Police bussed people, including women and children, to a government refugee facility as activists demanded undocumented migrants leave. Fears of violence against foreigners are also rising. DW's Diane Hawker-Kalubi is in the city of Durban, where she has been speaking with people on both sides of the divide and sent us this report.
Xenophobic chants and rising tensions as anti-immigrant protesters confront foreigners in Durban.
Kill me! This is my country. I'm gonna die here.
Police move in to keep the groups apart, forming a cordon and pushing protesters back. Hundreds of immigrants, including asylum seekers and refugees, gathered at the Diakonia Center in Durban, hoping for help from the United Nations and human rights lawyers. Many spent 2 nights sleeping outside the center. Aisha Mshimirimana is from Burundi and is 9 months pregnant. She tells me how she got death threats while working at a local market.
Then another one, he was come and take that avocado, he throw away. He said, if I see you here, I'm gonna kill you. You must go back to your country.
Xenophobic marches are spreading across South Africa, creating political and diplomatic pressure for the government. The protests target foreign nationals, particularly from other African countries, though many of them live legally in the country.
All these people that are here, where are they recorded? Why are they not taking responsibility of trying to make sure that they get documented in this country or come in here legally?
Home Affairs later confirmed that 455 foreigners at the center had valid documents. Only 2 did not. I tried to speak to the group's leader, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, to ask what evidence she had that people were living in the country illegally. I didn't have much luck.
To some people. No. I wanted to ask you why you have come to this point today.
Because you are here
what is the process?
Spread your propaganda.
Not at all propaganda.
Spreading
we
your
are
propaganda.
continuing
Don't
to speak to all sides.
We continue to us. Don't
no, absolutely we have. We have.
And by the way, this is the definition of xenophobia, right? We ain't doing this. Yo, these guys be projecting, man. Look, this is unfortunate, but this gives us a bird's eye view of what xenophobia really is.
We have spoken to you. We have. I've spoken to you earlier on today. I spoke to your colleague.
Mayor Cyril Xaba later arranged buses for the foreign nationals to be taken to a nearby refugee reception center for verification. The protesters shouting xenophobic chants, calling for the foreigners to leave the country. Police had to escort the frightened people past the loud protesters.
Ours is to accept the fact and accept them back into our communities. So they must go back and get reintegrated in our communities. We must accept them as people who are in the country lawfully.
Local authorities plan to set up a repatriation center to help foreign nationals return home. But not everyone wants to leave.
I can't just pack my things and just go to Ghana just like that. My whole life has been here in South Africa, even though, yes, I went to Ghana once to visit, But my whole life, I've always been here in South Africa. I'm a resident here in South Africa.
As authorities weigh repatriation plans, many migrants say their future is still uncertain, caught between safety concerns and lives built in South Africa.
And Nomatam Samka Masiko Mpaka is South Africa researcher at Human Rights Watch, who told me more about this latest flare-up of xenophobia in South Africa.
Thank you so much for having me, and a very good afternoon to your viewers. So this is nothing new for South Africa. Unfortunately, as early as the dawn of democracy in 1994.
This is nothing new for South Africans. She basically said they are xenophobic. This is their culture.
And over the years, we've seen, waves of xenophobic attacks flare up in what we call often waves. So you'll see there were some instances in 1994 as things were opening up, as we were rejoining kind of the world, as we were coming out of apartheid. And we're seeing kind of an increasing number of migrants, particularly those of African and Asian descent, entering South Africa. But we see, these waves kind of in much larger scales in 2008, flaring up again in 2015 and so on. And often what we find is that around election season, these flare-ups or these waves often, show themselves up as we're seeing now. We saw them recently in our last national elections. Now again in 2026, we're leading up to our local elections in November. And so we often find that, the issue of migration becomes an election topic, an election tool that often politicians and others use to score political points.
And what do you see? What do you think is especially fueling this hostility toward foreigners in particular, or those perceived as foreign?
Yeah. So, there's a number of issues, and I think at the heart of it really is the issue, material conditions of South Africans. As an INGO that is located here in Johannesburg, we cannot be tone deaf to the socioeconomic challenges experienced by South Africans, the issues of poor service delivery, the issue of rising inequality, unemployment, access to basic services like education and healthcare. We cannot, turn a blind eye to that reality. I'm a South African myself, and I feel the economic pinch that we're experiencing right now as a country. I think what our concern as an organization like Human Rights Watch that advocates for the rights of individuals across, various jurisdictions is really that we cannot scapegoat foreign nationals for South Africa's socio-economic and political woes, right? I think what happens is that often South Africans and the vigilante groups in particular, like March and others, is that they scapegoat individual foreign nationals for the issue of crime in the country that we're seeing, the issue of, lack of basic services. They scapegoat them for issues like child trafficking, issues of prostitution in the country. They're scapegoating them that, we are in this situation where we can't have access to quality education for our children, public education, because our schools are populated with migrant communities. And that couldn't be further from the truth, because we know that migrants in the country only constitute about 3 to 4% of our population. So really, I think at the heart of it, and what we're concerned about really, is that, our government is being absolved of their governance failures, the corruption that we're seeing that is being exposed year in and year out. So they're being absolved for their shortcomings. And instead, the frustrations that South Africans should be directing to our own government for their failures, we're directing to those most marginalized as well, who are just in a precarious situation as ordinary South Africans are. And that's really at the heart of the issue.
How influential are these anti-migrant groups and parties like March and March or Action SA in the country?
Listen, it's difficult to say, but I think what we are seeing is that there are rising anti-immigrant sentiments in the country, right? And I think there are a number of attitudinal studies that have come up in recent years that are showing the rise in anti-immigrant sentiments in particular. What then is concerning for us is then how that sentiment then translates into some kind of harassment, some kind of discrimination, and or violence, right? And I think for us, what we're seeing with these vigilante groups is that the sentiments that I think quite a number of South Africans might share then translates into action that is unlawful, that is discriminatory. And I think also what is concerning for us is that often, politicians, as you said, the likes of Action SA and others, have said quite a number of problematic and really unlawful sentiments that many would deem as really inciting violence against foreign nationals. And so we'll see that right at the very top with our politicians, our leadership are saying these problematic statements that then in one way or another, implicit really tell communities that actually you are correct, in some way to violate others.
Nowatamsanka, Masiko, and Paka, thank you so much for your time joining us from Human Rights Watch.
Well, Nigerians are amongst the people caught up in this violence, and Ambassador Ninikanwe Okeuche, MNI, is Consul General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She joins us from South Africa. Welcome to DW, Ambassador. Can we start with your reaction to those scenes and others that have played out across the last few weeks?
Well, honestly, they're extremely unfortunate and most unexpected. At the end of the day, we expect that anything concerning illegal migration is something that even the Nigerian government is against. Well before the crisis broke out, we were already in the process and trying to reduce the number of illegal migrants that are Nigerian nationals. And that should be allowed to be done lawfully. But for citizens, vigilante groups, people who are not law enforcement agents or immigration officers, to take the laws into their own hands and basically terrorize people is actually unacceptable and extremely upsetting.
And you regard this as a crisis?
Absolutely, it is a crisis because there is no differentiation between illegals, undocumented, and legals. Basically, we're having very unreasonable groups saying every foreigner should leave, and people are being harassed on the street. And we're still waiting for the government to be able to really do something about it. We're having vigilante groups actually saying publicly, do not listen to the government, do not listen to the police, we are the police. And so it's really out of control. And a lot of people haven't been able to open their shops or work. Their livelihoods have been shattered. They're living in fear, basically. And so it's unacceptable. So we're doing everything we can with the two Nigerian missions to sort our people out, let those go home that want to go home, and basically keep crying out on all levels. We're engaging diplomatically with government, the civil society is crying out, the lawyers as well. So it is a crisis indeed.
And your government has stepped in to repatriate some Nigerian nationals.
Absolutely. However, I must point out that that move began even before the crisis, because we already recognize that we have some people here who are stranded and destitute, and they actually want to go home. They needed assistance because they can't afford the flight. Some of them who can afford the flight, when you're already illegal here, on your way trying to leave at the airport, you're arrested, you're detained, and you're fined. And so we noticed we had a critical.
Oh, wow. I thought it was just ICE. They got their own ICE over there.
Mass of people who just want help to get home. And so our government has stepped in fully, and we're in the very final stages of repatriating our people who want to go home. That way we help our people. That way we reduce the number of illegal Nigerians in South Africa.
The government of South Africa has recognized this violence as a problem. It's appealed for calm. It even has a national action plan to combat racism, racial discrimination and xenophobia and related intolerance. I mean, is the South African government doing enough?
With due respect, no, they're not. They're saying all the right things right now, but those things are not translating to the people down on the street. They're saying they're against it, but we're not having people arrested. We had a Nigerian man who owns a car wash, totally legal. He's an employer of South Africans. He's a resident, and he was basically harassed. And it was all over social media. The man hasn't been arrested. We have the vigilante.
It looks like he ain't well loved as you think he is, because if the city loves you, they love you. They'll defend you. Looks like he wasn't as received as she think he is.
Groups who have said openly, do not listen to government or police. That gentleman has not been arrested. We have one of their politicians who actually had his people kill a Nigerian. He has not been arrested.
And why do you think the Nigerian government is failing to act in these instances?
The Nigerian government is acting.
I beg your pardon. Why do you think the South African government is failing to act? I do beg your pardon.
Quite frankly, it clearly has a huge political both undertone and overtone, because it is clear that there are a lot of opposition parties that seem to get their votes from anti-foreigner sentiments, which have escalated into full-fledged xenophobia. And so much as the government doesn't seem to be in favor, or they don't condone what's happening, but it looks like a struggle for votes, because we're not seeing the kind of action that we need to see to save people who are being harassed and being rendered homeless and not being able to operate their lives, even if they're legal.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador. Ambassador Anini Kanwe Okeuche, MNI, Consul General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
By the way, this is the epitome of what xenophobia looks like. But they tell us we're xenophobic. You gotta stop. It's not adding up. Let me see what Tariq got going on. I'll wait for that. I'll wait for that one. Let me see what else I got in here. All right, let's do this. Let's do the doggy diamond assessment of the diaspora war.
Many times you probably wonder if I did new content, you haven't been getting notifications. But if you go to doggydiamondstv.com, everything will be there. You won't miss a beat, because everything pertaining to me is on Doggy Diamonds TV. Lineage, according to where my family is from, according to where I trace my family, I'm FBA. That doesn't mean I'm anti anybody. That means I'm pro me. I am a foundational Black American, as I trace my family, as I showed y'all plenty of times. I'm not going to apologize for being like that. I'm not going to apologize if anybody is offended or angry. But the problem is that people keep trying to tell me who my leader is and who I'm down with, or what somebody else said or did. I'm going to be open and honest with you. I don't care what nobody else said and did. It's about what I'm doing and what I'm about. I have no leader. Doggy Diamonds is not on the take. Doggy Diamonds cannot be paid. If that's the case, if I could be paid, I would be sitting up here selling y'all liquor, reefer, and all the things that have been destroying and fucking up our community for a long time. I'd be selling you gangs, gang violence, jail stories. I would be giving you all of that. So for anybody to think that I could be on the take or somebody could pay me to have a political stance, you out of your mind. Because there's other ways to get money, and I don't have to do nobody could pay me under the table to do anything. If that's the case, you think I would just have I wouldn't have millions of subscribers? I wouldn't have more people in the chat every night? Anybody who's sitting there perpetuating a certain thought is gonna be lit. I showed y'all my grandmother's great-grandmother. I showed you my grandmother's great-grandmother. When I put FBA in the title, I don't even get monetized. This is pro bono. This is free. I showed y'all plenty of times. But if you have an ideology that you're going with and I don't subscribe to your ideology, you cannot get mad at me or say this, that, and the third. And for the record, let me say this, and I got to say this, and I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Would y'all please get off Tariq Nasheed? Get off his dick. Stop when somebody mentioned FBA, the first thing you want to mention, Tariq Nasheed. Listen, that man is that man. If it came with an idea that said, yo, this is this, and the third, you know what? That's a good idea. Oh, you know what? I never put it like that. Because I'm going to be honest with you, when it came to Pan-Africanism, although I came from that thought, I thought black people all around the world was the same. I learned that we wasn't. Why? I'm from Brooklyn. Okay? So we had Caribbeans. We had Puerto Ricans. We had Dominicans. We had people who looked like me, who were darker than me, some lighter than me, but they wasn't calling themselves black. They were calling themselves the name of their country, region, or tribe. They was not calling themselves black. I always called myself black, but I always felt like I didn't fit in. I didn't feel like I fit in with Ghanaian people. I didn't feel like I fit in with Igbo people or Yoruba people. I never felt like I fit in with any of those people. I didn't. I just didn't. I never was dashiki. I never was a barigani. I never was ase. I never was doing none of those things. But I felt like all around the globe that we are being oppressed, we should come together till they let me know you not like us. You're not like us. You're not like us. That's what happened. So, from there, I'm searching for identity. I'm searching for what am I? What am I? What do I identify as? What am I? Because damn, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Dudes is wearing dashikis, dudes is greeting each other with. I don't know nothing about that. That's not what was taught in my house. That's not how I was raised. So if I felt I was something and I was identifying with something, that's because somebody else told me. But my grandmother didn't teach me that. My great-grandmother didn't teach me that. My grandmother didn't teach me that. My great-grandmother didn't teach me that. My father didn't teach me that. My other grandmother didn't teach me that. So I'm searching for identity. I'm reading. I'm doing all these things. And I'm like, damn, we all Africans from Africa. Then I started reading a little bit more. My grandmother told me, I'm telling you, my grandmother told me. My grandmother said to me, and my cousin Tad, she said, I'm not African. We was already here. We're from Halifax. My mother from Halifax, Virginia, this, that, and third. I'm like, huh? And I argued with her. I was a kid. I argued with her, but how could I argue with my elder? My elder, not your elder, not the people who you call elders, not the people you identify with, not the people who you say is the elders in the community. The community is in my house. The community is in my house. That's my lineage, my grandmother, my mother, who is still here with us, who we got video that we question. She told me that. And me and Tad laughed. We was like, come on. She don't know what she talking about. Because we seen roots. We seen all the things that was being pushed on anything. We been a lot of that. But we searching, we young, we searching. We searching for what we are. We searching for a place to be, a being. I didn't fit in with these people. I didn't, and then a lot of people was going from a religious standpoint. I didn't really fit with me either. That didn't fit with me. I showed y'all my lineage before. I can't go back to Africa. I can't go back to no country. There is no place to go back. So let me ask you something, because if your ideology is Pan-Africanism, that's fine. Are you angry with FBA because you can't be FBA? But when you want to be Jamaican, Grenadian, Dominican, You want to wave your flag, you have your parade, you have your Heritage Day, your Freedom Day. I don't oppose that. Because all y'all ever told some of us is what we wasn't. And y'all told us what y'all wasn't. That's all y'all ever said. You black. I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. I'm not black. I'm Trinidadian. I'm not black. I'm Puerto Rican. Well, I'm black. My light-skinned self is black. I'm black. You said you wasn't. Fine. So if that's what I want to identify as and that's what I want to carry, why are you mad at me? You're being divisive. No, you, according to your Pan-Africanist ideology, you believe all around the world black people should have this and get this and get that. I don't subscribe to that because you got black, they don't call themselves black. You got countries where they're ruled based off of colonialism. They got riches. They not like, here goes some money, let me set y'all out. Because all the black Pan-Africanists came to study abroad over here. Study from black Americans. That's the truth. Name them. They came to study from us. That's just the truth. I done walked in rooms where dudes start speaking Spanish out of nowhere. I done walked in rooms where people speak patois and all that. I'm not offended. I'm not mad. I don't care. So when I say, okay, you can have that. This is what I am. You're being divisive. So y'all wasn't being divisive when y'all thought y'all was speaking a language that I didn't understand, and I'm sitting there thinking y'all talking about me? Because what the fuck if we all speak English? Why are you speaking a different type of English that only you and your people understand? So you are letting me know that you're different. So, why am I saying this from a content creator standpoint? First of all, I don't have to pick no side or nothing. I am who I am. I am what I am. As we started arguing and debating in the last couple of years about the creation of culture, whether it's hip hop or whether people were emulating, aka cosplaying what they see us do, but then turn around and say, we don't got no culture. Now, Busta Rhymes is Jamaican America, right? When it's convenient, I bust up the mash up the, when it's convenient. That's where he is, right? Okay. He's one of the people who said black Americans don't have no culture. Nobody checked him because of his megaphone, because of his stance, because where he's at, it looked like law. Hip hop. That comes from soul music. That comes from blues. That comes from, we proved it. We showed it to you. I showed it to you. They credit it to other people that told you they were trying to act like us. They told you that. They're out of their mouth. The first breakbeats are where? It wasn't ska. It wasn't none of that. It was blues, rhythm and blues. That's the break beats. If hip hop started from the break, that wasn't reggae. It wasn't ska. Who created the break beat? So that's when I entered the conversation. I entered the conversation because what I started realizing is, hold on, so y'all trying to say we ain't shit. We didn't create nothing. Everything that's going on that we see is due to everybody else. As somebody who's Black American, foundational, because anybody could be Black American, but you can't be foundational. And that's what you mad at. That's what you mad at. So, if you say y'all created hip hop, one of the strongest forces right now in the globe, for all the wrong reasons too, some right reasons, then you saying we ain't nothing. We didn't create nothing. Nothing came from this powerful mind of ours. When I showed you all the inventions, I showed you all the inventions, but what are you telling to our children when they got different genres and they believe that we didn't create shit? We're part of the destruction. We're part of we the biggest gang members. We the biggest hoes. We the biggest crooks. That's what we are, according to y'all, because who is these people? What's the shit? Niggas don't know how to act. They don't say, they separate, listen, nowhere on the globe do they call themselves a nigga. That's a foundational Black American thing. There is no niggas around the globe. They call each other nigga based off of hip hop music. They don't call each other niggas. Niggas is our thing. Unfortunately, ain't nothing really to be proud about, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So once you say y'all created hip hop, and then they created it 50-50, so the Jamaicans and the West Indians created hip hop 50-50 with the Puerto Ricans. So what did we do? Nothing, right? We didn't do shit. What does that say to our family, to our children, when we talk about the greatest inventions? Because if you have it y'all way, y'all invented everything. Y'all said we don't have no culture. That's what some of y'all said. I had an asshole living with me right in my crib, and I was like, yo, this dude said Black Americans don't have no culture. And he said they don't. They don't, or you don't. See, depending on how you feel about a person is whether you want to adapt names. But you call yourself an African American, but at the same time call Jesse Jackson Messy Jesse because you believe the conspiracy that he has something to do with the Martin Luther King thing because Steve Coakley and Dick Gregory said this, but you call yourself an African American. And then you want to say, how y'all calling yourself Americans? I'm an African in America. Some of you pussy niggas never even been to Africa. And you don't plan on going. Some of you never even been to Africa. Africa's a money grab too. They there. You're going to get treated just like a tourist. They're going to try to sell you a village, sell you a land. Then I'm an Africa in America. I'm an African in America. You ain't. The biggest African American in America right now is goddamn Elon Musk, if we gonna be honest. That is an African American. Elon Musk. Yes, Amir Prescott, Busta Rhymes became a part of the Nation of Gods and Earth. That's 100% Black American culture, and he's a blood. But I'm saying, from a content creator, you see a lot of people on YouTube, podcasting, doing all of this shit. That comes from this brain right here. You looking at one of the founders of that. Of this genre right here. I'm one of the founders, me. But nobody gonna say, yo, bro, Black American, like he really put on for this DVD, all that shit. Nobody gonna say that. They're going to try to give it to somebody. Oh, nah, it was such as, no, that's cap. All these people you see going live on YouTube, all this shit, I mentored and talked to and told a lot of them. Straight like that. And if they was real, they'll tell you. I've never been against Pan-Africanism. I never been against any black people around the globe, but I started realizing, hold on, you don't really fuck with us. You really don't. Damn. That shit hurt. You ever try to talk to a West Indian woman and she tell you stick to your own kind? That never happened to you before. It happened to me before. Stick to your own kind. The fuck is my kind? You ain't my kind? I'm just being dead. You'll stick to your own kind. I don't talk to Yankees. I don't like American men. I don't like black guys. They say shit like that to you. And if you say they don't, you're lying. Or you just never experienced it. But I'm just telling you from experience. You have no culture. They will say you have no culture. They will tell you that. And I'm like, hold on, how we don't have no culture? And a lot of shit y'all like and love, the shit come from us. No fucking such thing as macaroni pie. Macaroni and cheese that was made by a fucking black man. This is facts. A black American man. Macaroni pie. That's why they can't make it. So as we look at colors, we look at hue, we look at different things, and we say, yo, we all one. They be like, nah, no, we not. So what happened is said, okay, cool. Y'all got your thing. We want this to be our thing. This is our thing over here. Then once we say that, oh, y'all being divisive. Why y'all doing this? Why y'all doing that? I thought that you've been on some different things. You been trying to say what we not. You trying to say we not the same. Okay, cool. I fine. You know what? I did my research. I realized we are not the same. Then it becomes a problem. And then when we want to start taking back our creations, when we want to start taking back our contributions, then it's a problem. Then when we start talking about reparations, you have women like Joy Reid and all these people, when you start peeling back the layers and they start saying shit, you're like, that don't really sound right. And you start realizing they know nothing about the foundational Black American struggle. They don't, because they came here. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that? I just want to make it so plain, because I don't think it's plain. If you came here willingly, you, sir or madam, are an immigrant. You came here. Some of our people was already here. It's books written. But when people want to pick and choose, they want to go into that history when they feel like it. They pick and choose. Tariq Nasheed is this, he's that. But when he was putting out Hidden Colors, oh, he was the man. Hidden Color, you saw Hidden Colors or Hidden Colors. Now he's this, that, and the third, because he like, yo, hold on. If we getting reparations, how y'all getting some of what the fuck we did? Y'all didn't do that. You came here. We was already here and put into positions where we had to work free labor. Then when they had to pay us, they didn't pay us. So I'm confused. But then they sitting in the Senate seats, they sitting in city council, they sitting all over saying what should happen with Black people, but you came here. You came here. What the politics is like in your country, we don't know. And some of y'all might be third generation, second generation Americans, so you consider yourself to be Black, but your mama don't. Your grandmama don't. Your grandmama and mama didn't even want you playing with some of us or being around some of us. This is just the truth. It's not your fault, but you just got to recognize and realize. And what you need to do is make amends and stop being mad at me or us for saying, yo, if we different, fine. But what you're not going to do is tell me that I ain't shit. What you're not going to do is tell me what I didn't add on to. What you're not going to do is not tell me what me and my people didn't do. We was rocking the medallions. We was doing all that. We was listening to the Jungle Brothers. We was listening to Africa Bambaataa and all these people till we found out they mooks. The Prince of Pan-Africanism. Running around zoning people. I don't call him y'all leader. He says he's the prince, right? So I don't call him your leader. Stop saying who's my leader. My grandmama's my leader. And she told me when I was young. I don't give a fuck what you tell me because you're not a part of my family. You cannot trace my family. I can. I did. I showed my family members. You can't tell me, oh, you not this or you not that. Your grandmother was wrong. So you know. So you know. So you know. But how you feel about a person, for whatever reason, I don't care. I don't know why y'all don't like certain people. I don't got shit to do with me. It don't got nothing to do with me. I don't care about that. Got nothing to do with me. Because for every one you point a finger at, I could find one in your so-called movement that's a grifter and full of shit and a flip-flopper. And one minute they say this today, then they say this. And let me say this too for the record. All you people who saying who you stand with, how could you stand with somebody who don't stand for nothing? Who one day they say this, then tomorrow they say this. And then we all hear the exact same thing. And then you sit there and say to me, yo, you misconstruing. I'm not stupid. All right? I got things that many of you don't have. One of them is book smarts. 2 is street smarts. And 3 is common sense. Maybe some of you was book smart. A lot of y'all niggas ain't street smart. A lot of y'all niggas don't got common sense because you're a follower. I got all 3. 1, 2, 3. That's why I'm still here. I survived many things. I survived many things because of this. Not because I met somebody and seen somebody and say Hotep or all this red. We all come from many of us come from RBG, but the difference between me and RPG, I was putting in that pain on them folks. We were having organizations as kids. This is what we got to do. This is how we got to feed the community. This is what we got to do. We got to give our turkeys. This is what we was doing as kids. We didn't have no leadership. We was the leaders. Do your research on who you be talking to. I'm not like y'all. I don't have a leader. I've always been in leadership. I don't care what I was a part of. I've always been one of the leaders. Because I know how to organize as well as mobilize. It's easy for me to make people go out there and crash, but for what? It's easy to have a Facebook group. It's easy to have a group that you're a part of. But what are you doing? And sitting around getting up with each other, playing grab ass and then smoking reefer and drinking and trying to smash chicks with your little beads on and all that. All that shit is cool. Do what you do. I'm just one of the people who don't care. I don't really care what you identify with. I'm just being real. I really don't care. I got beef with poverty. Amir Prescott, I appreciate you. All the immigrants use the civil rights movement our ancestors dealt with to get benefits, especially, you already know. Listen, I got beef with poverty. I got beef with the children in my family might not have in the future because people telling them what they ain't when they uncle, father, godfather, cousin is a genius. Me. I got beef with people taking credit for the shit that I built. I got a problem with that. I got a problem with people not propping and prepping me up so my family could be proud of me. But y'all propping and prepping up people who's not even from our culture, but then telling the world how they're great. Just really think about that. We all Africans. So if civilization started, then everybody is African per se, right? But that has nothing to do with culture. Culture is the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you dress, the way you eat. That's culture. Stop telling me that I'm a part of some other culture, and I'm not. I don't subscribe to certain things. I don't subscribe to certain things. I don't have beef with black people. Me being empathetic like I am, me being a person that can feel pain, who can sense pain. I love all my people. But like I always say, who is my people? It's hard to tell these days because people are always telling you what you not, or what you a part of this, or you need to read this, or you need this. Half of y'all don't even get along. Y'all let religion divide y'all. Have y'all seen it? Listen, I'm gonna say this shit again. I said it before, but this is the most gangster shit I think I've ever said. I watch some of y'all niggas change y'all God. Y'all change your God so you don't even believe in the God that you believed in. You don't even worship the God that you once worshiped. You change your God. How could you change your God? How can you change your God? I seen some of you say, I'm God, to Assalamu alaikum rock to Yashawala. Well, I seen all of y'all do that. If you could change your God, you trying to tell me I can't change your ideology, getting to know who I am based off of where I'm from? That's not a book. That's what my grandmama told me. This is what my family says. Why'd you change your God? So if you could change God, you definitely don't stand for nothing. You could change your God? We did many great things. We continue to do great things. I'm not into division. I'm into unity. I'm into everybody being together. I'm into everybody, yo, man. We know who the so-called, do we know who the enemy is anymore? Because it's you telling me I ain't shit. It's you cosplaying the worst of us. It's you cosplaying the worst of us that we trying to pull our people out of. It's you cosplaying the shit that we don't even want to perpetuate, that we tired of. It's you. It's you that feel good about hip hop on a decline because you want Afro beats and you want Latin music. It's you. So we started fighting back. Hold on, what? You saying you're not one of us, but your support come from us? All right, so let your country support you. We no longer support you. Now you see niggas canceling tours. Now you see people canceling tours. Now you see things ain't going too well. Y'all don't dress like that in your country. You get the fucking jerseys of the losing team of the Super Bowl. They give y'all those. You should have said Cleveland Cavaliers world champions. Y'all get FUBU clothes. While your governments be rich because they make deals with the so-called oppressors and the colonialists and all that. But then you coming over here not fucking with us. Just really think about that. They tell y'all to stay away from us. Have a conversation with one of them. Just have a conversation with one of them if you must. Talk to one of them. Talk to one of the young brothers. Talk to one of the young sisters from the continent. Watch what they tell you. We thought y'all was this. We thought y'all was that. They have y'all thinking this, but it's the worst of us. It's the worst of us that y'all try to perpetuate around the world and not even realizing many of us are tired of that shit. I don't want to be no nigga. I don't like it. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of the energy. I'm tired of everything that come with that. You know why? Because when you have those things, our people don't have no future here in this country when you can just go home. I am home. Yes, I am an American. Why? Because my people were a part of building this country through our labor, through our intellectual property, through our thoughts. I am an American. When I go to another country, they say, where you from? Where I'm going to say? I think I'm Pan-Africanist, so, you know, I recognize all the Africans throughout the diaspora. And then over in Africa, they don't even get along. They got tribalism, ethnic cleansing. They had all types of shit going on right now. They even still got slavery in some places, but you're an African. And if that's what you want to be, fine. But don't tell everybody is African. You know how fucking stupid you got to be to say, I don't care if y'all call somebody an elder. Some elders get old and start slipping. So what does that mean? They're elder. They're your elder. They're not my elder. My grandmama's my elder. Don't you get that? I'm going to listen to her before I listen to him or her or them. I'm going to listen to her. She told me when I was a kid. She gave me historical facts about my family. How dare you tell me something over her? Just really think about that. Maybe that's where you and your folks is from. Fine. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Yo, we the stand and third. Before you type, before you feel good, before you get hyped up, don't forget some of you can't fight. I know sometimes it feels good that everybody's saying and doing shit and you win it too. Don't forget you can't fight. Don't forget from time to time. I've improved. Sometimes I dwell on the age of you still need to get punched in your mouth. Okay? So if you in or around New York City anywhere, and you said or did something on Facebook that I'm offended by, 9 times out of 10, I can show you better than I could tell you. And I'll be somewhere chilling. Because like I stated on Facebook, it was plenty of times where dudes is going to get their head rocked. And me, personally, said leave him or him alone. I know it look good on Facebook. I know it look good on YouTube for niggas to be foaming in the mouth, to have that white shit in the corner of their mouth and acting like, yo, they this, that, and the third. Listen to me. I'm going to be real with y'all. I don't know A lot of y'all don't know me. A lot of y'all think you know me. When we go outside, it's real. And if I wasn't the way I was, if I wasn't loving, if I didn't want to see all of my people succeed, then I would be on a different type of time. I would show people how different we really are. Because when we go outside, that's a realm that everybody can't play in. You can't bring no book to no war. You want to be separate? You want to be on a different type of time? Fine. Many of you are washed. You can't even walk up a flight of steps. You smoke cigarettes, you smoke reefer, you drink, you do all types of shit. You're not physically fit enough to talk the way your mouth moves. The only strongest part of your body is your jaws. You're not ready. And I'm not on that type of time, but don't let social media get you fucked up in real life. I'm just being real. Don't let social media get you hurt. Don't let social media, and I'm not talking about no camp, no crew, none of that. I'm talking about mano y mano. I save dudes. They don't even know it. If I wasn't who I was, a lot of people, it should be happening to a lot of people. But I still look at you and say, nah, that's a brother. You just don't know no better. Gotta give him grace. He'll come around, but then I see people go on social media, doubling down and tripling down and talking and all this. And I be like, wow. Fuck is this nigga? You serious? I seen the look of fear in your eyes. I saw it. Because you felt the temperature. You just didn't know the temperature. I seen these dudes scared. I'm being real with you. A lot of these dudes who you think is gangster, who's all of this and all of that, I seen them scared. I seen them scared. I used to be in them lecture halls. I used to pull up to them places. I was always on the type of time I was on. But I came in because people was in my town. People might have been in my borough. So I come through and say, yo, let me make sure dude is straight. Because I know somebody want to bust his chops. I seen it. I seen niggas scared. I see the Facebook posts or, yeah. Listen. One thing I'll never do for y'all, I don't have to front for y'all. I don't really got nothing to prove, man. I'm solidified and I feel good about my position in life. I feel great. I feel great. But when you talk shit on here and you go out there and somebody put hands on you or you scared, you should not come back here and talk again. Because in the real world, where it mattered, you didn't show and prove. That's just for real. Like when it mattered, you didn't show and prove. Anybody could be what they want to be on here. Shit, I'm 6'4", 182 pounds on the internet. And you see me like, damn, that nigga like 190 and 6 feet. We don't watch niggas on tape get hands put on them. We don't watch niggas running. We don't watch all types of shit. And I seen with my own 2 eyes, fear. I saw it. I said, damn, nigga don't even deserve what's about to happen to him. He don't deserve it. Amir Prescott, yes, some dudes don't learn their lesson until they taste blood. But I see a lot of people playing for the internet. And it's easy to have the lingo. It's easy to have the jargon, the hand movements, and you make people believe this and all that. And then if I say this and you don't like the person who I'm talking about, then you get behind me. But then when you outside, you by yourself. And let me tell you something. When we outside, Some of us rule that land, man. I'm telling you. When people talk shit to me, you know what I say? All right. Whenever you hear me just say, all right, I ain't got nothing else to say. You done said all you needed to say. We already there now. All right. And all of this because you want to have an ideology versus another ideology. I don't care who you are, where you from. If I looked at you as a black man or woman, I've always showed you love. Had everybody on my platform. I'm the only motherfucker that had everybody on my platform since I had one. I put in, y'all done got on me. Because, I think they got talent. I don't know where their family is from. I don't know that they from Aruba or Congo. I don't know. They got talent. They black. That's how I carried it. I never separated myself. I never did that. Everybody deserves shine if they talented until they started letting me know, hold on, we're this and you're that, so that means you're that. So when you say, well, said it, but then I seen people reiterating it because, many people don't think for themselves, right? So when somebody says something and they're looking for a leader, that's the thing about Pan-African ideology. Y'all still need leaders and shit. Y'all still looking for leaders, right? I don't see many of you leading your household. I don't see many of you leading your children. I don't see many of you leading your life. I don't see many of them leading their wives or their wife. I mean, when I say wife, I mean plural. Or even if you went to polygamy, because most of y'all just want to just be nut-ass freak bulls and then put a little thing under it and put a little bead under your thing or something on your eye to justify you being deviant. To be that too. I know the game. I know that. I know that. A lot of y'all be going under shit so you could get some box. A lot of y'all be going under shit so you could be a smut. I know it. I done been around. I'm not new. I done been in these places, in these spaces. I done seen dudes leave lecture halls and say where the hoes at. I know about some of these niggas that's on child support and got kids everywhere and tell you how to raise their family and don't take care of their own. I'm not here to tell nobody business or none of that, but stop fronting. Stop fronting. So at the end of it all, I never drew a line in the sand. Still don't. But what you're not going to do is tell me something that I identify with based off of my grandmother's knowledge and what she told me, showed me, and taught me about my family. My family. This is my mother's mother. And I knew my great-grandmother. I knew her. I got pictures of my grandmother's great-grandmother. So how you going to tell me I'm otherwise than what I see and what I know? And when I have to identify with my family is, how you telling me I'm wrong, but you're a... Because Marcus Mosiah Garvey, respectfully, I'm going to say this to some of y'all again. See, y'all love going about what they said then, but they was preparing us for today. They was trying to tell us to get our mind right to do things today. Y'all keep going back in history. Time don't go back, it only go forward. So y'all could keep going. Let's bring it back to, I remember when I eat cheese with the red wrapper around it. I don't do that no more. That's all y'all do is talk about, it was a time where, listen, 20 years ago, it's 20 years ago. Certain things ain't never coming back. They were preparing us for today, but y'all keep trying to live in time. You scared of the future. You scared of the now. You scared. You niggas is pussy. I'm being real. Scared. That's why you will have an old ideology that don't work. It don't work for you. And then because you can't be a part of something because of that, you diss it. You get mad at it. But I can never say I'm Jamaican. Right? I can't just say, yo, man, I'm Trinidadian. How you figure that? Well, I figure we all from Africa, so Trinidad was just a boat stop. So when I say, yo, damn, tracing our family, according to the per definition, we would be this. Wow. My brother preach in the building. Then you get mad. Y'all being divisive. Y'all calling us this. No. For years, we had to deal with identifying shit we never identified. You never seen me. I never been no dashiki nigga. Y'all not the dashikis y'all wearing is made in China. Y'all trying to dress like them and they trying to dress like us. Not like y'all, like us. Y'all more African than the fucking Africans now. Y'all more African than the African. And if it's so great and that's where why don't you move there? Why you don't want to be there? It's just a serious question. Why you don't want to be there? Why are they all trying to come here? Who's a part of making this great? Why are they trying to come here? So I get it. Once upon a time, we was using different things to try to connect us globally, worldwide. But I'm worried about the hell is going on in my crib with my family. We all got family structural problems, and most of the people in the Pan-Africanist community lost their own family trying to save other people's family. Do you know how stupid that is? Because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck what you do for them. When you die, when you pass away, they start saying you gay, you was a grifter, you had white. They start saying the most horrible things about you. And it's people who gave their life to y'all in that community, and you don't even defend them. You start, word? Yo, that's crazy. Lose their own family. Dying broke, dying popped, trying to save y'all. I'm trying to get ones. I'm trying to get money. That's me. I need mine. If I had it my way, I would get enough bread to move my whole family on the compound. We would just have a whole family thing or just a whole neighborhood. That's my family. That's what I want. Oh, you ain't supposed to get money? What about your integrity? Look what y'all niggas do for free. Don't question my integrity. I don't want nobody questioning me in the next couple of days. I don't want nobody questioning nothing. Because I gave all that I could give. Now it's time to play in a realm that I will master if I wanted to do that. And you know what? Maybe I should have took the liquor deal. Being that people are judged by their riches, being that people are judged by their material things, unless you a bum-ass, musty tea drinking, no deodorant, natural deodorant wearing nigga. Maybe you that. And even they want money, they be fronting. Maybe I should have took certain things. Maybe I should have not sat around and just said, yo, I want to be here. I want to be here. Maybe I should have did that. Because those are the people who get celebrated, tolerated, and pushed up. Maybe I should go around this room and show y'all all the shit I got. Maybe I should do that because that's what y'all respect. Look at all the people on YouTube who got platforms where their platform is successful. They not even us. They not even us. So you telling me keep your integrity, man. Don't take care of your family. While you in the crib drinking fucking Hennessy. While you smoking all this fucking reefer. While you doing the wildest shit ever. You telling me to keep integrity and you ain't got none. You telling me don't endorse the liquor you drink? Does that make sense to you? Don't endorse what you do behind closed doors. Really think about that. I don't care what you change your name to. Change your name to whichever you want to change it. I'm just a person who I don't care. Yo, listen, some motherfuckers think they women. I ain't never gonna call you that. I ain't never gonna acknowledge you as that. But if that's what fuck that got to do with me. What do we all say? What do we all say? When a person says they this, when a person says they this or they that, what do we all say? Just stay the fuck away from me with that shit. Don't we always say that? So I'm just saying, in closing, I ain't gonna hold y'all all night because I got some serious shit going on. I just downloaded Sony Vegas. I pay for it. Again, everything I want, I pay for out of my pocket. Little donations I get, little cash apps I get. Y'all add on, contribute, but I still got to pay for shit. And I like great things. I like my shit to look all great. I don't deal in mediocrity. So I'm going to pay for what I got to pay for. But all I say, just like I say about everything else, you could be whatever you want to be. Just stay the fuck away from me with that shit. Don't tell me what I am. Don't get mad at me for what I am. If a motherfucker could walk in a room right now and tell me he a chick and y'all jack that, but you mad because somebody want to say they FBA, but you change your guard. Some of y'all motherfuckers thought y'all was Egyptians. Remember y'all thought y'all was Egyptians? Y'all name was Ekmek and all this other shit. I don't watch y'all change your guard. I watched y'all. Y'all was Egyptians when that was cool. Y'all been nation of gods and earth. Then we the real Hebrews. Y'all done been every fucking thing. Y'all done been everything. I never said nothing. That's what you think. You going through your walks of life. How could you get mad at what I want to identify with? You done identify with everything. You everything. Y'all niggas, y'all thought y'all really thought the motherfucker with a dog head was real. And then most of the people from the continent are coming, they don't care about being black. They care more about their religion. Whether they Muslims or Christians, they'll come over here and rock with the Arabs before they rock with us. That's just the truth. Am I lying? Some people believe in Haile Selassie. Hey, fuck him out and say, that's what you rock with, that's what you rock with. But don't tell me Selassie, listen to me. Don't tell me what I am. I listened to my grandmother. I did the research. Tad showed me stuff before. I was like, wow. And you know what's even funny? I didn't want to say this. Dudes be all ancient Kemet, heavy on the ancient. Because when you go over there, you gotta dress like a sheik. Women be over here, butt ass naked, half naked. They go to Dubai. They get to tell them what they wear, but that be your girl that won't even listen to you, but to listen to a damn sheik. Over here, ass cheeks out. Looking crazy. You going outside like that? Yeah, but then go over there and got their head wrapped. So a fucking another whole country got more say so with your girl than you. Go over to Egypt now. So if Kemetic science is older than Islam, who run the pyramids? If y'all gonna keep it real, keep it real. My thing is, my family. My family. It's my job to respect your family, but it's more my job to tell my family about themselves, about their greatness, and me being a member of the family who achieved great things. My nephew, I call everybody my nephew. My little cousin Jimmy did a project before about somebody who accomplished a lot. And his project was about me. And he got to learn things about me that he didn't even know. So we quick to tell our family. I'm not talking about your homeboy or your little fucking person you playing grab ass with on Facebook. Your blood family don't even know how great their own family members be. My father taught all the men in my family how to drive trucks, 18-wheelers. Taught Tad father. Me and Tad is related via. Just like I say about everything else, you could be whatever you want to be. Who run the pyramids? If y'all gonna keep it real, keep it real. My thing is, my family. My family. It's my job to respect your family, but it's more my job to tell my family about themselves, about their greatness, and me being a member of the family who achieved great things. My nephew, I call everybody my nephew. My little cousin Jimmy did a project before about somebody who accomplished a lot. And his project was about me. And he got to learn things about me that he didn't even know. So we quick to tell our family. I'm not talking about your homeboy or your little fucking person you playing grab ass with on Facebook. Your blood family don't even know how great their own family members be. My father taught all the men in my family how to drive trucks, 18-wheelers. Taught Tad father. Me and Tad is related via our mother. So when we talking about family and we talking about a lineage, that is your lineage. That's your family. You deal with your family. You deal with your family. Yo, I did this. I did this. I did this. Look, this is, and sometimes you don't even know. Because somebody's trying to give you a doctrine that affects their bottom line and their money. Now, before I go, I just do want to say this. If you're saying I'm FBA because I follow somebody, reason why I'm going to tell you that's cap. When and where did I get initiated? Who do I pay dues to? Who do I have to answer to? Because when you're in organizations and you follow somebody, those are the things that you have to do. That is protocol. You get initiations, you pay dues, and you follow somebody. Where did I do that at? I'll wait. And I seen people before in another chat saying, I'm getting paid or whatever. They couldn't even pay me to endorse liquor because I don't drink. They couldn't pay me to endorse vapes and all of that because I don't smoke. And I don't want y'all to do it. So you think somebody could pay me to say that I'm something? And I'm not going to be living extravagant from the payment? I'm self-made. For real, for real. Everything that you see comes from my brain, from my intellectual property. I'm self-made for real, for real. I've never had a boss in my life. And I'm not saying that to front on nobody, but I'm just telling you the truth. They laugh at me all the time. They say, this dude has never had a traditional job. I never have. I've always figured it out. We were fighting for Africa and we were FBAs. We was making songs like South Africa. We was doing all this shit. That's why we was rocking all of that. We welcomed Nelson Mandela and all of that. We was doing all that. We was doing all that. But when new information comes out, go with the new information. When new information comes out, you go off the new information. So I'm confused. Happy Valley Farms. I'm going to address you because I see you just want to keep typing. You said Homo sapien, modern humans, started in Africa, 300, left 70,000, got trapped in ice and mutated white. Okay. So they got trapped in ice and then they mutated white. And if that's what you want to believe, by all means, believe it. Because people really believe stuff like that. And they will run with it and they will go from chat room into everything and believe that. And that's something. Let me tell you something too. Before I go, I'm going to be real with you. Me, Doggy Diamonds, love all black people. But what I started doing is the people who don't love me, I don't love you back. Now, as a foundational Black American in this country, a lot is owed to us because of the work we put in and the promises that was made, the civil rights, all of that. That was because of us. A lot is owed to us. A lot of promises was made and they tricked and did a lot of wild shit to trick us out of our position. We just trying to get what's owed to us. And then a lot of times, because you're not getting none of it, you don't want us to have it either. Or you're trying to get some of it when there's places where you already got stuff. It's just the truth. And some of the people that don't know that we're different are appointing people because of their skin color and their complexion and thinking we're all one, and they're the ones making decisions of what we should get. And they got a homeland. That's one of the problems too. So, I don't have no beef with nobody. I don't have no issues with nobody. I got beef with poverty. I got beef with poor mind states. I got a war with myself every day. But I'm not a person who like people telling me what to do or what I am. I don't like that. I do my due diligence, I do my research, and I say, oh, this best fits me. Nobody gonna tell me, you're this. Fuck is you? I never used any words. I didn't call nobody tether tonight. I didn't use any of those words. I'm being real with you. I don't even really know what none of that shit means. I never looked into any of that because I don't care. Don't even know nothing about that. I'm just saying you ain't gonna tell me what I ain't and tell me what I am. Oh, well, we didn't create and y'all created this and y'all created, especially when it comes to this hip hop. See, now we dealing in my world. Now we dealing in my realm. Now we dealing in where we gonna do the research. And I did that for y'all, for those who know, for those who really, really into that. I did it. I showed y'all. But why are y'all always trying to tell us about us? And there's plenty of videos of y'all from the continent or the Caribbean or whatever saying how we ain't shit. Plenty of videos. The fucking brick lady who said a black man, I got hit with a brick and no black man helped me. She wasn't Black American. She wasn't foundational Black American. And then y'all ran with that black men, black women are the least protected, or for a damn liar. Brick lady, I talked about that. She wasn't foundational Black American. I don't see y'all digging in her ass. I don't see y'all kicking in her ass. She said what she said, came out for being the fucking liar, and that was it. Disrupting reality. Thank you for that super chat. I'm always gonna stand on my stand. She lied. Black men don't protect it. We the least protected. You can't, and then you always come with these quotes. Yeah. When every other country is a patriarchal society but the United States. So you could run with all that shit. All of these countries, all of these Arab countries, all of these countries on the continent, they patriarchal society. Women don't do what they want them to do. They will whoop their ass in the street. and justify it through their religion. This is where you come and get a little bit of freedom, where women could just say some wild shit to you and get away with it. Every other place in the world, ass whooping. Straight in the street. In front of everybody. In front of the kids. In front of the family. Your mother might hit you too.
Bruh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh.
So we wanted to promote Betty Shabazz, Coretta Scott King, and others. Y'all wanted to promote Sexy Red, Glorilla, and all that. And that's all of a part of a big agenda anyway. That's not what we want. That's not how we depict our women. That's not how we look at our women. That's what society does that. And through society, it was a lot of trickery. And then when you look at your Instagram and you look at certain things, a lot of the women who be promoting and acting deviant behavior be women of the continent, because they naturally got big bodies in a good way. So they're the ones doing all this. Now you got niggas lusting over AI women and can't even understand it's AI. And then when you look in the comments, ooh, these broken English guys lusting over women. Wait, I don't do that shit. That's not where I'm from.
Bruh.
Now hold on. Because showing and proving always got to be the thing. I can show you my Explorer page. If I click on any of this, watch where the women are from.
Bruh.
That's what I'm saying. So on that note, I'm Doggy Diamonds. I'm out. Got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of things to do, as I should be doing. Again, get in touch with your family. I don't care where you're from. Be proud of your family. Be proud of whatever you're proud of. Just don't tell people what they are and what they ain't. One thing that you can't be, if you're not, you can't be foundational Black American. Don't get mad. If you Pan-Africanist, be Pan-Africanist. Be the best that you could be. Organize with your people. Do things dope for your family, your community. I don't like you. I don't love you. I don't hate you. Many of you people I don't know, but it just seems like you get a little upset when some of us identify with what we identify with. But when you want to identify with what you want to identify with, we had to deal with it. And some of us come out of that. Some of us come out of, yo, hold on. Nah, this shit is weak. We worried about what's going on in the continent that don't even embrace us. I'm worried about here. We built this shit. We part of this. This is our land. We pay taxes and live here. We don't live in another country or somewhere else. Nah, I got to take care of this. I vote here. On that note, if you want to get interviewed on Doggy Diamonds TV, just hit me at Doggy Diamonds. And you want to hop on a special offer, because it's a 35-minute interview, including social media promo. It could be live streamed or tape, and an additional guest can be in your interview.
Hey, you know what? I make sure my microphone is plugged up. Okay, let me do a sound check. I'm gonna go live TikTok in a second. Hold on.
Can be in your interview.
Hey, you know what? Okay, yeah, all right. Microphone good. Hey, family, that video, I was meaning to play that video ages ago. I must say, I am so happy I waited to play that video. I had no idea it was gonna be that good. I thought it was gonna be like, rah-rah, typical, we FBA, got tethers. Like at some point, I had a heartfelt moment, you dig? Like that was a sincere video about the lineage if I ever watched one before. I had no idea. And had I played it before, I would have never been like focused enough to like enjoy it the way I just enjoyed just now. Like I was focused because you could see most of the video I watched on my phone. So, I mean, I wasn't stationary on my laptop doing multitasking. So when I'm live on my phone, I'm forced to singular task. feel me? But that was way better than what I imagined. So if you guys got TikTok, you might, and you want to join the panel, you might want to hop on TikTok. If you don't gotta, that's my TikTok link right there in the chat. If you don't have a TikTok account, then you might want to get one. Like when I say that, people think you got to start joining TikTok rooms. That's not what I mean. Just because, matter of fact, yeah, just because. Now, I don't join TikTok rooms. I'm gonna join one right now while we're live, so y'all can hear what goes on. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Hold on, I'm gonna join these because I don't join TikTok rooms because they don't record them. They don't make the recording available. All my recordings are available. So I don't want to join them when I can't take advantage of my own intellectual properties afterwards. I want to re-air to my life because I'm gonna drop some dope information. I want to be heard. That's the point. I thought I didn't know people go online just to go online, just cloud chase and get views, clicks and views. I go online to teach, educate, share, learn. Like I probably learned half as much as I came in with. So if my information is 100% complete, I probably learned 50% of it interacting with you guys and other folks. I did not go into this knowing as much as I know today. Like you guys have been sending links. You guys been saying stuff in the chat. You guys been joining the panel, and even some of the ops help educate me to know what I know. All right. So I'm gonna join a TikTok space. Where's my hold on? And I'm gonna join the panels where I would never join, but because I'm live joining, I got my own recorded version. You feel me? So I don't need them to air it. We're gonna air it together. Yogi, there's McDonald's right there. If you don't go to sleep. Okay, go. Yeah, so all right. My audio. Okay. My mic kept being janky. All right. Let me join some of these panels. Tethers and all. Okay. Let's get involved. Be nosy. What are these folks talking about on TikTok? Yeah. And yeah, and you're gonna see a lot of these spaces. You gotta to get on the panel. You gotta like give them a gift or something, some weird stuff.
Divisive. White tea and what these Africans want. So everybody is really just feeding into the narrative because you feel a certain way, but you don't even realize what it's doing to all of us.
All right, so
The Anti-weaponization fund is for Black people, and I can prove it. Oh yeah, baby, that $1.8 billion is ours. Especially we can do because it's turning into burnout. Don't engage. Listen, Charlie.
I'm just trying to see who's live, who's in the different spaces.
Are already part of the indigenous populations of the land. America Vespucci got his name from the Americas mountain range, which was an indigenous population there. He took the name, renamed himself, and then renamed the whole continent. Afrikaners got the name from the Afri tribe, which is part of the northeastern region of Africa, and he conquered.
This is TikTok space
renamed the whole
by
continent
Rebel.
Africa, you know, a couple hundred years later. So, yeah, they're similar structures, but they didn't just come up with the name. They got the name from indigenous populations there.
I understand all that, good brother. I heard all that before. I know about that.
Yeah, I was just saying, because you said they came up with the name, but they didn't come up with the name.
What did Black people as a whole, what did we call ourselves before? That's my point.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm about to land, good brother. My point is, these labels divide us. It makes us not see each other as brother and sister and as family. That's my point. If we go to the root of who we really are, Black is the root of who we really are. It's not just a race, but it's a state of mind, a consciousness, a way of living, the highest form of being, which is God Himself.
Oh
That's
my
my
God.
point. If we
I'm kind of joined.
Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Face of a Black man and Black woman, you're looking at God. Hey! So there's nothing above us. We are the supreme on the planet. We are the lords of creation, but we just...
Everybody want to charge you to join their panel.
We're not living in our glory days as in the past. Even what you can see, when the colonizers started going into Africa and whatnot, we had great civilizations in cities that's beneath the stars.
Let me try one more.
Like state right now. The only way to walk, even before
it's not just one trait that makes up a human, it's multiple. So there's multiple genes that might make up as the reason why you are who you are. And that's okay too. You know, your estrogen and traits and stuff like that might be the reason why you're probably GAY. I don't know. But do I believe there is a gay gene? One day there might be one. I don't know. But yeah. So science is trying to figure that out.
I have an accent, so don't be surprised. I'm saying I've been hearing and learning. You guys have a lot of information about it. Simple-minded. I don't have that much information.
I'm trying to see what can I. If they're not charging, how can I join?
Gender and I don't know if I can say gay or queer. And I've been having friends in the community for more than 40 years.
So that's their topic right there. I'm not interested in that.
Turn your car off.
Black people in Africa. Oh yeah, baby, that $1.8 billion is ours. Especially when your vice president says the criteria is...
We're going to take a lot of people who are going to apply and say that they have been mistreated by their government. I think it's unreasonable to give them just compensation.
Here's 6 reasons why. The Homestead Act, the government gave away 1.6 million acres in land, and Black people were systematically excluded. Wealth laws, 300.
They gave away 270 million. 160 acres each person.
The Social Security Act of 1935, the government excluded agricultural and domestic workers, of which Black people at that time constituted 60%. That's the GI Bill. 1.2 million Black veterans returned from World War II. Banks refused these veterans loans, and nearly $33 billion in home loans went exclusively to white veterans. The Federal Housing Administration drew red lines around Black neighborhoods and refused to insure mortgages there. In 1981 to 1996, the USDA denied loans to Black farmers. Farm ownership dropped from 14% to just 1%.
Stay in your car! Stay in your car!
The government gave HBCU lands and refused to match land with funds and the PPP. The government distributed $525 billion. However, Black entrepreneurs received a 29% approval rate through banks, while white entrepreneurs received a 60% approval. And yes, slavery, absolutely, I'm going to repeat that. Because America benefits $14.2 trillion. I think we should flood the system with claims. The Anti-weaponization fund is for Black people, and I can prove it. Oh yeah, baby, that $1.8 billion.
Yeah, so oh my God.
Nation of all of that.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I want to change the subject on the panel, But I'm trying to understand. Give an example of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I see where this is going. They agree. Do they agree with the out of Africa theory? Doesn't the NOI push that narrative?
Well, you got to get control and spin it.
I see. Yeah, I see where this is going. Don't they get out of? Don't they speak the same narrative? Brother, hold on, brother. Hold on. I see where this is going, and we can have a discussion about the NOI because I respect the NOI a lot. But let's go to FBA Mike on what the brother said, or just whatever he want to touch on.
Yeah, much respect to the brother, but I think it's not beneficial for people to speak on other people, the titles they choose to use. Like, everybody got their own way of thinking, and eventually they come around to believe what they want to believe. I don't believe in just like talking to black people and tell them what you believe in and what you think is wrong. You should come to my side. You know, we can still be aligned, whatever title we choose, whatever ethnicity we choose, whatever, as long as it's forward thinking, you know, moving us along. But a lot of people just get sidetracked by these titles, these little side arguments going back thousands of years in history, the original names and meanings. Hey, we call FBA American now, Foundational Black American now, because that's what everybody recognize. Nobody go choose no ancient name and you gotta reintroduce and re-explain everything over. It's kind of basically it's already spoken for itself. Like when you read the title and say the name, you already know what people mean. So think my way, the way you thinking is wrong. It's about basically the progression of black people in America. It's not about these titles. And your name is the children of Israel, and you telling people all these other titles is wrong. But what you got to figure it out. You're Muslim, you're Israel, you're Jewish. Like, that don't really concern me as long as you black. And you got the benefit seeing black people do better in America and do for ourselves and separating from this system. You know what I'm saying? Because
I just joined, family.
You know,
the panel.
We not free, like you said. We never been free. You know, it's not trying to survive in the system, which equates to freedom. It's surviving without the system.
I just joined the panel. It's gonna be interesting.
Just go be stuck. But these little petty side arguments on language, where we come from in history, no, we might not never know where we come from, you know, because they done burnt all that stuff down.
Oh, we know where we come from.
But we gotta know who we are now, and where we going. That's the most important thing. It's not about this stuff or indigenous or black African slave and this and this. The black people here who probably came from
Dude, land your plane.
From the transatlantic slave
I
trade,
can talk.
they probably came from Africa, but they damn sure not African no more. That's soon as the first person got sold by African, that African tie was severed, you know. And indigenous, I don't go back and speak. I'm not finna tell no black man his claim or his lineage is not true when I haven't did the research, and it's not a basic everybody agree that this is real or true. It's not period. Like I'm not into all that stuff. A lot of people come up here and make a big deal of these titles and these things and FBA and this and that and this and that. But we got to be thinking on where we going, not about the past, not about 3,000 years ago. What tribe we come from? What's your great grandmama last name and all this stuff. Like, it's about if you was here.
God damn, this dude got a win. This dude is long-winded, yo.
From that time, you should be a Black American. You could be indigenous. You could be a Hebrew. You could be a Muslim, whatever. But we got to look forward and see where we're going and figure that out. And all these little side things just.
He's saying the same thing over and over and over again. He's just talking in circles.
Because of the trees, because we getting off all in these little petty small conversations, and that's exactly what they want us to do. You know, these people is calculating. They got an agenda. They got a goal, but we just trying to.
Yeah, he's not gonna shut up.
If FBA, I agree with you, bro, and I do understand. I wasn't trying to discard, you know.
Wait, brother, keep it concise so Chief and Solo can go, and then we can get to the new person on the panel.
Oh yes, sir. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
The new person is me.
I think we should respect and I keep our particular identities among one another. We will be slaves, and God will visit us, and we will come out with great sustenance. Now that's Black people in America, and we are the ones to lead the new world order, which is the Black world order. That's us. And I know, and I respect the term FBA. I just don't use it, but I love the ideology in terms of its distinction. And that doesn't mean that we got separated from all other Black people, but I think we should have an understanding of who we are as a people, Black people in America, and I don't think that should ever be erased. That lineage should go on to the infinity of time, and I don't think that should be flooded in with other people to fade it out or disregard it. No, no, no. We are the chosen of God, and our brothers and sisters around the world, that's our family. And no disrespect to them, but they don't have the knowledge and wisdom, understand to get us out the
Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Oh my God.
The solution actually has come from Black people in America. I land my plane.
Also got to understand what was done to us in America, how our minds were shifted. And I don't know if y'all seen Attack on Titan. Y'all probably don't watch anime, but you had
seen it, family. I seen it. It was fire.
I'm trying to get in this cipher, man.
It's essentially erasing your history, is erasing your memory. And when you say things like Black, African, these are terms that they use to erase your history, to your ethnic group. I get it, what you're saying. We got to come together. We got to kumbaya and all that good stuff. That doesn't mean we can't respect each other's backgrounds, where we come from. We can't understand what was done to us in this country, that these people have literally hijacked anything and everything, because they were looking from the outside in and studying us. They literally came here, wrote about us, studied how we move, how we maneuvered, and they were here long enough to just understand how to take over, how to get into our records, getting where we were congregating at, what we were doing, who we were trading with. They got long enough to infiltrate in, understand. They used the Moors and the other Africans from over there to infiltrate into us over here. And then once they did that, they commenced their agenda. And they're still going and pulling out their agenda to erase history, to erase memory. And I'm not saying
yeah, bro, we understand that, but I'm saying if you're gonna let that cripple us and we can't move forward because of that, it's like we been having these discussions of all this erasure history, what happened, all the stuff we lost for years, and that basically crippled us. We immobilized. We don't got no infrastructure. We don't got no institutions. And I know it's hard to get that in this land and under a law of wanton supremacy, but all this stuff is just crippling us. It's just crippling us. Like we can't move forward. We can't do this because we debating these little terms.
Us that you're referring to.
Smithsonian is literally an institution that works against us, right? The Smithsonian is not our institution. That's not ours.
When you guys are saying, when you're saying us,
Mogul, your whole argument is that we from here, right?
Okay.
And we not from Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Never said that.
Okay, well, no, I know, but I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you a question. Like, what?
My argument is that
that's my argument.
You are allowing for an external force to tell you where you think you're from, or where you think.
I can't even get a word in.
It's the term Africa. Africa is not where you're from. Even if you're from that part of the continent, they never called it Africa. The Romans called it Africa. You have free people existed somewhere in that continent, but that wasn't all people.
Yeah, can I help you out?
You get what I'm saying?
Can anybody hear me? Can I help you out?
Logo.
Okay.
And then Chief, and then we can get to the.
Dang, the guests go last.
Okay. Africans aren't even.
The guests go last.
Hold on. So you can go ahead.
All right. What I was gonna say is, if we look at it at a standpoint of We are only affected by racism and the system that's against us, by which we need something from them. Any event, Black America creates their own institutions where we're not asking them to birth our kids. We're not asking them for bank loans. We're not asking them for mortgages because we have our own
Oh my God, we got our own system. No, that's the wrong attitude.
Bank giving the immigrants loans or giving immigrants businesses or discriminating against us because we're not asking them for the loans because we have our own bank that's going to give it to us.
We do?
That's the way I look at it when it comes to sort of erasing our history. If we have our own libraries with our own authors, with our own books that are writing our history, we're not going to be concerned about the way the YT people or the way the immigrants are writing our history because
That's why I'm gonna go last. They saying so much I got to counter to. I'm gonna be long-winded.
are going to the history available to them. Does that make sense?
No.
Is that a solution to how we can ensure that our blueprint in America continues forward, but we're not relying on sort of the system and
I disagree.
to maintain those collections?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
All right, let Chief go ahead, and then FBA News, we go on to you.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Know on the panel. I agree with Cello. I think with a lot of it, and I'm actually curious to see what FBA News got to say, because we definitely have institutions, and we've been having institutions for generations, and that's what the whole integration was about, was to destabilize our economy. They honestly fired for it because we didn't need them. Just what Solo was saying, we literally did not need them at all. And they got jealous of that, and they burned it all to the ground, flooded us, so that way we would need them. So, like, for example, HBCUs are institutions, are learning institutions, and we still have them, but they're not these Black people with white faces or white noses are in control of them. I feel like, and that's why I'm saying, like, we spend too much time. I agree with, I can't remember who said it, but I agree. We spend too much time on labels and historical accuracies. I don't care about that no more. You know what I mean? I really don't care. I think, and this is what we have the Bible for. And, I am Christian. I know that's controversial. I understand. But I think at a certain point, we got to just chalk it up to, you know what? Yeah, we the closest people to the Israelites, and cool. That's
Oh my God.
building to the future, because they are destabilizing us, and they brought in millions and millions of different groups of people, Black included, Black immigrants, non-Black immigrants, to come here and to drown us out. And for a long time, it was working. For a long time, people was not confident in repping Black American. We don't have no culture. We don't know where we come from. I'm from LA. I'm from California, so I see a lot of us out here falling into that trap because we losing our southern roots, you know what I mean, or just our Black roots in general. And I think we gotta focus on the present and on the future. So I think what Solo is saying, I agree with. That's it.
All right, makes sense. FBA News, you can go ahead.
Okay, cool. Black and African are not interchangeable. Black is a racial term that started over here by white people, and what somebody said earlier, that was part of the erasure. So no, it's important to have these table talks, these small ones. All right, I disagree with people saying we should avoid those. No, we need clarity. All right, we're being destabilized because there's no clarity. Edward Blum is teaching us broad things get shut down. They don't go nowhere. Specificity is what goes somewhere. All right. So for one, Black, that's an English word. That's something as placed on people as a positive endonym that started right here in America with our ancestors in the 60s. And even earlier that, the dude Children of Corn should know that was in Muhammad Speaks, right? Then you got Richard Wright, 1954, Black Power, and you got Wilkins, a little before Kwame Ture, but he was the first to say it as a political cry. So Black is something that is our thing. We're ethnically Black. That's different than racially Black. And so we use Black as an endonym. Endonym means endos is inside, nym is name. That's an inside name. The brother earlier said Africans are not even African. He's right. That's an exonym. Exos outside, nym name. That's outsiders naming you. Everybody named themselves. Nobody got the right to name you. So I agree with somebody said earlier, as far as we shouldn't be arguing what people call themselves. Those are endonyms, inside names. Those are to be respected. 1 second. Okay, so we got to get the language right. So these folks coming over here, they are black racially because the white man said they're black. They never called themselves black at all. That's an English word. And they never. So we're black ethnically. Black banks, black dollar, black Wall Street. All of our society is black. An Igbo person. Oh, hold on. God damn. A Nigerian. All of their social affairs and politics is Nigerian. It ain't black. We even got a black flag, the Black American heritage flag. They got the Nigerian flag. So nothing about society is black other than the white man saying they are dark. He called them Negro. He ain't call them black. And Negro was synonymous with inferior, animal, somebody's worthy of enslavement. It wasn't just a simple dark-skinned, tall, dark, and handsome African. That was not how it was used. Now, the sister who said the loans, we don't care about that. That's a lie. Okay, there's nobody in this country that made it big without loans. White suburbs, white supremacy. This whole structure is based off government set aside government loans. Nobody received more government assistance than white people, starting from slavery, plantation slavery, all the way down to the 1862 Homestead Act, to 1933 HOLC 34 FHA. Then the New Deal, somebody said earlier, the new bill, the GI bill. So these are all, and TANF was white tea. So all these assistances were for white tea people. We were systematically and systemically excluded from those things. So we'll be a fool. The economy of this country is based on our free labor. We would be a fool to say that don't belong to us. That 50% of that belong to us. So we're not going to start from scratch while they have that blank check for each other. No, we're not doing that. We're not going to start from scratch. That's goofy. So the indigenous people went through genocide, paper genocide, through Walter Plecker, 1924 Racial Integrity Act. Today, in 2026, 100 years later, we're going through paper ethnocide. So no, it really matters more than ever to clarify who you are now so you won't be part of that erasure that they keep trying to do. They're trying to throw us into this flat blackness. And when you understand the indigenous people plight correctly, you would know that they were taken from a specific identity and thrown into a vague, ambiguous race box called Negro. So that was the black of their time. That was their flat blackness, Negro. And also was thrown in that box was mulattoes. And that was to justify stealing from you. 2026, we're thrown into a race. They took our ethnicity, black, and they made it a racial term behind our back. 1960 was ethnicity. 1977 through the OMB, it was now a race behind our back. So we're using this word as an ethnicity, but it's being applied as a race. That means other folks are entitled to it. We didn't know that until recently, obviously.
So I'm gonna let Chief. Apparently they want to respond to what you said, but I am gonna put a countdown on there because we have Mr. Intelligence still ain't go yet. So Chief, you can go ahead.
Bet. I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying well, first off, you're right. 1,010%. You're absolutely right. I literally wrote a paper on this on how as Black Americans, we're black three ways: racially, ethnically, and nationally, because for a long time we was not considered Americans. So 110%. But what I'm saying is now I think we have to strategize now because we are who we are and we are influential. Other groups of people are now wanting to claim black as a racial, bat signal or whatever. Now I think we have the opportunity to define ourselves even more specifically, and black can't do that because there's other dark skin or Afro texture hair that people are going to be like, nah, we're black. I mean, we see this debate happening all the time. We're still black. And at a certain degree, I agree with them, but they're not Black American. So now we have to we have to give up one of our blacks. We got 3 blacks. We got to give up one so we can define ourselves more specifically. The one thing that every other people have over us is the fact that they got something specific, a specific name for them. right? If we look at the countries in the West, Jamaica West, Haiti West, but if we look at Africa, even the Nigerians, within Nigeria, they got the tribe, Yoruba, Hausa, et cetera, et cetera. We need to define ourselves more specific so that way we can kick other people out. Like, nah, yeah, you might be Black racially, sure, but culturally, you're not Solani. You know what I mean? I like Solan, so I just say that, but et cetera, et cetera. So I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying we gonna be talking in circles forever if we don't come to a common consensus that, you know what, Black is too generic for us now. Back in the day, it wasn't, because of other, just like you just said, it wasn't as the identity wasn't as conflated. Now it is. So we're gonna have to move it along and choose something that's specific to us. That's it.
I agree. All right, yeah, Solo, you can go ahead. I'm gonna give you a timer also, and then Mr. Intelligent, we're gonna get to you, brother.
I'm gonna be quick. I just wanted to respond to that because he said specifically that he disagreed with me about us not having to worry about these banks giving us loans. And he said he disagreed with that because we're entitled to it. And my response was that that's not necessarily what I meant. I'm not saying our people get these loans.
It's silly. It's silly.
Don't get these loans and participate. I'm saying that we as a Black community, we have our own banks.
No, we don't.
Our own institutions that are lending these funds out to
No,
our
they're not.
people.
No, they're not.
Oh, they give credit.
Okay, I got cooker on that.
Because we have our own institution to provide that service to our people.
Okay, makes sense. Mr. Intelligent, you can go ahead, respond to anything that you heard on the panel, or if you want to respond to if you think Pan-Africanism is suitable for Black Americans in 2026, you can respond to that.
Okay. I'm gonna respond to the hold on. I'm getting this right. I'm gonna respond to the prompt. Is Pan-African suitable for Black Americans? No, because we delineating, us FBAs are delineating ourselves from every ethnic group. So Pan-Africans want to kumbaya? No, it's a no-go. So I don't believe that they could ever, relate to Black Americans. Bruh. And then to come back to talk about, am I related to Africa? No. I had 3 different tests done. One by, I had my DNA test by a laboratory by taking blood from my arm in Detroit, Michigan. Also, I had 23andMe, all right? And then I had ancestries. And all of them I got says no connections to Africa. My ancestors been here over 300 years, okay? 300 years, okay? There's no way I could, I knew I wouldn't know relation to no Africa, period. Okay, now I'm going back to the genealogy and the literature. So they, ancestors wrote a letter saying, reason you Black because you wasn't descended as a slave, your ancestors came from a different part of the Americans. So I don't know what that means. But to say it was Black melanated people already here before white tea ever got here. See, and that's the point people don't understand. See, so they asked me, a lot of Africans say, well, what is your tribal language? What's your language? And I says, well, from what I know and what I looked up in history, the melanated Black American people was here already. They had their own language, but it got erased through unaliving my ancestors. So I can't speak their language, but I'm still looking up and seeing how they was writing this language and speaking this language, because it wasn't English from my ancestors, 6 generations. And I do have 4 birth certificates of 4th generations, but I don't have the 6th generation. So when it comes to Black melanated people, they need to do research on who they are and where their ancestors come from. Because everybody ain't from no Africa. And I want you to know that for a fact. And if I was, I wouldn't be mad to tell you about it. So I'm telling you, look it up, see who you are and where you come from, you know. But I already knew I wasn't, because people done tests on my, I don't know how they do it in science and universities, but they test my nails and everything. So I mean, I'm having no connections with them, period. This phenotype or nothing. So
yeah, did you want to say something? I see you came off mute.
No, I agree with what he said. Everything he said, I agree with.
Okay, and FBA News,
Yeah.
they did you want to respond to what either Solo or Chief said?
Solo. All right. So I'm somebody that's not new to this, been doing this for a long time. Black banks, when you say black banks, I don't know what you mean. But black banks they are stuck to the same redlining practices as white T banks. Okay, y'all look that up. They're not different. Like, we're not getting more loans in black banks, right? We're getting the same loans, you know, the same low success rate with loans in black banks. So there's really no difference in that. But the brother, for the chief that said we need a more delineated term by black is being hijacked. That's some truth there. So two options. So one of the options he gave was right. One option is you got either dismiss it, eject it, or, which I say we need to repo it, because when you say they're black, when you ask them are they black, they'll say yeah. Then you say, well, how are you black? And then they could only say racially. So that means that you're only black because white people said you were. Like, you never said you're black. You come over here, you check a box, so you're only black on paper? How does that work? So you're not black ethnically, you're not black nationally, you're not black continentally, tribally, you're just black on paper over here. So that's easy to like get them off that. So in Africa, they don't use black like that. They say people of African descent. So what we can do is an option is to take that black thing off there and use what Africa uses, people of African descent or something like that. So I feel like black has too many historical wins. Black Wall Street, so many black business districts. We got Black Reconstruction, Black Panthers, Black Civil Rights Movement, free blacks, people who got themselves freed from slavery before Emancipation Proclamation. So there's too many W's under the word black to like just dismiss it, because the first black inventors, 50 black patents. 50,000 black patents. So what are we gonna do now? We're gonna say it was the Solon black patents like that. That's not. I like Solon too, but there are not a lot of black accomplishments under that word Solon. That resonates. So going forward, we can say black and we can say Solon, but I don't think that they should be allowed to say black at all, because then they're still tethering to our historical great past.
There's no black American is good, because black is synonymous with America. Let's not get it twisted. So I don't think we should accommodate they hate, they jealousy, and change the whole name of a lineage, but black and American is synonymous. So if they don't get it, they just acting crazy. You go around the world, every continent on earth, and you say you black, they go equate it with American.
All right. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna let you go. But I agree with what the two brothers just said. Solo, I'm gonna let you go, then Chief, and then we're gonna go to Fat.
I can respond really quickly to his statement about the banks, because the reason why I say that we need black banks, because obviously we have black banks and obviously they're not as effective. Just like you said, I agree that we're not getting an increase in loans and resources from the banks that we so-called call black banks. That's why we need a separate institution that is a black bank that is doing exactly what you say that the other banks are not doing. So that would be my solution to that. I understand we have black banks, right? But they're not favoritism. They're not, providing the resources that we think Black America needs. So that's why we need new institutions.
Can I respond to that real quickly? Like,
real quick,
15 seconds. Okay. Edward Blum has an organization founded in 2021. It's called the American Alliance for Equality and Rights. So black banks, you can't use black in anything. That violates the 1981 section of the 1866 Civil Rights Bill. So using black flat like that is foo-foo. Like that's why it has to be lineage based. So using a racial term in that type of way for organizations to exclude other races or prioritize other races, that Edward Blum will sue that bank, bankrupt it, and then white people have more money. That's more. That's the fact.
So we're people to make sure that our bank is legally protected, right? But I don't understand.
So then what's the advantage? So I'm trying to hear the advantage then.
Want to be legally comply with, right? We're going to hire people to make sure that we're legally protected, but we are going to be doing this for black people, no?
Wait, how? No, you can't.
If so,
You can't.
so
That's racial discrimination.
for the economic power for black people, what is your solution since the black thing is not ethnicity?
One I could go.
But okay, so look, let me respond. Let me respond real quickly.
Okay.
All right, I promise you 10 seconds. I promise you. Y'all can answer the solution part. I don't have the solution. All I'm doing is what we should do. We're brainstorming. So look, we're brainstorming. So when something isn't right and we know it's not right, we should speak up. So I'm saying that isn't right. You can't prioritize race. That Edward Blum would sue that down and make you.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's a nothing burger, but it's a waste of time. I'm done.
Solo, let him finish.
Okay. So all I'm saying to you, Solo, is this. You got to be careful with language you use. Edward Blum has been shutting down all these DEI movements because they're using flat black. He's going to, so that bank that go up, that get funding from us, he's going to sue and take all that money and then make it a diverse bank anyway. So I was asking, like, so what is the advantage for us if it's just a flat black bank? How is that helping us more than anybody else? And it can't, not under that name. Now, maybe a delineated term, right? A lineage-based term maybe can do that, but under the flat blackness, it's not going to work.
Okay, but okay, I understand. Right, that's the title of it. We can whatever, but if it's not going to be us investing in our community by collectively gathering our money together and offering these opportunities to our people, what is your solution? If that's not the solution, what is the solution?
I'm gonna yield to the other guys to answer that.
All right, let's let Chief respond, and then we can go to Fat.
Love this convo. Love the way that is headed. I agree with what FBA News is saying, and I agree with what Solo is saying. I think there's a miscommunication. As far as the banks and institutions is going with what they're saying, I think there's a miscommunication. I think Solo is saying we should get to a place where federal loans or just any loans from any government or outside community. I think, or at least that's what I'm saying. I think I want us to get to the point where we are providing the loans for our institutions, our banking institutions, our higher learning institutions, et cetera, et cetera. We are funding. We have 1.2 whatever $1 trillion spending power. That means that we have money. We're just not organized on where we're sending it to. If we like these buoy state,
they don't understand what I'm saying.
Buoy state being having to cut 70 million or having to cut 70, I don't know, whatever it is, them not having enough money for their employees and their.
What I'm saying is, how can we get those banks to prioritize us without Edward Blum suing them? They're missing that.
These government loans, because they're inherently anti-us, anti-black, specifically anti-black American. That's what I'll say about the institutions. I don't think that we should be looking to be, for any government bailouts, because historically, when we've been doing good, we haven't been putting our money in banks. Because to a certain point, we weren't even allowed to. And then what happens? When everybody else was broke, we had money and we were able to literally help Cadillac, and help Hennessy and help Pepsi and all these other companies not go bankrupt because we were the only ones with money. Boom. The second part, as far as identity, I agree with what you're saying, FBA News. I agree. But at the same point, just what you're saying with the Bloom guy and the way that everything is going now, currently, we can't attach.
Okay, go sleep. I'm not going to wake you up.
Because that is seen as a racial term as well, outside of, regardless of how we have an affinity for it.
I can wake you up. Go down.
Other groups of people look at everybody with Afro hair or super, super dark skin or just, dark in general as black. 100%, whether we like it or not. That is how it's seen on a more globalized scale. So what I'm saying is now, just what you're saying, if we attach anything to Black, they're coming after it, they're suing it, and there's not going to be able to. Just the same how the white doctor is coming at the fine Black doctors, he coming at that. We have to remove one of our Blacks and come up with a new ethnic term that defines us, that is not racialized, but just like you said, lineage based and a history, historically based. Like, you know what, we went through ethnogenesis when the transatlantic slave trade, regardless of the ones that were already here and the ones who came, fine. We came together and came up with a whole new culture that is tied to America because we're here. But even if all of us were to leave America and go to, let's just say, Africa, we would still be our own ethnic group, even in Africa, because of this historical, tragedies and stuff like that we went through. So I'm saying our new ethnic term cannot have Black in it, because that's going to be seen as too racialized. It has to be something that encompasses only specific us. I think the only thing that really does it justice would be something so long, because we have soul food. That's the name of our food. That we have soul music. That's the name of our music, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's something that we can build around, that is specific to only us. I land.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I like what you said, a lot of things, but here's the problem with acronyms. Like, so I said this already on my lives, right? Acronymic lineage or ethnic terms are problematic, because when you look at ADOS, right, descendants of slaves, many people can say, hey, that belongs to me. And we say, no, American. They say, hey, I'm from the Americas, right? South America. FBA. I kind of agree with you a little bit right there, because I said it myself, that Black, even though it's racialized, we can unracialize it, because once we see when delineation is complete, remember, they're only Black on paper. So when we're delineating and the things that's for us are just for us, there's no incentives for them to check Black anymore, and there's no incentives for them to fight to be Black. So they will immediately let that go. All right, now hold on, wait, I wasn't even done. So the problem with acronyms is this, because I like Salon until I thought it was just a word, and I was rolling with it until I learned it was an acronym. That's problematic, because all somebody got to do is find one of those words, and if they could find how it relates to them, then they could also backdoor their way in that. So what I was saying to my live audience was that the best way to go about it is to come up with a word from scratch that has no preset Webster, Oxford definition, and we have the only definition for it. That is a foolproof way to protect the lineage. So if we're gonna drop Black, I would go that route. I'll say choose a word. Like, let's say if the people that made up Salon agree to get rid of the acronym and just go with the word Salon, I'm all on board with that.
Wait, but it's not an acronym. The only acronym is the double A. Hold on, brother. African American.
Hold on, brother. Let Fat go. She won't wait.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you guys, but I just want to add to the conversation about, FBA or having Black as an identifier. And as Chief was stating, there's a problem because everything that is race-based is being sued. And you can't, and I agree that a lot has been done underneath the Black status. I'm not saying you get rid of that. I say you use that socially and on paper, as far as documents are concerned, as far as resources are concerned. You have an ethnic identifier that's traceable to maybe an 1870 census. So therefore, you're distinguished from every other melanated person who is now going by Black. Because although Africans have that entire continent, due to immigration, you have Mexicans being deported to Congo. You have the small hats going over to Kenya. So now they're changing their labeling status to accommodate those fair-skinned people. And to distinguish themselves, they're calling themselves Black based upon their tribes and everything else. So we're going to have to make some adjustments due to what's happening. And I think that if we identify underneath a umbrella ethnicity such as American freedmen, which is already identified with us, change the documents that Obama changed from Negro to African American, and since it back to American freedmen or Negro, then that will be very helpful, because you have people like Hunan who's trying to make African an ethnicity. They're pushing African as the ethnicity because they're aware as well that you cannot be race-based.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So like you guys got to really study exonym, endonym. All right. So freedman that's an exonymic term. That's not something we chose for ourselves. Our former enslaver chose that for us, right? Abraham Lincoln. So he said we're freedmen, right? We're free from enslavement, right? Real ethnic identities are chosen within the population themselves. So Igbo, they chose that, right? The Delineation chose Haiti, and white people chose French and whatever else. You have to choose your own name first and foremost. It cannot be an exonymic term, because then you're not empowered. Whoever names you controls you. They empowered you, right? They could take power from you. That's their name. That's first and foremost. African. I don't know where you got that from. Like you guys, I mean, people got it. Hold on.
Right.
Right, but hold on. I got it. Tell me where can I go to look at that? Because an ethnicity for who? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, but that's an individual, right? Come on, that's just an individual just talking. But I'm saying, okay, hold on. I got you. But an ethnicity for what racial? I mean, what ethnic group?
Supposedly melanated black.
Okay, stop. Okay, stop. That's 100% cap. Ethnicity is something specific. See, the problem with blackness, and that Chief is telling us, is that it doesn't tell you nothing. Right, I'm black. Okay, what country in Africa? What island in the West Indies? What place in America or Haiti? That don't really tell you anything. Right. So what you're saying that's fake news. And nobody trying to make you can't make a broad word in ethnicity. Ethnicities are exclusive to that particular group. You can't join an ethnicity. You can't quit one.
Union that have labeled us as their diaspora.
Yeah, okay, you're moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that there's no such thing as an all-inclusive ethnicity, and I land right there.
It's not all inclusive. It's an umbrella underneath subcategories of people who are
even with that, but that's not the ma'am. Let me ask you this. Okay. Are you done?
It's an umbrella term. So that has different subgroups, because you're never going to get a consolidation of one ethnic group, because we all have our own ethnicities individually, and that will be considered erasure. But as an umbrella term, and you have subcategories of people who are American Indians, they're not going to let you change them to black when they are Pamunkey. They're not going to do that.
Okay, hold on.
But because their subcategory is American Indigenous, they might compromise with that.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'm saying.
So can you define ethnicity for me? I want to know if you know what it means. Okay. No, I'm not. Okay, I got you. It's my go now. I thought you would answer the question, but I got you though. The reason why I'm saying that's cap. An ethnicity is for specific people who share something collectively, like histories together, cultures together, languages, food dishes. We don't do that with the. Wait, ma'am, is my go, ma'am? Is my go now? Right, where's my go now? Because I asked her a question, she didn't want to answer it, so I'm gonna answer it for you. This is a Googleable word. If anybody Google ethnicity, that is for a particular group with a shared history, shared culture, shared language. We don't share histories, languages, and cultures with the rest of the world, right? We share it with ourselves here in America. So that's why I'm saying like that's cap. There's no such thing as a umbrella ethnical term for people who don't share things with each other. That's cap.
Culture as someone who is Apache, they share the same culture.
What is their shared ethnicity?
Their shared ethnicity is the fact that they are
exactly
census of records.
No. Okay, hold on. Okay, I got you. Wait. Now you see, okay. Now watch this. Hold on. Right, Bob. But this is actually a learning lesson. Now, ma'am, who takes those records? Is it the indigenous people of that land or white people?
Are you leaving this white land?
No, that's not the question. I'm saying who is the person who's coming up with naming people things that they didn't name themselves? Is that the indigenous people themselves, or is that the white man? Right. So that's crickets. So it's the white man. So the white man don't have a right to name people. Everybody on earth named them.
They relabeled you.
What?
My God.
That's not.
Okay. So I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I mean, look, it's whatever. But every person on earth named themselves. It was the white man and the Arabs who came later and start renaming people. And guess what? Most of the world did not accept those exonymic terms. They instead held on to their endonymic terms. So Whitey Man, Walter Plecker, and the Blumenbach, all those folks, they don't have the right to name you. Now you could bow down like a slave and say, all right, give me that. But that's not Black empowerment. That's not Igbo empowerment. That's not Haitian empowerment. Haitian empowerment, Jamaican empowerment, West Indian empowerment is to name yourselves. So when they write stuff on a census to check a box for a check or resources, that don't mean that's who you are. That's what you got to click to get resources. But that's not who you are socially. That's not who you are socially or politically. Okay?
All right, y'all, we're gonna let the truth teller go. We're gonna let somebody new jump in.
What up, y'all? Quick question. What's the open question for the panel right now?
Well, the prompt is Pan-Africanism suitable for Black Americans in 2026?
Oh, of course not. It's not suitable for Black Americans at all.
Okay, so you disagree with wanting to unite the whole Black diaspora?
Well, those people aren't Black; they're African. So, I mean, and the diaspora, if we want to say people of African descent or people who have African descent and wanting to unify, my question would be, what would be the benefit to Black Americans to unify with the rest of the group? I really I want somebody to answer that question for me if anybody can, because I haven't really been able to get any tangible example of what that benefit would be. So can anybody provide that by any chance?
So did you want to Chief want to answer that?
Yes, what I said earlier was one of the investments could be that if we were to go over in Africa and invest in their communities, and of course we're getting a cut, as well as invest in their mineral rights. Get gold for our banks. I mean, we can get gold for our banks. We can get cobalt. I mean, exactly what the other countries are in Africa doing. That's how we will get the benefit.
Let me just make sure I understand. We have to pay the cost to go over there to invest in them, to build them up.
Yes. To build them.
Well,
it's mutually beneficial.
It's mutually beneficial, right?
So hold on, guys. I am from the business technical realm. So I'm trying to walk this through functionally and in reality. If you're going to invest in something, that means the party investing is taking on all the risk until profits are found. So what you're saying is Black Americans, us, should go to another country, invest in them, take the risk while we're investing, because it may pan out, it may not pan out. They may do a revolution, their government may break down, we don't know. But we should invest until they are built up enough to where a profit can be seen. And then when the profit can
they got 30 spermatozoids. Well, because you asked me a question. You asked me a question, and now I answered the question, and now you're adding words in my mouth.
He's just walking through it how it would realistically go. So
what he's saying, this is not what he said.
Well, just let him finish, and then you can.
On it is all I'm doing, and then I'm going to follow with a similar question. So if we go there, we invest, we build up, profit happens, we split the profit. After doing all that work, taking all that risk, taking all that cost, we're supposed to split the profit 50-50.
Did I say that?
Does that sound like a good business investment? Does that sound like a good business investment to anyone on the panel?
That's my premise for.
I'll throw it later. You lay down and go to sleep.
Your question to me was, what would be beneficial for us? And I said to take advantages of the minerals that's in Africa.
What the benefit is to us? I didn't ask.
Because we gain from that, right? If we have a bank, but listen, if we have a bank, right, and we're able to get gold, silver, and bronze out of Africa and hold in our banks, is that not beneficial for us?
But how does investing in them get us that? We have to build our own banks. We have to also invest, and then we also have to invest in them at the same time. That's a lot of costs. So why do we have to sacrifice all that and get no benefit and hope for a benefit in the end?
We know Africa is filled with guns. We know that Africa is filled with men. You asked me a question about what is the benefit, and I explained to you what the benefit is. And now you're saying
Black Americans don't have the infrastructure to extract those resources. We would have to put our capital up to build that.
Right, but that we're talking about after Black America get its shit together, because I think that
That's like in 5,000 years, lady.
I rebuke that.
That's in 5,000 years.
But
No, you don't use that. That's not good for that.
when we were talking about
You need your markers.
that we were building up Black America. That's first priority, and we're willing to exclude everyone in order to do that. Now we have jumped to, okay, what is the benefit of investing in other countries? And I said the minerals that are in Africa, we could benefit from that. Just as the other countries, these European countries that are in Africa benefiting from the minerals. Similar thing.
Those minerals are going to be useless about time we build up. Those minerals, we not going to use coltan or cell phones or gold. It's going to be useless.
Fat, what was Fat trying to say? Fat, what were you trying to say?
I was saying they've already sold their mineral rights for an extended number of years. That's why China's there now. You have to close the mine.
One at a time.
Go ahead, Chief. I would like your response. Oh, sorry.
I'm nervous.
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry, Ho.
Chief, go ahead.
Okay. I think everybody right, for real. I think Solo right to a certain degree. And I think, first of all, I love what Truth Teller is saying, because it is kind of giving that pessimistic perspective, which is needed for what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, opposed from what Solo was saying, as far as like mineral rights and actual tangibles, there are certain cultural benefits that we gain, because whether we like it or not, whether we want to claim indigeneity, or I still claim indigeneity here, but I'm saying like ancient indigeneity before the slave trade, all this different stuff, whether we want to claim that or not, there are other groups that do not recognize that in us, and they are very bold and loud about us not being from here and yada yada yada, and we've been here longer. And I get into it with these type of folks every day, because again, I'm from the West Coast, so it's a total different vibe here. So what I'm saying is, we are going to need certain quote unquote Black allies to back up our indigeneity claims here in America that are valid before and after the slave trade. I brought up the example with Belize because this is a tangible geopolitical battle that's going on right now, where you have two groups of people that are both descendants of Mayans, indigenous, the indigenous tribes there. One has Afro, has Afro indigeneity as well, and the other ones don't. Guatemala does not want to recognize Belizean sovereignty. If that happens and Guatemala passes, that will be the first time that one group, erases Black sovereignty in this land. If that happens to Belize, that is going to happen in Haiti. That is going to happen in America. That's going to happen all across the West, because certain groups do not like the fact that we have more power than them. So what I'm saying is, culturally, we can benefit from having Africa, having the Caribbean on our side. And in 50 years, the Africa will have the biggest youth population, right? That's tangible as well. As the whole world gets older, Africa gets younger. That's a tangible benefit, because whether we like it or not, we are going to have to defend our claim and our rights here. We're going to have to defend it. And I think Africa as an ally will be beneficial. Of course, not every African country will come on board.
And they have Ghana right now spying on the rest of the African nations through the UN ally.
Right. Yeah, I agree with Fat.
Okay, listen. Wait. Let me just land the plane and then boom. Okay, because I see this is controversial. Let me just land the plane. I'm not saying that every African is going to come to our side. Africa is huge. Africa is huge. I'm saying if we can pick out, for example, if we pick out Liberia, right? And because we have some type of connection with them historically, if Liberia's on our side, some type of way, wait. Let me finish. I'm not saying that we claiming them and they claiming us. I'm saying we have some type of, you know what, this is mutually beneficial. We're going to invest in you culturally, right? Maybe monetarily as well, but other ways too. And you know what, you're going to be able to back us up if we get into a war with somebody else. That's just what I'm saying. We need allies in some way.
They don't even back themselves up when they
Hey, let's get some order here.
Well, so let Truth Teller go.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before Truth Teller, because I want to say something real quick.
Let Children of Israel go because he's been waiting.
All right, well, look, let me go after him because I want to say something, and then Truth Teller. Okay.
Or you want me to go now?
Yeah, you can go.
Okay, yes. I understand somebody, the sister saying about investment, and someone who's talking about business, that wouldn't be necessarily a good idea because of the risk. The risk might outweigh the rewards. But what I do realize that we as a people, the only way we can be successful as a collective going generations into the future, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad point out that any people who don't have land of their own, they always be subject to other people, to the people who really own the land. So he said that we have to be separated as a people. Now, going with the sister, she was talking about investment. I think it would be wiser for now, since the president of Ghana said, Muhammad said, talking about, he gave homage to the ancestors that came over here and were destroyed through slavery. Why don't the African Union open up a whole territory on that continent for Black people in America, not necessarily to migrate back to, but we need a land base so we can do business and industry for ourselves, since they said we're children of the continent, we're the children of Africa. Now, hold it. That would be part of our reparations. And also, he said we can go to the Congress to petition Congress, since for over 400 years of servitude to this country, we had the right to get 8 to 10 states in America separated from white T America for ourselves. Now, people say, oh, how can that be? How can that be done? But you look at Liberia, even President Monroe has set that up for us, but it was really to really colonize Africa. But we don't want to fall behind white T authority to do this. We need to govern ourselves. Here in America, 8 to 10 states, and a great territory over there on the continent, probably the size maybe a little larger than Nigeria, because we had the right for both. But to be honest, that's the only way collectively going to the generations into the future that we can be successful as a people. Because being connected with these people in America and even our Black people in the Caribbean, Africa, we still be doing this, talking day after day, year after year, century after century, in the same position, same condition, and very little has changed. But few of us have gotten our pockets fat, but the collective is really not reaching their full potential and thriving. We have to be separated as a people. We need land and territory for ourselves. I'll lay my plane.
All right, so it was my go. Hold on, no, order, fat. I was next to the Truth Teller. Okay, so I hear you, brother. You keep referencing the most honorable Elijah Muhammad as your reference point. Okay, so let me address that, then I'm gonna make my point. First of all, I got my ex. Number 25, Muslim 25, number 80, number 35 in New Jersey. You dig? I do that. I've been there, done that, so far, and calls it all that. All right, so now Elijah Muhammad, when he had those fancy ideologies, don't forget, he was in a segregated state of mind. He knows nothing about an integrated state of mind, right? So he was arguing and giving answers from that perspective. All right. So that 8 state, 10 state stuff, that sounds to America, that sounds like the Confederate rhetoric, seceding from, and that usually bring on destruction. Let me give you an example. You ever heard of the RNA, the Republic African Nation, over there in Mississippi? They talk the same talk and the government wiped them out. Okay, so that succeeding talk, this country would never respect that. That's fantasy talk. All right. So then Earlier we were.
Chance to respond after you done.
I got you. But yeah, but that ain't gonna work. I'm somebody who lived that, done that, and I'm in that. Okay, so anyway, we're talking about investing in Africa. No, how about like we messed up over here? How about Africa invest in us and let us get our stuff straight in America? Like, how about that flip? Why we got to do that? Well, why is never they sacrifice? What Truth Tellers point out, why don't they take the risk? How about you invest in us in America? The sister earlier I was talking to about the banks. Well, how about Africa invest in our banks, and we could perform her angle. Her land.
Okay, can I respond?
And I want to respond too because he mentioned me.
I wasn't talking about in terms of like
Israel can respond, and then
yes, I was
Solo, and we got to get back to True Solid.
Okay, I was talking about the African Union can give us a territory in Africa for if some of us want to move there, that's fine. But as a business and industrial base, in which can also help out our people on the continent in terms of what you call education, other things, many things that they need. Like a lot of their people who over here in America and in Europe in schools, instead of helping out back home, we can have a territory. It can be a symbiotic relationship. That can be part of our parade. I'm not talking about we don't have to spend no money and get in that territory. Excuse me?
They're already unaliving our people who have settled there. They're taking that land. That's what they do over there.
What I'm saying
that's right.
It's for our own, a whole nation where we have secure borders.
Who's going to secure it?
It's not a territory, but
about not having any borders because they're nomadic. They're having lives right now trying to erase borders because they are nomadic people. They don't believe in borders.
Okay. But
well, the current borders of Africa should be erased because the Europeans made them, and that's why they go to war with each other because these tribes aren't even supposed to be in a nation again.
Can I get 30 seconds to land my plane? And also going back to the brother who was talking about that he was in mosque number 25. Well, brother, look, it's two different groups of white tea or Caucasian people in this country. There's some who is the most powerful, who are very few. And I think we might know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They'll control the Federal Reserve and whatever. But they're the ones who don't want us to lead this country. The Gentile whites who represent the number 45 and 47, who's in the executive seat right now, his people do not want us here because us integrating and taking.
I can agree with that.
Let me finish, please.
I agree.
Breeding with their women is getting their population down low. Just let me finish. Their population is zero growth rate. Meaning they have more people unalive that are white women giving birth. They do not want us here. The small hats want us here. But if you make a deal with them in terms of the Republicans, I don't vote Republican or Democrat. I'm independent. Just follow what I'm saying. If you make that deal, say we get a territory to our own, they would submit to that. They do not want us with them.
That's cat.
I hope you understand that. It's two different groups of Caucasian people who are fighting. No. Just listen. They're two different groups. They're fighting against one another. I hope you understand. I don't want to go over the conversation, but that's
brother. Let Truth Teller. Yeah, let me respond. Are you finished, my man? So
I'm done.
All right. I know people think if we can just all go somewhere, we'll be great. First off, that can never happen. I am a financial specialist. I deal with economy things. You cannot move a group of first world people to a third world country and not destroy that country's economy. That's first. Second, they don't want us to leave. GDP is based on how much you spend. We're one of the most spendingest people in this country. If they got rid of us, this economy crashes. So get that out your head.
Can I
respond? None of that makes any. None of that. I'm not done. None of that. Financially speaking, none of what you said made any sense.
Can I respond,
Next,
please?
why would I want to? You said we need our own land. What benefit would Africans have giving us a territory on their continent for which we will be richer than them.
No, look, bro, we won't exploit them. We will help them. Like Muammar Gaddafi, he tried to get the African.
You missed the point. They're going to try to exploit us.
No, bro, no.
Yeah, they will.
No,
They
bro,
will.
no,
They will. I'm not gonna lie, they will.
Look, I ain't saying some individuals, some small groups will try, but we're not living in the time where Black people will always be on the bottom. We're living in our season where we will be on top.
These people are still tribal and they practice those type of practices.
I understand they just
All I want to ask you is, when in our history as Black people in this country have we ever depended on other groups of people to help us prosper? Why do you think we need to have that? Why would we need to invest in other people to hope that they help us out later because we need them for some strength? That has never been who we were. We've always got it out of the mud.
Well, I think you guys are missing the point, though. I think the point that he's...
No, I'm not missing the point.
Yes, you are.
Nah, he's not missing the point.
Hold on.
Because you guys are catching it. There is nothing we need from Africa or any of the African countries to do better. We don't need anything from them. We don't need to invest anything to them. We don't need to hope they help us out in 50 years. We don't need that. We never have. We never got it. And we've been successful without it. I don't know why y'all want to. I don't know why y'all want to just give all y'all bank account money to a group of people who has no practice or evidence is ever supporting us in any way, shape, or form.
Brother, I never said give money. I never said give money. I never said give them money. I said a territory for ourselves to be independent. That's what I said. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking.
I think he's speaking from like a realistic standpoint. Like you can't, like he said, I don't think you can take like literally word for word what he said. I don't think you can take a group of first world people to Africa and just drop them there and think everything's gonna be all like, oh yeah, we got our own land, everything's good now. Like, no, that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I'm gonna let Solo respond because she was trying to get in there.
Okay. I wanted to respond to the original topic we were talking about as it relates to why won't African countries invest in Black America and why wouldn't they invest in us? I think the premise again is that Black America is set and stable. Of course, it's our position that we should be focusing on us. So it shouldn't be the argument that we're getting in sort of back is that we need to focus on Black America. Of course, that's the first thing. We're past that now. When we're talking about investing in other Black countries, we're talking about a pretty self-sufficient, independent Black America in the country. So we're not saying that. We're not saying that. We're saying after we're done with Black America.
No.
People want to invest with Jamaica or Haiti, someplace in the Americas versus going over to Africa.
I don't agree with that, but I think that we're gonna let Mr. Intelligent go after. But you said after we're done with Black America, we have to you realize once we get to a point, we have to also sustain it. So that's what the brother is saying, where he's saying, why would we go for us? Wait.
Y'all, this cannot be. You cannot think that I assume that in 100 years, Black America is going to be set, and then we're going to let Black America go down the drain while we invest in other countries. Do you really think that that's what I'm saying?
Well, you're saying that when you say you want to invest in a country, like he said, take on all the risk all the way across seas somewhere. Do
you understand that that's what other people do? That's what
Solo.
When you see the Chinese in Africa, do you think that their president is allowing their country to go down the drain while he invests in Africa? Or do you think that the Chinese economy is still functioning and it's succeeding, and now is the time for us to build more power by going into another nation and benefiting from those resources?
Well, are you saying that we should do it the way China's doing it? Meaning we have a military.
I use that as an example again.
Well, hold on.
Listen to the point and not what you want.
So listen.
I am saying that once Black America,
You're not giving a reason why we should do it. You're just telling us that we should.
Resources that we could benefit from.
Yeah, you're not the one understanding, not him.
What part? I'm saying that we're doing.
All right. All right. We're gonna let Mr. Intelligent go right quick because I think y'all need a breather.
Hey, then I'm next, right?
Yeah, I got you.
A breather. Let Mr. Intelligent talk, please.
I know Chief ain't next.
China, China, what superpowers. So they could go to these countries, third world, and take over. Okay, you stand bring them to black people, all right, to go and invest into a country network because you got to talk to their government, number one. Okay, to even talk about digging up gold or mineral or cobalt. It ain't gonna work. Okay, America got to take care of American blacks. Okay, because this is how we're going to delineate and get our people on board. We have here in America, 1.3 million black attorney offices in America. 1.3 million black police officers. We have
Mr. Intelligent, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Hey, Mr. Intelligent. Like, no, bro, it's terrible, bro. We cannot hear you, bro. Mute up. I mean, it's, bro, you got to mute up, man.
Yeah, we can't.
It's horrible, bro. That Obama phone ain't doing it.
Just drop down and you come back up, and then we'll see if what's going on. But Chief, you can go ahead.
Chief, you sneaky little.
Well, what I do? What happened? What's going on? But no, okay, wait. All right. On a serious note, I think Solo's perspective is not wrong. I think it is idealistic. I do think it is very idealistic, and I think it doesn't take into account the fact that Africa is very tribal. I think human nature. I think humans are very, very tribal. Don't let the white people fool you. Germans don't mess with the French. French don't really mess with the English, and so forth and so forth. They're just united because they're recessive, so they have to be united or they'll be wiped off the planet of the earth because their genes are not strong enough for it. But what I'm saying is, I think we shouldn't even be focused on going to any other country and extracting minerals and all this other stuff. We have way too much work that needs to be done here. And I agree with what everybody's saying, that it's just unrealistic right now. And also too, as far as what Truth Teller is saying, I wholeheartedly agree with. I have a background in political economy, and we wouldn't fare well in being, because we are, I think, for example, my bad, I'm getting excited. For example, the poorest person within Black America is probably in, unfortunately, Mississippi, right? Which is the blackest state. Those poor people in Mississippi, those poor Black people in Mississippi would still be richer than the middle class person in Haiti or the middle class person in Liberia, just because of the way that they're
poor in Mississippi, sir.
Well, no. Of course, not everybody is. I'm saying on average. I'm saying if you look at it,
sir.
You just use the poverty level.
Okay, absolutely, my fault, and I did not mean any disrespect. My family comes from Mississippi before we migrated. No disrespect.
Saying Yazoo, so
no disrespect, and I apologize for that.
My sisters are Marines. You already crossed that line.
What? Okay, what happened?
No, he's apologizing, my guy. My guy, he's apologizing. Goddamn.
Or what?
Nah. Hey, go. Bro, you apologize. Hey, bro, you apologize. Yeah, he apologized. Go ahead, bro.
Bro, shout out to Vicksburg, Mississippi. Shout out to Biloxi, Mississippi.
I live in Macomb, Mississippi, so yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm in Mississippi as well, so but go ahead.
Okay, shout out to it. Literally, again, no disrespect.
I'm not offended. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so what I'm saying is just what I said there. Just like we would still be richer than other groups of people, and the jealousy would stem from that. So right now, we shouldn't be worried about any of that. We should be worried about Black America first. And just to everybody's point, for sure, people like me outside of Mississippi, but still has roots in Mississippi, should be investing in the program. I learned about it, Black Boys Can Read, I believe, that was coming out of Mississippi to help our Black boys read more, and the tangible programs that have benefited from that. So I'm saying, before we think about emulating white people or Chinese people that are devils in their own rights, because extracting minerals and stuff like that can be controversial as well. Just not only from an economic standpoint, but from an environmental standpoint. We shouldn't be wanting to be just like our oppressors. We should be focusing on being better than them, which we already had. So I think Solo's perspective is not wrong, but I think it's too idealistic, and it's too white coded. It's too, we're centering white and Asian people. Go ahead.
I'm not though.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
Oh my God.
Quick, and I'm going back on mute.
Please.
I'll let you respond. Hold on, Solo. I'll let you. Solo, I'll let you respond, and then Miss Indigenous, you can go.
Okay, so the reason why I brought up investing in Africa, because he came on the live and asked us what would be the benefit of us doing that, right? And I gave you guys an example of what would be the benefit. I did, investing in minerals and extracting the minerals.
Yeah, but what's the benefit for us though?
And
Let her finish.
But she didn't. But she never told us the benefit.
To finish what I'm saying. So he came on, he asked me what would be the benefit, asked the panel what would be the benefit of investing in Africa, and I gave one. And so that's not to take away from all the things that we need to work on as far as Black America. I want the panel to know that my intent is to get Black America every
Solo, right
that we have that we're doing, because I want that to be clear, so that when we're discussing these things, we're not going back to we need to fix Black America. I understand that.
Solo, look, there's an allegation that you did not give a benefit for what would be the benefit.
Right, no benefit. Where's the benefit?
Right.
Benefit. We know that gold is worth money, right? Gold is currency, right? We know that silver is currency. And if we're in control of these things inside of our banks, is that not a benefit? I'm confused.
No, it's not.
Fluctuates and the value is
Yeah, so you gotta stop. So you gotta stop.
Wait, one at a time. So FBA News, did you want to respond?
No, I'm just ad-libbing. I'm quiet.
Tell all these other races that there is no benefit to extracting gold. Right now, the UE is extracting tons and tons of gold out of Sudan. Do you think they're doing that for their health, or is it a benefit?
I can
Ridiculous. I don't know what we're saying right now.
Let's let Fat respond. Let's let Fat respond to it. I think she was trying to say something.
Sudan and those areas is not just the gold or just the silver. They're combining a list of commodities, basically. And if you're using gold and silver, that can be subjective because they can devalue gold and silver. They do it all the time. It's whoever owns the product, they set the standard. And right now we weren't even armed, we weren't even backed by gold. We were backed by our military. So they can change all the resources to be non-value and go by military. So I just think it's very subjective.
Great point.
Well, it's not only that. She's comparing what a national financial strategy to support your fiat currency against Black people investment. It's not even the same game. It literally has nothing to do with each other.
But to be fair, minerals, specifically gold and silver, are one of the most securest ways, or just securest currencies, right?
No, they're not. They're not even treated as currencies. Currency is used to purchase them, which means they have a value based on demand.
That's not entirely true, though. That's not entirely true because before we had a dollar, people were trading silver and gold as currency.
There's been no history in this country when it was a colony or a country that we've never used currency. So get that out your head.
I love it.
Currency. We even used currency when they were purchasing slaves. So get that out your head. Well, you think you could trade commodity in a world based on fiat currency? Get it out your mind that you can use a commodity against currency.
The world went fiat in 1970s. Before 1970s, we were.
Look up the history. Gold goes up. When the market does great, gold goes down. What do you mean go up and down? It goes up and down in currency. Fiat currency, wherever it's traded.
Facts.
It's traded for fiat currency. Why do y'all keep acting like
Right, but 100%. But the fact that it can be traded for a fiat currency is because it is a real. It has real value to it, regardless of if it's attached to a currency.
It has a real value to it. It's the number one commodity on the exchange market today.
But the only reason it does have a value is because there is demand. What happens if it's not in demand anymore?
Right.
It's going to always be in demand.
No, it's not. Jesus Christ.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. But I won't spend too much time. Truth teller, I would love. My laptop is charging. My laptop is charging, and I got notes from my course.
Hey, Chief. Look, you follow me, right? Right? You follow me? Okay, I want children of Israel and Red Bull. I respect you. I love what you're doing because I thought TikTok was toxic as hell. I'm coming from YouTube, so bro, what you're doing is great. This is a great panel, and I respect everybody here. This is a real dialogue amongst us. Right? Outside of this, there's nothing but toxicity. But children of Israel, Chief, follow me. We have the same type of talking points. Rebel, you're invited, obviously. But that's all I want to say.
So let Truth Teller, will you finish talking? If not, then we can go to humor. We can go to humor.
May I answer the prompt, please?
Okay. All right.
So
I heard that accent. Oh, damn.
Wait, please. Wait. Okay, wait.
I doubt it.
I see the prompt. It says, is Pan-Africanism suitable for Black Americans?
Can we define Pan-Africanism, please? Because there's like 1,000 definitions.
Okay, Pan-Africanism is Pan-Africanism.
Exactly. Ain't no definition. You dig?
I will not interrupt you, please. Give me time.
He's trolling. He ain't really African. He's trolling.
Is my face in English, please. Pan-Africanism is the global unity of all of the children of the Black diaspora.
Yeah, he's clearly Puerto Rican, yeah.
But please do not interrupt. I am trying to be, okay?
Yeah, you're not African. Stop, bro. Stop.
We must come together. Please, I am trying to define Pan-Africanism for you. In the beginning, the Pan-Africanism is for the global distribution of the children of the diaspora. So that means that the people that came.
So why did you sell us then? Okay, so why did you sell us?
I was getting there, please.
Yeah. You sold us. Go ahead.
Do not be xenophobic to me, please.
Nah. You sold us. That's history, bro. That's history.
When I am not being, I tell you, listen, yes, I know. The Africans, when they sell you from the coast of West Africa, they get pew-pews, they get the gunpowder, they get
fentanyl, alcohol, all that, right?
But I am taking my time. I'm trying to talk to you, Black Americans. Please do not be xenophobic to me. Please give me a chance to finish. Okay, so when we sell you, it is not a good thing. But if you look at the other side of it, if we had not sold you to the Europeans and the French and the Dutch and so on and so forth, you would not be who you are anymore.
Yes, you would have been who you were in Africa.
Because
we
would not have, if we would not have taken you from the mainland,
okay,
brought you to the coastland of Africa,
right,
to the white man, you would not be in America today.
Yeah. He's trolling, yo. He's trolling. Kick him off. He's trolling. He's trolling.
I want to hide.
Oh, that was a good. That was a good break.
Yeah,
God damn.
Yeah. He you know.
When they put the pew pew, they like, bro. Okay, so Solo. You said something about solutions in the comments. I saw that. So solutions as far as I guess we're talking about what?
Anything that is affecting us. We could talk about economics. We could talk about political.
Okay, so let me ask Solo a question today. Solo.
I had a question.
Solo. Stop.
Let me ask the question.
Solo. Delineation, is that a solution?
I think that is a pathway to a solution, but I don't understand any tangibles.
Okay,
that we get
right. So hold on. So let me explain. Flat black. I explained earlier. You gotta know. You gotta write this down. Some of us are scholars. Flat black is subjected to lawsuits. Ed Blum. You have to delineate or be specific, right? Both. So if something is for immigrants, you got to just say that. If something is for Foundation Black Americans, you got to say that. But if you leave the door open where other people are invited when they shouldn't be, that's a problem. You get it? So delineation works on both sides. If something's for immigrants, just say first generation Nigerian scholarship. And Ed Blum can't touch it. You're being specific. As long as it's broad, ambiguous, and vague, it's a nothing burger. It will be knocked down and sued by conservative whitey people. So we got to understand delineation is the first start of solution solving anything going forward. You got to delineate. Everybody got to do it. You got it? Okay. So now Black. Wait, what's your ethnicity, by the way? Are you Foundation Black American?
Who are you talking
to? You. Solo? Yeah, Solo. Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, all right. Okay, so cool. Now, for me, I never answered the prompt. The prompt, no. Pan-Africanism is a nothing burger because there's 1,000 different definitions. There's no clarity. Different Pan-Africans disagree on what it means. Some are with Umar, some ain't. Some with Garvey, some ain't. You dig? So the definition is all over the place. Every person you ask is a different definition. So no, and then we're not African. You guys can't use a DNA test. You know why? Because those Nigerian scholarships, if I took my DNA test and it said I'm Nigerian, and I say, hey, give me a Nigerian scholarship, they're gonna say, no, sir, not with that. Okay, so that DNA test is a nothing burger. It's for entertainment purposes only.
A question.
Yeah, sure.
So
Sure.
What sort of services or resources can our people take advantage of by just saying we're not them and they're not us?
Got it.
Right?
Okay, so look, let me ask you a question. Okay.
No, I want you to answer
Yeah,
that question.
I am, but I gotta answer with the question. I gotta make sure you're okay. Yeah, I look. So
just answer his question.
Solo, listen.
Just ask him.
I got it. I got it. But Solo, I gotta make Solo.
If he doesn't answer the question, then I'll make sure he answers.
Right, Solo. I gotta make sure you understand the question. Okay, I'm sorry, my answer. I gotta make sure you understand my answer. Do you understand the difference when it comes to immigrants that come over here, immigrate over here? You have hyper selectivity, right? And you have humanitarian immigrants. Are you familiar with either two categories?
That's not related to my
Okay,
question.
okay, I got it. I understand. See, what I'm pointing out is like people ask questions, but they're not ready for the answer. All right. So now you got two.
You just answered the question.
I got it. I got you. I got you.
Source of something that Black people can tangibly say, hey, I benefited from that. What do we benefit from as far as resources and power from saying we're not them?
Okay. Well, first of all, nothing will come to us if we involve them. That's first of all. I've been saying that the entire time I was here. Ed Blum will knock that down. I love TikTok shop. Okay. So it starts with this. No, your comprehension is nothing.
No, don't. No, because for something like a tangible, like what thing that our people are going to specifically say, hey, I received this service and I received this resource because I said that I'm not them.
Right. So you're not listening? I'm saying go ahead, bro. Go ahead. No. Go. Okay. It's Solo. You gotta listen. We listen to you. Listen to us. Okay, so flat blackness, if we come under the guise of flat blackness, there's no tangibles under flat blackness. You're forced, we found out through Adolf and then FBA, Tariq, Yvette, that we have to delineate to see tangibles. We found it out. All those Pan-African groups before us, R.G. Moore, RNA, all those people in Cobra, NARC, they was pushing race-based reparations, race-based anything. Forget about reparations, anything. Race-based anything is a nothing burger. It's a violation to 1866, Section 1981 Civil Rights Act. Okay, so all that stuff was garbage. We found out in 2016 that we have to pitch lineage-based anything to get something, to get tangibles. So it has to be lineage based. We just started that. You guys are fighting us. Wait. So hold on. So what?
There isn't anything tangible that Black people are getting to benefit from because that doesn't build an institution.
It actually does.
Yes. So.
Let's let Chief take over.
All right, go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
I agree. I said that we have already said we're not them. We are our own individual people. We're getting out of it's just Black America. That's what we're talking about. And my issue with that is that alone does not build.
It does. They did not. So.
By saying
okay.
We're not them.
So listen. We're saying we're not them, but the whole while they're saying they're us. They're anchoring, they're tethering on to our blackness still. We're saying, yo, go do African stuff. Go do Haitian stuff. Go do Jamaican and West Indian stuff. They are still jotting down Black or African American. So they're muddying the waters for things that's for us. So we're saying, hey, so we're trying to keep reminding them and the country, like, hey, stop including them onto our stuff. As long as they're including our stuff, there's an Edward Blum there to remind us that nothing will happen. So they got to first say, all right, cool. We're immigrants. Yeah, you got delineated. Do y'all. But they have not done that to this date. So they're still cosplaying as one of us.
So we're waiting on them.
Well, they keep muddying the waters.
Well, we're waiting. So just to clarify, because they are claiming to be us, we have to wait on them to say they're not us before we build anything.
Okay, so let me help you out. So they have a whole political party behind them that's powerful that's helping muddying the waters. Yes.
Hey, Rob, can I read something that might help us
Sure.
understand a little
Go ahead.
bit?
Come on, I was next. Go ahead, True.
Make it quick.
Let him read it.
Cuban American Scholarship Fund, Hispanic Education Foundation, Inc., Hispanic Public Relations Association Scholarship Fund. Are those the examples you're looking for?
You, Solo.
My thing is building Black institutions. I understand this is about us. My thing is, if we say Black people stop aligning yourselves with them, they stop aligning ourselves with them, that we don't independently get anything tangible out of that outside of government help, right? Of course, then it means that all of the minority things are.
So, True, you gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish.
All right, I'll let her finish. She's saying nonsense, but all right.
Don't worry about it. I can go.
You can't blame based on race. Why do you keep saying that?
Come on, Solo. Nah, Solo, man.
Hey, look. Wait, hold on. Hey, True Teller, you sound like far apart. But what she's not accepting, and this is a Pan-Africanism issue.
She went solo.
Yeah, she went dolo. Okay, it's Jersey talk. She went dolo. Okay, listen, dolo. What Truth Teller is saying is that I already pointed out that these people, she might be a Democrat or shit, I don't know, but these people are saying Black. And according to foundational Black Americans, when we hear the word Black, we automatically think, stop. Yeah, okay, got it. So we automatically think that's talking about a lineage. That's how we think, because when we say Black, that only refers to us. We're still not gathering the data. You dig that Black is hijacked, is now a racial category that includes everybody who got some type of African ancestry. So she keeps saying Black, and she's not being specific. And we know that we're saying foundation Black Americans, Solon, Friedman, Adolphs. You got to say that. If you don't say that and you say Black, you're talking about immigrants. You're talking about immigrants, you're talking about Ed Blum. You're talking about Ed Blum, you're talking about lawsuits. You're talking about nothing burger. Nothing happens. You got to be specific. You keep saying Black. That's not working. You got to say foundational, Adolphs, Friedman, Solon. Black means immigrants are included. And then if they're included, then it doesn't matter. It's garbage. Get it to your head.
Okay, wait, can I go? Let me go.
You good. And then we're gonna let Paula go.
All right, so I agree. I definitely agree with what FBA News is saying, but I also slightly do agree with what Solo is saying, because to a certain extent, well, first off, let me say why I agree with what FBA News is saying. Us delineating, it does have a tangible benefit for our institutions because it mobilizes us, because we have a new identity. It's going to mobilize us to be more proud of who we are, right? On also just a personal level, but on a group level, it's going to mobilize us to start voting more, right? Just for one aspect of it. Okay, who are you? Okay, he Black. Okay, but he not just Black. All right, what are you? Oh, he's Solon. Okay, cool. So that means that he's in touch with Solon issues. That means he's in touch with what we specifically need, not as a racial group, but as an ethnic group. Okay, he's going to do something for us. It's going to mobilize us because we have a new identity, and I think that that's what we need. I think Black is insecure right now because we've been made to feel insecure. Yada yada yada. So if we distance ourselves from this generic label and we come up with something that's specific to us, I can almost guarantee that a lot of us will be mobilized differently than we were under Black. Now, the reason why I agree with Solo, because I'm in cities and states that is not majority Black by any means necessary. I see what other groups are doing. I think what Truth Teller is saying, the Hispanics are doing it. The Hispanics are not they're not unified by any means necessary, but they are when it comes down to everybody else, because they have this type of generic label, like, you know what, we're Hispanic, we have Spanish heritage and half Native heritage, like they're unified in certain aspects.
So they come together with that. So at some point, I think that we as Black people, we as the African diaspora, I don't even know what to say now, but we as Afro people should be united in some way, shape, or form, because that's how we can build independently of each other. I'm not saying we should all come together and kumbaya. No, but I'm saying we should be able to respect one another enough to say, you know what, I'm gonna let you do you. But if any other group besides us comes to you and wants to start trouble, I'm gonna back you in that. I'm gonna support you in that. And I think that's how we are able to do it. Because
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
For one, bro, when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, you had buyers and sellers, right? Somehow Pan-Africans are trying to convince us that the buyers are worse than the sellers. I'm like, nah, the buyers and sellers are both ops. Like, why do I gotta link up with a buyer or a seller? Now, the diaspora, I'm cool with that. The West Indies, Haiti, all that. I'm cool with them. But when it comes to Africa and Europe, who's worse, the buyer or the seller? They are both responsible for our demise from 1600s all the way to 2026. Everything we're going through right now today, we can look at the white T man and the African man and say, if y'all didn't do that deal, we would not be going through this. So we're not obligated to join forces with either one of them. They're both ops. And that's why they're linked.
But I promise you I'm not Pan-African. I'm looking at the comments. I promise you I'm not
Okay.
Pan-African.
But that's Pan-African rhetoric, though. Wait, okay, now let me explain.
It might
Wait.
be, okay, go ahead.
Let me explain. Because when you're so this is what people do, and I hear this. People say the white, we got one common enemy, and I'm like, okay, who's that? They'll say the white team man. I'm like, why are you the enemy? Only by himself. Who's the seller? So we had to be rounded up. So what Truth Teller helped me understand was we were enslaved before the transaction of buying and selling. Africans are the ones who enslaved us first. It made us equipped for the white man to say, all right, I'll take them without rebellion. So we came there without much rebellion, you dig? But it's because the Africans enslaved us psychologically and physically first. So I'm saying, why do we believe skin folk is kinfolk? It's like, nah, these are dark-skinned whitey people to me. And when they come to America, they are highly selected. These are called hyper-selected immigrants. Whitey men choose the Nigerians, the Zimbabweans, the Kenyans they want to come in this country. And they are chosen based on contingency that they uplift America and get away from the Negroes. So let me tell you, all of us have heard of the blood quantum, the one drop rule, scientific racism, 1880s, where, hey, if you have any black blood in you, black American blood in you, you're a Negro. So therefore you're suspended from or excluded from white supremacy, right? All that platform. Okay, so but the new 2026 blood quantum drop is if you ally yourself with those black Americans, you are a black American. That's why Africans teach their children, not just them, some West Indians too, to stay away from the black people. That's how the Irish and the Italians were effectively assimilating into the whiteness. I'm a guy who studied the history of immigration in this country. I know that in order to be considered an ally of the white man, Anglo-Saxon man, you have to stay away from black Americans, and that's how you are assimilated into whiteness. You hear it from their language. They say, "Don't go around them." That's because the one drop rule in modern language is allying yourself with black Americans. You are that, and therefore we're excluding you from whiteness. That's why all of them from Africa and the Caribbean come over here and say they're lazy. All the rhetoric from Charlie, Charlie, TP USA, they all repeat that stuff and they blame it on music or videos, whatever. We don't care. All we know is that you're repeating the language of white supremacy, and we understand the modern one drop rule, and that's to disassociate yourself with black Americans.
Yeah. All right, let's let
So basically, so we're not gonna have no allies, and besides,
Hey, bro. Unfortunately, wait, let me answer that question. Let me answer. Unfortunately, my guy, when you're trying to start from scratch, right, with anything, a company, we know companies, right, that have a let's say a soul food company, right, and hold on. If there's a company that's pushing products and they have bad management, therefore those residents don't want to support. What they do is when it's bought by somebody else, they always promote new management to let you know that we have no ties with the last people. We're going to do things differently. We're going to consider you. So until that happens, yes, we are all we got, and like somebody said earlier, we are all we ever had. You dig? We never had nobody to come here and help us do anything significantly in significant numbers. So yes, we are all we got until that's proven otherwise.
FBA News. Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Can I say something real quick? Yes, sir. Keep it concise because we got new people on the panel. Gotcha. Just a reminder, good brother. You know, back in 1997, Muammar Gaddafi, president of Libya, he wanted to give Minister Farrakhan $1 billion, to help out Black people in America. Of course, it was blocked at the State Department level. They said the minister got to register as a foreign agent, and he said no. So evidently, the Nation of Islam never got that money from Muammar Gaddafi to help Black people in America. And he also said that he will back the wealth of Libya. To help the Nation of Islam and Black people in America. This is just a reminder. You said that no one ever tried to come help us, but that's why the brother was on the law. I know he's not black like that, but still I consider him a brother because that's where his mind and heart was at, trying to help get Africa and help Black people in America and Black people throughout the world. But this is just a reminder. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me respond to that, my guy. You might have came in. You might have came in new. Wait,
hold up.
I want to respond to that real.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, we gotta go to Paula.
Okay. All right, but I got my ex though, my man. I so final call, so relax.
Yes, sir. All right, Revenue. I'm gonna drop Paula down. Revenue, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to address the problem. I wanted to show some sources, so people don't, say I'm lying or anything like that.
Are you for Pan-Africanism or?
Yeah, I'm a Pan-African.
Okay, are you foundational Black American?
No.
So, so what are you?
I'm Jamaican, Afro-Jamaican.
Okay. All right. What's these sources? I don't know.
Just some tangibles of what Pan-Africanism is doing in America, for African Americans and the wider Black American.
brother, that's AI. I don't trust nothing AI.
Hey, yo, he's very disingenuous. Yo, he can't be trusted at all.
You up on the big screen?
Yeah, he's very disingenuous, by the way.
So yeah, this is a program, which is a Pan-African program, that's here in America. It's called the Sister City Program. As you can see, Sister City Program between African and American cities foster Pan-African solidarity by strengthening economic, cultural, educational ties. These initiatives often target 500 total U.S. Africa pair partnership, promote people-to-people diplomacy, connect cities like Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Cleveland, and African counterparts, counterparts with development, tourism, and mutual growth. You can look it up. This is the sources from the Sister City Program Institute itself, so you can look it up yourself.
But
what city are you in, brother?
Yeah, but what's the tangible?
I'm in New York.
What's the tangible?
So what tangibles have you seen, like besides AI, besides Google, what tangibles have you seen in New York from Pan-Africanism?
Good question.
Well, New York City is particularly a Pan-African city. The neighborhood I live in, St. Albans, Queens, is literally a Pan-African neighborhood that foster, unity, partnership between Black people from different regions of the world. That's why you see people like Tribe Called Quest. They're from my neighborhood. LL Cool J is from my neighborhood.
He's not from your neighborhood, sir.
Who's not from my neighborhood?
LL Cool J.
LL Cool J is from Dunkirk, sir. He's from literally 5 minutes away from our house.
I understand that's not your neighborhood.
This is my neighborhood.
I know that area very well.
LL Cool J.
Gardens.
LL Cool J is not from Hollis. He's from St. Albans. He literally lives on Dunkirk, bro.
Oh God. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I didn't interrupt. Let me just play my plan.
Hey, I'll fuck with you, Village.
Also, you have the African Union and Cobra and CARICOM, who are working in conjunction for reparation for Black people globally, and particularly in America also. So that's
revenue
thing that Pan-African actually doing. Hold on, let me lay my plan, bro.
You got a UFO. Land a UFO, bro.
I heard you live for about 30 minutes.
Land the plane though. Damn, bro, you circling the airport.
Yeah, so this is another investment in funds that Pan-Africanism is doing for Black American. Specific funds have created the bridge to bridge the gap between continental African capital and African descendant entrepreneurship in the United States of America. African Diaspora Innovation Funds that provide grants up to $25,000 to social entrepreneurs of African descent globally, including those in the United States. Fearless Fund Africa, expansion of the U.S.-based Fearless Fund. This program deploy capital of African women founders while maintaining its core mission of supporting women of color entrepreneurs in the United States of America. Black Star Fund, a venture capital firm that actively invests in early stage innovation across both the United States and Africa, fostering a two-way flow of capital and expertise.
Bro, I don't want to hear AI, respectfully. I don't want to.
I'm naming the change. Let me just lay my plan.
Hey, Revenue, you still landing your plane?
Still, brother.
Hey, bro, your plane's landed, my guy. Hey, yo, look.
But Ron, it's not your panels.
Hey, bro, but you landed your plane for 5 minutes.
Let me
brother, this is a AI, like you're just reading from AI. Like, if you I would have respected, like, I would have respected a little bit more if you would have came up here with some pictures, like, okay, this is what we're doing, this is what we've done for the people. Like, this is AI.
Bro, AI literally have the sources. I showed all the sources under from AI. So
let me respond.
Look,
hey,
all right, do anybody on the panel want to respond?
Yeah, me. Wait, make it up. Okay, so everything he read off, those programs, since you want to use AI, I got you back. Those programs are usually municipal diplomacy, cultural exchange, tourism, trade, branding, network initiatives. They are not massive Black economic liberation programs, reparation programs, Pan-African nation building, industrial development movements. Dude, while you was talking, I had AI recording your stupid self. You dig? So you're misrepresenting that. Those were not Pan-African initiatives, you clown. That's why we call you my pet monster.
But bro, you're a clown.
Well, no personal digs. Come on now, you feel me? No personal.
My fault.
Like I said, these are Pan-African tangibles. Show me
no, they
what
weren't.
FBA's doing. Hold on.
No, they weren't. But they weren't though. You were lying.
Show me what FBA is doing for Black Americans. Show me any organization what FBA is doing for Black Americans. Go ahead.
Truth tell on to respond.
Your family's ability to migrate here. There's actually a
that part.
Well, that's the major part, right?
Who supported immigration? A. Philip Randolph.
Hold up. Let him respond. That's the question. Let him respond.
Dr. King did.
Your right to come here.
Dr. King in the FBA.
Your ability to come
You
here
ain't FBA.
rights, your ability to come here and be educated in our school system as an Afro immigrant, your ability to come here and make money in a system that our ancestors literally built the infrastructure for. Your parents still living here, you could thank us for that. You still living here, you could thank us for that. And all the things we invented that you use to get through your day as an immigrant. Your cell phone, your light bulb, your streets, your car, your windshield wiper, your doorknobs, your toilets. You can say thank you now.
Hey, revenue.
Nothing you said. Hold on.
Hey, revenue.
What you saying?
When we ask for tangibles, revenue, we're asking what specific Black American institutions, land ownership programs, manufacturing industries, banks, hospitals, schools, or political protections were created by Pan-Africanism in America. We're not talking about silly stuff, bro. Go.
All right.
What tangible did you see in your neighborhood, actually? Like, have you seen Pan-Africanism work in your neighborhood, or Jamaicans being tribal with Jamaicans, or Haitians being tribal with Haitians?
I don't think I ever seen a Pan-African in real life.
And you never will.
Let me rebuttal. Let me rebuttal.
I lived in that neighborhood when it was still Caucasians there. That's how old
I don't know how old you are. I live there now, sir. I don't know if you're 90. I don't know if you're 100 years old. I don't know. I live there now.
True, but I know exactly who developed that neighborhood you currently live in, and it wasn't Pan-African anything.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, Ron, FBA have nothing on the table. They're not benefiting Black Americans in no shape or way. Running TikTok spaces and running Twitter spaces every day, complaining about Black.
You don't know what we doing, brother.
It's not tangibles.
It's just the step. Online first step.
Let me lay my
organization is happening.
Y'all don't have
first steps. You got educated people in this. You got educated, college educated, or just literally educated people that's building.
You can't tether on to what African Americans did in the past and attribute that to your led by Tariq Nasheed. Sulana has nothing.
That part, truth teller, he is.
You're above just that. Are you Black American?
No.
What are you?
I'm a tether.
No, seriously, what are you?
I just told you I identify. I told you I identify as a tether.
What's your nationality?
I'm a Black immigrant. I'm a tether. Let me lay my
nationality is Jamaican.
Yes, sir. Stop asking me questions.
You were born in Jamaica.
I don't want to answer your question. Let me respond to the other people. You're asking me irrelevant questions.
No. If you were
No.
What would you be?
Hold on.
What's irrelevant?
Wait. This is very relevant. Answer truth teller's questions.
Can I go in order?
Well, you can go with the last one.
No, we're gonna
Jamaica?
No, go with truth teller.
What are you asking me, bro?
Were you born in Jamaica?
Yeah.
So your nationality is Jamaican?
Yeah.
So why would you be asking us about the business in our country? Why don't you worry about the business in your own?
Well, this is not your country. The white man founded this country.
Man, we're moving from the panel. We're moving from the panel. Be disrespectful. Cut his mic off.
Anyways, bro. What's up?
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. All right, but anyways, I don't even know where we're at. That just threw me off so bad. Jackson, what's up, bro?
Going on. What y'all talking about today? The Pan-Africanism?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to respond to the prompt, or you want to respond to something you heard on the panel?
I just got on. Okay. Is Pan-Africanism suitable for Black Americans in 2026? I would say, yeah. I think if we, I firmly believe that if we was to unite worldwide, the Black people, because that's what white people doing. They uniting. Like, it doesn't matter if
Where you going? Okay. All right. If black people was to unite worldwide, because basically the way America works, people be from all different European nations. They come over here and they become white. Right now, they're realizing that their population is decreasing. They're about to become a minority. And hello?
Hey, brother, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't. These people are some of the most racist people on earth. They are literally on their way here right now. And all the black and brown nations, immigration is closed. But the white nations is open. They are literally trying to increase their numbers. And these people that are leaving these nations, a lot of them are leaving because they don't like what's going on in their nations, particularly like in Europe, where you have black people migrating from Africa. And basically they're saying like London ain't London no more. You know what I'm saying? The same way in South Africa, the South Africaners, they don't want to live under black leadership. These are racist people. This is what the country is about to be flooded with. We have to unite. Who are you going to unite with if you separate and alienate yourself from the same people that face the same oppression, the same slavery, and everything else that black Americans face? They face the same thing. A lot of those people are your cousins. A lot of those Jamaicans and Haitians and Brazilians, those are your cousins. They got off the same slave ship. So I'm going to land. All right, Chief, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to follow up some questions. All right, cool.
And then Chief, tell them.
All right, cool.
I'll be quick. I agree, and I disagree at the same time. I think white people have to unite. They have to be united because they are racially recessive. If they do not unite, then they will be wiped off as they should be because they are not supposed to be here. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I won't go too deep in that. But I'm saying we don't have the same plight as white people because we are dominant. And before this, black people, the world was tribal. The world wasn't in this like the way we think of a nation today is unnatural, if you ask me, because it's too broad, it's too generic, and that's why it don't fit. So we can't just, the white people do this, so we should do it too. Well, the Asians do this, so we should. No. We are going to always, especially now, especially us as descendants of the slave trade. I think I agree. I don't know who said this. I think it was FBA News, but we have more in common with the Afro-Brazilian. We have more in common with the Haitian. We have more in common with the Jamaican than we do with the Nigerian, than we do with the Ethiopian.
I said that. You're right.
Okay, yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with that because of the way that history went. So before we can unite with, before we can unite with any continental African, we gotta unite with Afro people here in the Americas, right? If that could happen, because we would have more in common with them. After everybody, we would have more in common with the Afro-Brazilian because they know what it's like to be a minority in a country, and they also know what it's like to be a descendant of a slave. The same reason why these Africans use slavery as a joke, as you guys were slaves, it's because our social status was the lowest that it could be, and yet we still are the most influential. So we can't fully unite with these people yet until they fully come to terms with what it is. Because if we were to come and go to Africa or really unite with these people, we're not going to be seen as African. It's too much has happened now. So we're going to be Black American. We're going to be, whatever term we come up with as for us. And if they respect that, then for me, then cool, I will build with you because I trust them more than I trust the Mexican, more than I trust the Chinese, more than I trust the European. I trust them a little bit more. So that's what I'm saying. I agree and I disagree at the same time. Boom.
Charlie, you can go ahead.
So I get a couple of questions, but I want to ask a clarifying question first before I ask I really got like two, maybe three at best. Based on what the brother said, you're saying that we need to partner up with other descendants of Africa to fight against the racist people who will be coming to the country because they're reformatting the immigration policy. Is that about right? Is he still?
Well, are you asking Jackson or Chief?
I guess it's Jackson because he's the one who made that statement, and Chief was responding to it.
Okay, no, Chief made that statement that we have more in common with the.
You made the statement that we need to Pan-Africanism would benefit us because we need to get together against the people who will be immigrating here, which will be them kind of folks, right? That's what your synopsis was.
So my whole thing is Africa is about to surpass the whole world. They have the youngest population. They have all the reasons.
Hold on. What?
Stop the cap.
Stop to what?
Like.
What do you mean,
They literally have the youngest population on Earth. They have the largest. Their continent has the largest population on Earth. They have the most resources on Earth. These Europeans go over there and do business with them. Why are we? First of all, you got to clean your own house up first. I mean,
because you're saying something different now. I was just clarifying based on what the statement you said earlier was, because my questions are pertaining to that statement. And we could come back to this because I definitely got more questions for you on this one.
Okay.
But the first statement you said, we need to partner up with them so that we got a team together to fight back against the onslaught. Is basically how you described it. They're going to be coming. Is that right?
Yeah, they're already coming. They're already here. A lot of them already here. And I mean.
So here go my questions now that I understand what you're saying. The people you plan to ally with, do any of them have any experience in this kind of fight?
Yeah, because you look at the Haitian Revolution. The Haitian Revolution is what kicked off my mind went blank.
Yeah, but you wrong.
Revolts.
Nah.
The Haitian Revolution kicked that out. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying anybody else?
What you said? Go ahead.
Anybody else besides the Haitians? Any other groups of people that have experience in this kind of fight that you're describing? We're gonna have to partner up to do.
I mean the
Afro-Brazilians,
the Jamaicans, the Afro-Brazilians.
Afro-Brazilians, they fought too and was successful and made accomplishments.
Ethiopia, South Africa.
So Ethiopia was colonized, if I remember correctly. They weren't, but
Ethiopia actually joined. They joined. That's why they didn't have to be colonized, because they
weren't colonized because we registered to go over there and help them in their fight against Italy.
Oh, so they only got it done because of us. Gotcha. All right. Anybody else?
Said because of us only. It was a united force.
No. We trained them how to fly.
Part of us.
Yeah, you're lying. We taught them how to fly planes, my guy. Robbins Airport in Missouri, over in America. We went over there and we had a Robbins Airport in Missouri way before that conflict. We went over there and taught them how to fly
and build
and fight.
But that's okay.
I know. It's history, my guys. History.
We got Ethiopians. We got Haitians. Somebody said Brazilians. How are they doing against the white man right now, or white T man right now?
I could name some more. Iran.
No, that's fine. We got three.
Libya. I heard somebody earlier say Gaddafi.
Hold on.
I heard somebody say Gaddafi.
Hold on. Answer his question. That's his question. We got the Haitians, we got the Brazilians, and the Ethiopians.
We said South Africa.
How are they doing?
South Africa. It's an independent country. Apartheid is over. What else do you need?
Well, you sure about
Burkina Faso.
Jesus Christ.
How many examples give you? How many do we have to give you?
I'm just trying to figure out, right? If you look at their accomplishments in the so-called fight and compare it to our accomplishments in the so-called fight, why would we need to partner up with them?
Okay, our fight, our accomplishments and our fight is because we was hand in hand with the white team.
Sir, I'm asking you, if you measure our accomplishments in this type of fight, and you measure those groups' accomplishments in this kind of fight, how would they benefit us in this kind of fight?
Okay, so the reason we're so successful is because we was the spook that sat by the door. We actually studied the white man. We was in his house. You know what I'm saying?
Please tell me why we're...
Wait, truth teller, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, but he's not answering the question though. He's giving the why.
We got to give him time to kind of build on it, right?
I mean, but you know, I mean that's called babble.
Right, let him build. Go ahead.
I mean, how is that babbling when these are actual facts?
Yeah, can you address the question head on though? Address the question head on.
Wait a minute. That's the question.
Okay, so say we just cut off all the Africans, Haitians, all the black people around the world, y'all call us. And we cut them all off and it's just us.
They ain't black, but go ahead.
Now it's just us in America against white supremacy that's worldwide. It's just us. We are divided in America. We can't even agree on who we are. What's our ethnicity? What's our race? We can't even.
Always been by ourselves, sir.
Right.
It's not true.
Right. Yes, we have. Yeah, he's bugging.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
All
right.
The question: if you compare what we've accomplished to what they've accomplished, how on earth are they going to help us?
That's why I called it babble. Nah, let him answer.
Because the Africans woke up and realized that by letting the Europeans come in and hand them, you know, money and weapons and all this, they basically, like Malcolm X said, they got hoodwinked and bamboozled.
That's sad.
And they kicking the Europeans out. You know what I'm saying? They woke up. I mean, it started with.
Maybe not. ECOWAS ain't kicking Europeans out. You read it, ECOWAS?
If I literally kicked France out.
No, bro. No, yeah, but they invited the white man in Russia. Yeah, but they got the white man in Russia though. So you exchange one for the other? Right, but but no, but that's not independence though. That's not independence.
All right, Tritella, hold on. Let's go to somebody new. I'm getting a headache. Tiara, I don't know if I'm saying that right.
First of all, these people been in the United States over 60-some years. They cannot name two things they have done with Black Americans to help support us. So what makes you think right now they would do anything with us? Okay, second of all this got started because we finally said no. We have been walking in silence for 60 years, letting these people humiliate us, say what they want to us, and guess what? We never respond. We only kept supporting them. Through everything they got, everything they do, they still never let up on us. They thought that telling us we were beneath them and we were this and that to let the white T-man know that they felt the same way about us. They thought that was going to help them. So right now, you saying that they kicking everybody out, doing this and that right now. Now that they see how foolish that they look, messing with the white T-man against us. We've done everything for everybody, okay? So at the end of the day, what I want you to realize and know, how can you trust somebody for 60 years that it take that long to learn a lesson about the group of people that they have
humiliated, tried to oppress to show the white T-man that they didn't care for us like they did. How can you trust these people? How can we invest in these people? What I want to know. See, second of all,
You claiming?
Africans, Caribbeans, and Haitians. Okay, right now. So let me finish. Second of all,
she didn't say European.
Don't worry about y'all worrying about the wrong people. See, them the people that y'all like, that y'all stood for against us. Remember?
Don't worry about the European, y'all.
No, you're gonna get your turn.
With y'all yet. Let me put them in there. See, we've been fighting this fight. Y'all came to disturb our fight against the Europeans. So guess what? That's on y'all, sir. Y'all deal with them. What they doing to you all now. So wait. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, how can you all come and tell us anything about ourselves when for 60 years you have been in our communities with these stores, these brain shops? We have supported all you. We have did the supporting. And guess what? You never even had a homeless food drive, a book bag drive in our community, sir. So guess what? What makes you all think?
And they didn't hire us.
Hey, what makes you all think that we need to unite with people who have done nothing but try to oppress us? You had 60 years to get this right. Now we need to help Africa, huh? When you
respect, I would say you just need to know American history.
So important.
Thank you.
You know American history.
You know it?
It's history. But I know for the last.
I don't think you know it.
Sister,
Hey, Matilda.
hold on, Jackson.
Hey, Matilda did a lot for the black community.
Wait.
Name it. Name it.
Hold on.
Farrakhan ain't a tether. Farrakhan ain't a tether. What's wrong with you, bro?
Hold on. Tierra, go ahead, land your plane, make it concise, and then we're gonna go to M. Miss Tierra, you're on mute if you. All right, M, you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that.
Okay, I'm not finished. I didn't know you muted me, and I'm gonna land my plane. Okay.
Okay, land.
Remember, it'll be a year next year that you all call WAR on Black Americans. So is that family life? Is that group economics life? No, it isn't. So guess what? Come again. Tell me something new. And nobody ever tried to say, we're not going to treat them like that. But you did. So guess what? It is what it is. We don't hate nobody. We don't dislike nobody. We want everybody to grow, but not on our time and money. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna count. Hey, I don't see how y'all can counter that. She spitting, she cooked. M, go ahead. SPB, I'm putting you back on mute. M, you can go ahead. She cooked. I'm gonna give her a follow, actually. Hold up.
Hello?
Yeah, you can go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the descendants of Caribbean people who come here to the United States and African have contributed to the uplift and the freedom of Black people.
All right. You're a little shaky.
Not sure what she's reading. I'm sorry?
Bro, your internet connection lying.
FBAs don't read.
You ain't on my level at all. Intelligence. Yeah, you ain't on my level at all. Intelligence.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
You can hear me. Okay. So what I was saying is that Caribbean Americans, African Americans, and continental Americans have been with us for 150 years.
Give examples.
And
that's fact.
Give examples.
What kind of history that's being taught? I mean, do you know Marcus Garvey?
Yeah,
Marcus Garvey is a Jamaican who came.
He scammed us.
Formed this country.
No. He scammed us. My guy. You know that, right? Okay, wait. Hold on. He asked the question. Hold on. He asked the question. Let me answer.
They planted a scam on
Wait,
you.
hold on. He asked the question. Let me answer. But you asked the question.
Well, do you talk outcomes, inspirations?
Order, bro. Order, nigga. All right, let him finish the what he was saying.
Now let me go next.
Let him just finish. Go ahead. Em.
From there to the Nation of Islam, who was inspired through them, in addition to Malcolm X, who is descendants of Caribbean people, Louis Farrakhan, who is descendants of Caribbean people, Stokely Carmichael, who's descendants of Caribbean people, Harry Belafonte, descendants of Caribbean people, just not to mention the education.
No, go on. I'm busy. Go on.
The United States coming here and then independent, making Ghana independent. The diaspora has been universally impactful in terms of freedom here in the United States. And I'm not even talking about the 1800s. Do your work, do your homework, do your research. I don't understand what these people are saying. These are basically entities that are trying to divide.
No, it's my goal. It's my goal. What
the main power that is against us.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give y'all a timer so that everybody gets a
Black
chance to go.
All right, so it's my goal. Now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna give everybody a timer so
M. All right, M. Relax. I want to back and forth with you. All right, you don't mind? Okay, so Marcus Garvey, did he sell stocks to our Black Americans to a ship he did not own? Yes or no?
Yeah, he did.
Is that called scamming and your investors?
Why is it selling stock? Why is that
scamming? No. Listen again. Did he sell stocks for a ship called the Orient, an old German ship that he did not own? Did he sell that ship as he owned it to Black Americans? Yes or no?
He made it known. That's why it wasn't a scam.
No. You missed what I'm saying. Black investors thought he owned it. It was not part of the BSL line when he sold stocks for it. Is that true or false?
He let it be. That's false. He let it be known he was selling stocks for it.
No. I know that, but he didn't. Did he own it at the time he sold stocks for it?
People knew what they were investing in.
Okay. Cool. So anybody can Google that. No. Next question is this: Liberia. He promised repatriation to Liberia. At that time, the Liberian government told him, "No, you cannot come here," and he still
said yes at first.
Wait. No. I'm talking about lastly, when they said no.
The government
Don't matter. The point is this.
It does matter.
No. Listen what I'm saying. When he was finally told no, did he still keep selling stocks to repatriation to Liberia? Yes or no?
Is he still selling stocks?
Yes. After he was told no.
I don't know.
Exactly. So go on mute. Okay, go on mute. Okay, go on mute. So anybody can Google this. He was selling stocks for the ship called the Orient, an old German ship called Orient. This is common knowledge. How a Pan-African don't know this? And he did not own it. Okay, no. Yeah. No. Go on mute. I'm good. No more. I give you a chance. You lied.
You don't know.
Okay,
shit.
God,
All right.
dude,
Let him
dude,
land.
dude,
Everybody's gonna get the same 3 minutes.
Dude, you lied. Okay, he sold ships for the Orient ship that he did not own. Black Americans invested their money for that ship. He didn't own it. That's for one. Number two, he sold the repatriation to Liberia after. I don't care about what they said first. I'm talking about lastly, when he understood it was a nothing burger, he still sold stocks to our Black American ancestors that they would be repatriating. He sold 2 lies and then he met with the Klan. My God, you're done. He met with Walter Plecker. Okay? White tea supremacist. Stop. The dude was a scammer. Yeah, I know.
Hold on. He got 15 seconds.
Okay, so dude, Mark. So the point is, he's a scammer. He scammed Black Americans. He promoted one thing. We bought into it financially, and he lied. The stocks, the ship, the repatriation was lies, my guy. I know. Levels.
All right. There's a difference between a scam and a hustle, right? A scam would be something where you say it's one thing and it's something else. That's a scam. A hustle is having something where let's say you sell something and you're telling someone what you're selling, but you're not upfront about what the actual value is or something to that effect. That's a hustle. So he had some moves that were hustle moves. There's a difference. He was transparent. I really gotta say he was transparent. Don't kill everything.
Hold on, bro.
He never said these ships are for going to Africa. He never said that. That was just the overall goal over time. The initial present investment goal was just to have investments for Black people to invest the way Europeans were investing in a corporation. He never said that we were initially going to Africa with those ships immediately. That wasn't something that that was just sort of like marketing. He didn't ever say that's what we're doing with the ships. Had he said that, that would be a scam, yes. Okay. And then as far as Pan-Africanism and what they've accomplished, again, if you see the three people in my picture, again, you had, like someone mentioned, Burkina Faso. That's a whole country. Thomas Sankara was a leader of a whole country and did what he could to separate from colonial rule. Same thing with Maurice Bishop in Grenada. And these people gave the biggest dents to colonial oppression than anything we've done here in the United States. Nothing against our fighters here. But as far as being able to have a whole country that close to full self-sufficiency and independence, not independence that you see now, that's fake, but true independence under Black rule, these three got it done and got us closest to that than anybody else, in my opinion, in recent history, excuse me.
I just need 20 seconds.
I think that, yeah. So,
Wait. Give me 20 seconds to respond to that.
It's not to say that any of our leaders are, all of our leaders, even your so-called, what you'll call Black American leaders, whoever those guys are for you, I guess Tariq Nasheed, I don't know.
Land your plane, man. Land your plane.
Whatever leaders you have, they're going to have some things that you may not agree with, or some tactics that may not have been the best tactics. I don't agree with Garvey or Malcolm Rebel meeting with the Klan. I don't agree with that as a tactic, but I do respect that was a tactic to get us back to Africa. Right. I don't agree with the tactic, but
wait. Now let me go. Let me respond. I got 20 seconds. I'll say really fast.
What y'all talking about?
Wait, hold on. Because he responds. Wait. He responded to me. Wait, hold on. Just wait. Just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
SPB was responding to FBA.
Yeah. So, and this my. I don't got to say much after this. Okay. The dude sold stocks to a ship he did not own. He told Black, it don't matter where he says where the ship is going. That's irrelevant. He said, you got stake. You got ownership in this ship. That's the scam. He did not own it. He collected money on something he did not own. That's a scam. Secondly, he told them that ship would repatriate them to Liberia. After he got the news, he's not welcome to Liberia. He still sold stocks to Black Americans on the dream they'll go to. Anybody can Google that. Anybody can Google that.
It was one guy that
John Clark even said that. These guys. Yeah, these guys are weird.
The government sent that guy in. Brother, Dr. Bruce was next. And then I got and then you can go after, and then we go on to Lacey.
Well, they talking about Malcolm's father. You gonna accept that? He was a garbage.
Dr. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, what's up, everybody? Dr. Bruce. I appreciate the discussion. I think sometimes it's weird to hear people use like COINTELPRO sources and the same people who've been trying to destroy, if that's what y'all want to call foundational Black Americans. The primary enemy you've been facing has not been Black people or the diaspora, it's been white Americans. So to use their sources to discount people who work to advance the Black diaspora, it seems a little, I don't know, either self-hating or disingenuous, like y'all that desperate to win an argument. I agree with the brother earlier. Garvey was a flawed individual, like most people would have been, or most people still are today. And I don't think all his approaches were successful. But when you
Yeah, family, I can't.
Successful.
Family, I can't. I can't. Family, I can't. I'm sorry. Hold on. It's a joke. This TikTok. That's TikTok. It just blasts random videos that you never chose. Yeah, family. That's why I don't like those panels where everybody got 3 minutes to lie. Now you see why the TikTok spaces are toxic. Like, so people get to lie and get 3 minutes to just say whatever you want without somebody saying, hey, objection. That's not realistic and nowhere on earth. Nowhere, especially this country. Nowhere in this country are people allowed to lie without objection. In our American court system, the the other side, the prosecution or the defendant, their lawyers get to scream out objection when they believe the other attorney is doing something that's incorrect. Who says you got 3 minutes to just say whatever you want, no matter how ahistorical it is, no matter how fallacious it is, fiction it is, just go. And then we get to go behind them and have the burden to put it all together. This guy said, well, so basically the last guy said, well, you can't rely on white man's sources to condemn a scammer. But everything we say on this net comes from a white man's source. I'm just like, yo, what are we doing, my guy? Your man's a scammer. And I'm not gonna participate in that anymore. You dig? I said what I had to say. I got enough content. I got to record it on my side. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You dig? I'm good. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with, I was there long enough. I'm good. Like, come on, man. Like, that's why those spaces don't mean nothing. And I'm telling you, those spaces don't grow because they have no standard of integrity. There's a reason why in our spaces, in FBA spaces, there's a reason why the most influential spaces are Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Professor Truth, Afro Elite, and Black Alpha. There's a reason that those are the largest FBA spaces. Now think about how they conduct themselves as opposed to that. Like, people think controversy sells in foundational Black American society. It may sell in white society. It does not sell in our spaces. What sells in our spaces is integrity. Jason Black does not allow somebody to rant and lie, and he has 4,000 live viewers. Tariq Nasheed doesn't allow nobody to rant and lie, and he has ridiculous amount of views, as you can see. Black Alpha be out there 1.2, 2K, 3K live viewership. You can't just lie over there. I seen Afro Elite at 1.2. I seen Street Media TV at 1 point something. They don't let you lie. They have standards of integrity. The FBA spaces that allow people to sit there and lie, these are irrelevant spaces that never grow. You dig? They're trying to appeal to tethers, but they're small in numbers. We are the large majority. We are 50 million deep. They are, what, 6 million, 10 million deep? So you're trying to cater to their audience, but it's tiny. You're allowing them to lie and get it all out and expect us to clean it up. No, man, it's frustrating. You can't lie on guard. That's I mean, that's why in my space, I'm like, all right, let's look it up. You dig? Like, let's pull it up. What you saying? But then they gotta say, oh, that's the white man. Okay, so what are you going off? What information about Garvey are you going off? Huh? What information about Marcus Garvey, are you going off? Tell me it's Black News 102. You dig? It's gonna be white news. And man, and like the dude is so degenerate, he doesn't know that Marcus Garvey represent himself in trial. And he admitted to what I'm saying he did. The dude was a scammer. I'm not going to do that. Now, if the host, now here's the problem with hosts that don't know a lot. How can they determine how to, if you don't know, like, that's why I like people like George Rogan. George Rogan knows enough where he could challenge his guests, but he won't let them say any old thing. You heard him go back and forth with his guests. When there's a host like old boy Rebel that do not understand the conversation, he doesn't know who's right, who's wrong. Your hosts have to be educated universally. And that's the problem with these FBA spaces. The hosts don't know a lot. They react on impulse, emotions, and hearsay, rumors. And a little tiny bit they research for themselves. They really don't know. They become students to their guests. And I'm like, yo, if you don't know a lot, sit down. You dig? Invite those folks to my space where we can have a genuine conversation. Like, you know what I mean? They're outclassed. They're outclassed. You a host, but you don't know about the things we're talking about. Then, you know, don't talk about it. Talk about sports. Talk about, you know, something else. The animal kingdom. National Geographic, whatever. You dig? Don't talk about these spaces if you're not well equipped to correctly moderate and know truth or false. It's 2026. You don't know Marcus Garvey was a scammer, bro. You don't know he misled us on investments and dreams. Like, come on, like even John Henry Clark, like the Pan-African scholar admits to this. Like, yo, your own scholar admits to this. Why am I going back and forth with you? Come on, man. I'm not doing this. No. When it gets to that degree, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. When people can't discern lies from truth, I'm out. And again, like you see, as you can see for yourself, these FBA spaces give tethers and Pan-Africans 3 minutes of uninterrupted time to just lie. That's why real spaces, I keep naming, Jason Black, Afro-Elite, Black Alpha, Dennis Sperling, myself, we hood smart, we don't, even FBA, we don't let people just rant without a challenge. Oh, what'd you say? No, that's fake news. So of course they're gonna avoid our spaces, you feel me? They're gonna avoid our spaces because we're holding the revenues accountable. But the FBA spaces who are really toxic, they are desperate. They can't, you gotta understand this, family. FBA spaces that are desperate, they don't have the scholarship. Myself, Street Media TV, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Dennis Sperling, they don't have, we have. Even the common sense of hood smart, they don't have that. So therefore, they gotta adjust. They gotta compensate, and they gotta let the tether talk more. You think? In order to compete with us. So they gotta give the tether more rope, more time, more lies, in order to compete, man. And that's the sad part. Y'all know Revenue said some crazy stuff on there that he could never get off on our spaces. But these desperate, struggling FBA spaces, and I did it. I went there only for you guys. Had I just been on TikTok, I would have just went live. I would have never went over there. I don't go to TikTok spaces. I did it because I'm alive on YouTube, so you can hear it. So you can hear it. You can hear what happens. That's why I did it. So you guys can hear how they structure their panels. No integrity, no fact checking, no vetting. Hey, what's up? You meant to hop on or no? Introduce yourself.
We can see my name.
No, for the chat. I'm on YouTube and TikTok, so YouTube can't see you. They just hear you. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is High Street.
Yeah, I see your name, but YouTube don't see it. Okay, what's up, bro? So you're in mind.
What's going on, man? You talking about they must have kicked you off another live. What happened?
Nah, I left. First of all, nobody kicks me off anything. I left and I went live.
Right.
I created my own space. That's what you do when you have clout. But
Yeah.
but wait. First of all, are you Foundation Black American?
No.
Okay, no problem. Well, what country are you from? Your homeland?
Somalia.
Okay, East Indian. I mean East African. Okay, I mean I don't have an issue with you. What's your issue with me?
I don't have an issue with you at all.
All right. So what do you chimed in to say something? What you want to say?
You said you're talking about some stuff. I'm kind of bored. You know, I want to hear whatever you got to say.
Okay. So where are you located currently?
But right now, I'm in the UK.
Okay, UK. Now, now are you part of the hyper selection class or the humanitarian immigrant class?
The second.
Okay, cool. All right, all right. You said Somali. Okay, so teach us about Somalia. I don't really know much. What's going on there that caused you to go to UK?
Oh, going through war for about 30 years.
With who? Who?
It started off between ourselves, but now it's a proxy war. So it's like different factions being pushed by, you know.
So who are the parties that's all involved outside of yourself?
Well, the USA actually started the current civil war within ourselves because after the civil war, we were actually getting back to our feet around 2006 based on, you know, how we've always ruled ourselves. But the USA didn't want that.
Wait.
They
Wait, I'm just trying to catch up. So you said, hold on. One second. My screen froze. Yeah. Okay, so you said that the USA is responsible.
Definitely because of the USA.
No, I'm saying like, so you're saying that USA is responsible of some Somalians going to war with who?
In 2006, they got Ethiopia to invade us. They gave them all the weapons and money, and they didn't want like a strong Islamic country like in that region.
Okay, so now prior to that, did you have conflicts with Ethiopians?
Yeah, for sure. Throughout history, almost 2,000 years.
Okay, so I get you saying. So you saying America chose a side, and they chose the Ethiopians, and they armed them, and gave them weaponry.
The Ethiopians didn't even have much reason, but they just wanted the America to be bankrolling them for something, you know. So they said, "Oh, there's gonna be like a bunch of terrorists." They weren't terrorists at the time, but now they are terrorists. If that makes sense.
All right, hold on. No, that don't make sense.
All right, so there was a group of like elder Islamic or whatever clerics that actually brought peace and stability around 2006, and then America didn't want anything Islamic taking over the region, so they got America to invade them, and then that group, they split into two factions, and then they destroyed the moderate faction, and then the wild faction just went into the bush, whatever, and that's just how it's been ever since.
So was it conflict before America got involved, or America started the conflict between Somalians and others in 2006?
This round, they started it.
What about the earliest round?
No, it's always been.
Okay, so the earliest round, it was Somalians versus who?
Of the Civil War beginning.
So Somali versus Somalians?
Yeah, at the beginning, yeah.
And what sparked that?
Mostly clans, and this whatever, how do you say, the dictator didn't want to leave power, and they just got ugly, and then once they were bringing it back together after like a time of lawlessness, that's when this new round started now.
Okay, so you're saying, so once you guys kind of figured it out, the United States came to highlight or inflame the division.
Yeah, they didn't like the consensus we reached because, you know, at the time, war on terror and it's like a geopolitical thing. They don't want like a strong Islamic country in that region because sea shipping or whatever.
Okay. So so now what side do you think the UK would take on that?
Oh, the UK is always on the American side, and they've got their own agendas and whatever.
So here's the part that confuses Americans, Black Americans.
Right.
We're saying if America and the UK were causing your demise, why would you live with the op voluntarily?
Right. No, I get you. That's an interesting question. But the thing is, the other side of that humanitarian, everyone that's basically here around my age or older, they're just working to help their family back home just to survive this, you know? Just to like put food on the table and whatever, just live another day. Maybe the like future generations will be able to. It's like, I don't want to pull this back, but like think about the darkest period of your people. Like they were not thinking like, why would I do this or whatever. They're just saying maybe my descendant will be able to achieve this. So I'm just gonna put food on the table, however, or whatever, keep my head down.
Right.
If that
So
makes sense.
in other words, live another day, like conceive.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. So now this civil war initially is around 1991.
Yeah.
Okay. And Saeed Barr.
Yeah, see that, bro.
Okay. So armed rebel groups overthrew the government, right?
Yeah.
And as a result, Somalia fragmented into clan-based militias and warlord territories, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now the part. So what I did was while you were talking, because we're in a modern technological era, while you were talking, I recorded you to AI. Yeah. So I want you to hear AI response to your account. It says when you said America started the Somali conflict, it says that is false historically. It says the conflict had already existed. So you kind of admit that. So it says what caused the original Somalia civil war? You already conceded to Somalia is ethnically very homogenous compared to many African countries, but clan identity is extremely important politically. So major clan coalitions competed for political power, resources, territory, control of Mogadishu. Right. So collapse of dictatorship. Hey, get back there. Get back there. So go back there. So collapse of dictatorship from 1969, 1991. That's a long time. It says corruption increased, repression intensified, rival clans were targeted, economy deteriorated. So eventually multiple rebel groups overthrew him, right? So it says after Barr fell, so right now there's no America. So from 1969 to 1981, this is a Somalia thing.
I want to add this that after, the like let's say around 1992, 1993, after like we're in the civil war.
I ain't get there yet. So I'm still focused on before 92. So I'm focused on a time frame of 1969 to 1991. It says corruption increased, repression intensified, rival clans were targeted, economy deteriorated. Eventually, multiple rebel groups overthrew him. It says after Barr fell, there was no stable replacement government. So everything that they complained about, when they got rid of the cancer, they didn't replace it with something. Militias still continue to fight each other. Famine and chaos follow. Now, it says, so now the question is, did the U.S. later inflame or worsen the conflict? I asked you that, right? It says, this is when the nuance matters. Many Somalis and analysts argue the U.S. intervention in the 2000s intensified the conflict again. That argument has some basis. Now, let's chat GPT. What happened in 2006? By the mid 2000s, Somalia was fragmented, but something important happened. A coalition called the Islamic Courts Union, ICU, began restoring. You kind of alluded to that. It says they reduced warlord violence, reopened infrastructure, improved security in some regions, created more stability than Somalia has seen in years. Is that true?
Yep.
So far, AI is on point. So many ordinary Somalis initially supported them. Wait, no, you don't need to, because I'm getting the fact. That's why I'm having you corroborate. Listen.
There's so much facts that
right, but let me just read this over, because maybe this covered everything. You don't know yet. So it's covering the timeline. And so far you're agreeing. It says
but 92, I was gonna go back.
Go ahead, 92 what?
All right, so after the dictatorship fell and like it went to the warlords or whatever, America started actually backing. Like this is why it took so long for the the clerics to actually come into powers, because the CIA were paying the law, like what do you call, the warlords to kind of stay in power, have their own little fiefdoms, allow them to dump toxic waste, all these type of things. But go on.
Okay, so the Islamic Courts Union, ICU, began restoring order in parts of Somalia. They reduced warlord violence, reopened infrastructure, improved security in some regions, created more stability than Somalia has seen in years. Many ordinary Somalis initially supported them because roads became safer, markets reopened, crime dropped. Now, number 5, it says, why did the U.S. oppose them? Let me share my screen to my YouTubers, right? So you know where I'm reading from. Okay, it said, why did the U.S. oppose them? Well, do you know why the U.S. opposed them? All those guys to do all those Santa Claus things? Why the U.S. oppose that type of great activism?
Because they were not exactly the type of terrorists they were talking about, these ICU guys. They were very moderate, and they were loved, like, generally consensus by the whole country. And they didn't want that. They didn't want, like, a strong power in that region. Like I said, they would rather have us weak because they'd rather, like, just not have to answer for our sea routes and whatever, our shipping. And literally with NATO now, because of the pirates, they kind of like, they go through it with helicopters like it's theirs, you know, like they just patrol it. I've had cousins chilling on beaches that just like like helicopters will draw down on them from a distance and like tell them, yo, vacate, we don't want to see if this is pirate activity, whatever. So that's kind of what it is. And it's like, that's like literally, it opens into the Red Sea where, into the Suez Canal, like if you know that opening, Gulf of Aden, whatever. So they want that free and us weak, so we can't have a say in it. And yeah,
all right,
like just like that.
So I'm gonna finish reading. So it says, why did the U.S. oppose them? Post 9/11, that means after 9/11, the U.S. viewed Islamist movements through the war on terror lens. The Bush administration feared Somalia becoming an Islamic state, possible Al Qaeda connections, regional instability near Red Sea shipping routes. So the U.S. supported Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia in 2006. Anti-ICU.
Here's the thing: when Ethiopia invaded, there was no Al Qaeda connection at the time. The weaker sect of the two, between the clerics, Al Qaeda came in with the weaker and wilder younger sect. So they ended up, with America's help, finishing off the elder clerics who were like sound and respected by people.
I got you, but that's why I read this. It says possible Al Qaeda connection. It never said confirmed. It said
it came in after.
Right. But I'm saying, but before the Bush administration, right? Yeah,
it was proven afterwards.
Yeah, but the language possible means that it's a opinion, right? It's not confirmed. So possible. You're right. It said that. It literally says Bush administration feared possible Al Qaeda connections, regional instability.
They opened the door for Al Qaeda.
Maybe. Okay, it says possible Al Qaeda connections, regional instability near Red Sea shipping routes. So the U.S. supported Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia in 2006. Anti-ICU factions. This intervention helped remove the ICU from power, right? So it said, what was the consequence? This is the critical point many analysts make. After the ICU collapsed, a more radical group emerged. You agree? The Al-Shabaab, right? Many experts believe the destruction of the ICU created a power vacuum. Moderate Islamist factions weakened, radical militants gained influence. So critics argue U.S. intervention unintentionally strengthened extremism. But you're saying intentionally strengthened extremism, right?
Between 2008, 2006 and 2008, the American airstrikes in the area were not going to Al-Shabaab members. They were going to these peaceful clerics that were moderate. If that makes sense, they were bombing these guys and leaving the crazy guys. They were bombing like the normal people, and then everyone has to like go behind. So it's kind of like just get them stuck in between a rock and a hard place. That's just it.
Okay, so to us, this come off as he said, she said, because we don't know, right? We're reading it. Okay, so critics argue, like you, U.S. intervention, no, not you. The other side will argue U.S. intervention unintentionally strengthened extremism. Right now, keep in mind, the words are unintentionally. Now, what we know as Black Americans, we're told it is nearly impossible to prove intent, because to prove intent, you got to prove patterns. That's all circumstances.
Just politics, bro. It's the war.
I got you.
At the same time,
I got you. But listen, listen.
Government.
I got you. Listen to what I'm saying, though. I wouldn't doubt that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to intentions, you gotta listen, relax, control your emotions. When it comes to intentions, like for example, if I do you harm, you don't know my intentions. You just know I did you harm, and you want justice. It's almost, unless I left a diary or left a paper trail online. But if I just did it and I ain't shared with nobody on the internet, nothing. I got you, but I'm speaking about. But this is called an analogy. I'm speaking about me now. Okay, me. If I harmed you, I'm just speaking about intentions. Is when you're trying to convince us that you got the proof of intentions, we need more receipts than just your opinion. Wait. Let me just finish reading first. But I think you're just missing what I'm saying to you. No, because if you're getting it, you want to give me an analogy.
I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do, but it's biased. What I'm saying is intentions. Intentions comes with long receipts. It's not something that people just give analogies.
Let me give you the receipts.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, let me finish reading first. It says, it says, so critics argue U.S. intervention was unintentionally strengthened extremism. That's a more accurate formulation than you saying America started the Somali conflict. Now, because you have a dog in a fight. We don't have a dog in a fight. We're the outsiders. Now, it said, what was the ICU entirely moderate? Not exactly. So it wasn't entirely moderate. It said, this is another oversimplification people make. The ICU was a coalition. True or false?
Yeah, let me just say something.
Wait. Let me just wait, because listen, I'm talking to you.
Read it. I'll see.
Right, but hold on. I want you to respond to what I'm reading, because we have a chat on TikTok listening and watching, and I also got YouTube listening and watching. So I want to just get your opinion. So it says the ICU was a coalition. You agree? Did they contain both moderates and hardliners?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Wait. I'll let you go. But I want to just read the bullet points. It says the ICU was not universally democratic. The ICU was still Islamist and Orient. Okay. Some factions were pragmatic, others were more extreme. So the U.S. destroyed, this is a quote, so the U.S. destroyed a peaceful, a perfect government is all too simplistic. So what you're saying, and what
they were perfect,
right? But I'm saying, like, the fact that what you said to me earlier was like they were just peaceful people who were getting along and being.
I'll tell you what it is.
Wait.
Hardliners, but they were more moderate, and they were rank and filed, and they had a consensus based on peace.
So let me say this. Let me say this, because the internet, the AI is saying Somalia's conflict began internally through dictatorship collapse and clan warfare in 1991. The U.S. did not create the original civil war. You agree to that? However, the 2006 U.S.-backed Ethiopian intervention, which you said, is widely criticized for worsening instability and helping radicalize the conflict of dismantling the Islamic Courts Union, ICU, and creating conditions that strengthen al-Shabaab. That framing is historically grounded and balanced. So now, that right there I just read, AI saying that sounds like what's going on. It says, important nuance. Somalia's problems cannot be reduced to all American fault. And the reason why I give you a hard time, because Black Americans, but Black Americans, we're hearing all of these foreign people blame America for all of their failures. And wait, hold on.
Americans.
No, I didn't say Black American. I didn't say Black American. I said Black Americans, we hear foreigners from other countries, all of their failures and their problems. We're listening to all of these countries, especially of Africa, all of them point to America for why they can't get right. Now we understand why they're doing it, because even with like athletes with the money or celebrities with money, women usually blame them and get a bag, right? So we understand whoever got the bag, they're going to be pointed to as.
You've been talking for a little minute.
Right. I'm talking because I'm reading. I'm not talking. You got to stop. I'm reading AI, which is smarter than you and I both combined. Okay. So it says important nuance. Number 9. Important nuance. Hey, by the way, the person who invited yourself up, invite yourself back. I'll allow you back on. Important nuance. Somalia's problems cannot be reduced to all America's fault or all Somali fault. Both internal and external forces matter. So it's saying if America has any fault, they're saying Somali has just as much fault. It says clan, right? Clan divisions, right? This is AI. Clan divisions, dictatorship, Cold War politics, Ethiopian rivalry, U.S. counterterrorism policy, regional politics, all contributed. It says now it gave me some questions to ask you.
Me answer whatever I was gonna say before.
Okay. And I got the question for that. See, AI family, if y'all not learning, AI be cooking. Okay, cool, but you ain't smart at AI, all right? Go ahead.
So I was gonna say this. When you said, okay, so it doesn't definitely, you can't trace patterns or intent.
Intentions, you can't.
Right. So if you're in the
Yeah, you can't prove it. You can't prove it. You could trace it, you can't prove it. Now I'm correcting what I said. I said you can't prove intention.
South, when they were lynching black people, they lynch a black guy in this town. Let's say they just destroyed Yemen or Iraq, and then they come to the next town, and then boom, they lynch another black guy, and they lynch another black guy. Are you gonna say, okay, we can't prove intent? It's probably because this black guy did something. All the while knowing that this is the stated causes. This is stated whatever.
So hold on. So let me tell you.
Ideology.
I got you. Hold on. Because you mentioned Black America, and I'm a scholar in Black American history.
Of course.
Okay, yeah. So now hold on. So you said you can't prove intention. So what will we be? What's our claim? So you got to give us our claim to where the burden of intention is on us. So now you said the lynching happened here, it happened there. What is our claim?
Are you trying to say that these people are not lynching us? These people do not have it out for us? Is that what you're gonna say in front of your own?
Hey, bro.
In front of the world,
bro. Listen, comprehension is very important when we having a dialogue. You just tried to attempt to prove intention, and you gave I got you.
Spot intention.
I got you. Hold on.
The stated goals.
I got you. I heard what you said, but you're in luck. You're talking to somebody who's very smart. Now you just mentioned events of lynchings, and I'm asking you, what would our claim be? So now you mentioned the actions. What are we saying is happening? Go ahead.
You're saying, boom, these people are killing us. These people are lynching us from trees. These people have it out for us. They don't want to see us living.
Okay, so let's stop right there. So before lynchings, do we have a claim? So let's omit lynchings. Do we still have a claim?
Claim to what?
The same thing, that these people are doing is bad. So before lynchings even happen, do we have a claim?
Yeah.
Okay, you see how that works? So our claims go before lynchings. We go to no, bro. We just read and you agreed.
Aspect I'm showing you.
Wait, hold on. I got you, but you got to listen to me though. We both agreed that the origin of your demise started with you, right? The Civil War, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the origin of Black Americans didn't start with us. It started with the same white people who lynched us. So our original claim has been constant through 2026. These, hold on. Hey, bro, no, it's not deeper. It's bro. No, it's not deeper.
Own political establishment.
Hold on.
You get it?
Wait, hold on.
Once we broke free from that, we
but you gotta
built our own
thing
under our
I got you. And I'm not. Hey, bro.
Under our own ethos with
bro,
the ICU. That's when they destroyed us. So it's even more malicious.
Yeah, but I'm not dismissing that. I want you to listen to the analogy. You made an analogy. It's a false equivalence I'm pointing out to you.
Oh, it's a beautiful equivalence.
Okay, hold on. You just said
it's a master stroke.
Nobody believes you. You just said that your demise started with yourselves. You're internally fighting a civil.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not our beginnings. So that's a false equivalence. Our beginning got to be similar to yours.
Whole demise. Do you think that's our first
No,
demise?
no. You're missing what I'm saying.
Of our entire
I
history.
got you. Well, I got you. But you got to stay composed. I'm talking about the equivalence is false because yours started with you messing up with yourselves. Ours didn't start with that. Ours started with an enemy, right? That who is not us, having no good intentions for us. So that's called a false equivalence. What you got to do?
No, it's not.
No, oh my God!
It didn't start there. Have you heard of Black Hawk Down?
Wait, yes, I heard of that.
Okay. So
Wait.
Things before that.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me let AI record you. All right, let me know when you're ready. Hold on. Black Hole Down, right? You ready?
Yeah, you're gonna talk about they were causing famine, but they were
okay.
They were given those weapons to cause that famine. They were given those.
Wait. Slow down. I'll let you go. I'll be quiet. Okay, it's recording now. You said Black Hawk Down. Go.
All right. What about? Let's see. That's obviously.
Explain Black Hawk Down, my guy. Explain it.
Trying to intervene with a warlord that they were previously sponsoring, and then boom, it went all to hell. But it's proven that they were previously sponsoring him. His son was a Marine with the US. He had the US in his corner, and then they fell out.
Bro, did y'all have issues before Black Hawk Down?
What, with the Americans?
No, with yourselves.
Yeah. Okay. But you don't understand geopolitics. See, you just like to read off of AI.
No, I understand geopolitics.
Obviously, like you generally think AI is some sentient being.
Hey, bro, you just, okay. Okay, right. But here's the difference, though. You are living with your ops who support your demise. That's something. No, well, hold on.
I called you N-word and you.
Hold on. Yeah, but it wasn't voluntarily. It was forced. You voluntarily live with your ops. You got visas. I get it. And I'm not saying that that's a bad idea. I'm just saying that you end up.
I'm singing Kumbaya here.
It doesn't matter. I'm saying that that's a voluntary choice. That's different from ours. Ours were forced.
Yeah, sure, but it doesn't feel very voluntary when your whole people are depending on you.
Okay, so what's the end game?
What's the end game?
Yeah.
To stabilize our homeland, to just keep on going, to just keep feeding our people, keep their lives moving forward. You know what I mean? It's literally like, I give you the analogy of your people during your darkest hours of just another day.
Okay, so this is my advice to you. Right. Okay. So we got one thing in common. White tea people, according to myself and you, we both would say white tea people is the root cause of our internal issues, right?
On some level.
Okay. So now we believe that if you truly believe that, we have a louder voice than you. We're living in the belly of the beast, right? So if you truly believe that, then you should be supporting the things we're into, because nobody distrusts and challenge white tea supremacy more than Black Americans. Nobody on earth.
Of course, I support the good things about.
Okay, well, there's no bad things. There's only good things. Okay, so what you should do is be more louder, because Black Americans, we feel like we all we got. We feel like nobody's with us. Everybody's just doing their own thing. So now, if what you saying is true, then you need to be more louder, and you need to recruit more Somalians to be more louder, okay, about that, because there's a lot of Somalis in America, and they're in Minnesota, and they're living amongst us, and we don't get those vibes you expressed today from them. The vibe.
Did you see when George Floyd that like they were doing a lot?
Okay.
For the community.
Okay, so that's a start. So we're saying finish it. So we're saying right now, the thing I appreciate with the Somali community is that they're not doing what the Nigerians, the West Africans are doing. So the East Africans are not doing the deception that the West Africans are doing. You guys are not deliberately trying to pretend to be us. Okay, they are. And that's a huge problem for us. We can never ally with them because of that. So as long as y'all keep it there, but don't stay there, we now need you to support what we're doing for delineation, reparations, and that type of stuff. And believe me, we will in return look at what you got going on and be vocal about what you got going on. But
100%, I like this outlook.
yeah. So that's how we network and get together and build alliances. So we saying we got something going on. We got the momentum. Stand behind us. Get your, any Somalians who are against us, educate them, and and that's all we saying.
100%, man. We don't even have like a law. I'll be honest with you. Like my parents, they brought me here when I was 4 years old. Since then, they both retired back home, right? And like I send them some money, and I send my relatives money, and I just keep them upkept. And it's literally like a big tax on what I do, but it's cool. I just keep it moving. And as far as black movements, yeah, bro, I respect like the founders of like these things. You know what I mean? And it's not like there needs to be a lot of competition. And I recognize they actually felt the boot. So like in certain ways, like as much as I don't see myself living here for life, you know what I mean? I respect what they got going on. I try keep whatever, like I said, whatever I agree with, I keep it moving, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just like that. But that's how it is, man. Most of us, I would say, we don't see ourselves living here forever.
Yeah, I don't imagine you should. You dig? I imagine that you guys are there temporarily, to get your thing straight back home. You feel me?
But that just goes to show you, man, it's like I literally, when I came of age and I started reading about whatever my people were going through or whatever, and I literally I started reading about old, like not just African, I started reading old African American.
Say Black American. No, say Black American. Yeah.
And just people who've been through centuries of problems. I clock how they deal with it in the time and just keep it moving, person. Literally, we've only been in this state for maybe 115 years, 110 years altogether.
That's a long time.
Right, since colonialism began, since the eve of it.
Wait, so when you say 110, so you're talking about 110 years in wait, no, but I'm asking for I'm asking for clarity. You're saying 110 years in the UK? Okay, I got you. So now you don't consider yourself a Black Brit, do you?
No.
Good.
See how Black Brits came about.
Yeah, it's fufu.
It is. It's like
it's fufu.
Like a background of Caribbean.
Right. So now our standpoint, truth teller, you got to mute up. You are walking through the woods or something, the jungles of Africa. Yeah. So now, my Somalian brother, there's no such thing as a Black Brit. Like you said, those guys are African or Jamaican or whatever living in the UK. You don't get to change your identity because you left your homeland. You're still that. So go ahead.
I mean, this way we've actually had a bit of conflict over here. Not too much, but a bit of conflict. But they with like Nigerian, Jamaican, Zimbabwe, whatever, they all kind of joined into one thing when they came here.
Right. That's called cosplaying. Right. That's called cowardness. Like instead of standing strong and representing your nation where you come from. Yeah. Like that's what we don't respect. And that's why I told you, like, most East Africans, like, I kind of like their position. Like a lot of y'all don't try to be us. Like you're proud Eritrean, Ethiopian, Somalian, Sudanese. Like you guys are proud to be what you are. And a lot of Black Americans got offended when your people say you're not Black, but that's true. You're not Black. You dig? So I'm like, nah, they're right. They're not Black. Right. And we respect that. But the cosplayers that we have an issue with, South Africans, West Africans, these guys are distrustful, right? Because they're cosplaying to be us to finesse wherever they are. And there's no respect there, and by that there's no alliance there. You can't fake to be us. There's no alliance there. Be a proud Nigerian. Be a proud Zimbabwean.
where we face the same enemy, you know what I mean?
Right, but
also let's not try to assimilate into each other. We
right,
have our own
yeah, because that's more respectable. France got alliance with America, but they're not trying to be American. They're France. They're French, right? The UK got alliance with America, and so does other European countries. But they're proud to be who they are. They're not trying to be American. They're not trying to be German. Germans are proud to be Germans. It's like, yo, we can have an alliance, but you just being you. You don't got to be us to have an alliance.
So one thing they always tell us is, "Oh, you don't think you're black or whatever," and it's like I tell them, "Bro, you can't tell me nothing about identity. Every problem we're facing is because we're very autistically very precise about identity. We know our loss. That's just how what our whole thing is based upon. Is like who gave birth to your grandfather, father.
Right.
That's where the thing started from.
Right. So here's some pushback for them.
Label on me.
Right. So here's your pushback to them. Ask them what makes them black. Be like, are you black ethnically or racially? They could only say racially. Okay, and you say, well, who called you black racially? Was it you yourself or the white man, your enemy?
That's the whole crux of their thing. They'll tell you the white man can't tell the difference. I'm like, who gives a damn what the white man thinks?
Hey, you see? Hey, chat, y'all listening? These West Africans, they're delusional. They got so much value in the white man. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy, man.
Like they think that this guy is really like, Jesus or somebody. It's bananas. So it's a breath of fresh air to hear an African not validate the white man opinion.
I'll tell you. I say like we've been down in the dumps for just 100 years, because before that, the white man didn't have any power in the Horn of Africa. Like if you watch the movies they make, this is a big source of pride for me. Whether it's Black Hawk Down or the pirate movies or whatever, no matter how bad they make us look, they know they're the victims when they step there. You know?
Right.
That's the big source for me. And it's like I don't like when these people just lull in whatever. Like some African Americans, like Black Americans. They're tired also about all these movies being made about the bad stuff they've been through. Like I get it, you gotta take it in, but you gotta like build on that. Some people they want to keep reminding you of that nonsense.
Right.
I feel like it's not the same level, but I feel like we're going through it right now.
All right, look, let me say this. So, as an East African, what responsibility do you believe you have in with the transatlantic slave trade?
Transatlantic, basically nothing.
Right. Right. Okay, so I know that. Right. I know it was the West Africans and South Africans who sold us. Right. So now look at this. So now you should be more mad at them like us, because there would be no such thing as a white man today if they have not given them 15 million people to work 24/7 to build their economies, build their armies, technology, science, to make them a superpower in 300 to 400 years. If they have not done that, there will be no such thing as a white boogeyman today.
Right. My grandfather always used to tell me, right, it's not about them, but on the other side, if you look at the Indians, how easily like they were taken over and like gave all their wealth to the British. Like he tells me, like us, the white man will tell us, what, we'll fight or we'll die. And then these guys are just gonna give them everything, and then that's basically how they got powerful. So you're right. Some people basically putting others on a plate. You're right.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like I never looked at North Africans or East Africans. Like you guys been, innocent of that. We look at the West Africans and South Africans. So that's why we laugh. Go ahead.
We have our own history of abuses, and I'm not proud of it.
Okay, no, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about how white man became a superpower, right? Because, right.
A big topic for me. I'm quite well versed in this. I would put it on literally the people that you said, and also South Asians, because they did not rebel as much as they should have.
Right. These are cowards who play victim.
Those cells.
Right. They're cowards who play victim and try to blame white people. It's like, yo, Nobody forced you to do anything. You signed those treaties. You gave up BP. Like you allowed BP to come to Nigeria and extract oil, and you got a royalty. You allowed that for 60 years. You allowed that. And you got your money. Ain't nobody come and do. They lie and say white people came over there and took stuff. They ain't take nothing, bro. They came over and worked out deals with these folks and got permission. Okay. Yeah. So just don't get caught up in the hype. Don't get caught up in the rhetoric and all the headlines. Like just understand your history. Understand the history.
Real, but also I will say this: it's if you can convince them that okay, let's just fight the bottom line. My identity is mine. Your identity is yours. That would be beautiful for all people.
Right. Right. I agree. Because there's nothing wrong with you being you. Like, for example, like Black Americans, like we got different fathers, different mothers. We're not trying to make everybody have the same father, same mother. No, we got different trees, right? Different genealogies. And that's okay. So that's even better because it shows that we can link up with people who are not us. Like that's more genuine. Like linking up with your family, that's like a given, right? But linking up with your neighbors, that takes more effort. That takes more negotiation power, right? Because you gotta give and take as they do. But linking up with your family, your brother, sister, that's a given. Nobody be like, oh wow, you and your brother in business. You kind of expect that, but you and your neighbor in business, or you and somebody like states, yeah.
See where you come from.
Yeah, so that's all, man. Like all I'm saying to you is, don't get caught up in the hype or these fake diaspora wars. Just understand that Black Americans, we know that these West Africans and South Africans are on some stuff. We know they cater to the white man. They want to be the white man. They got no fight in them. We know that, and we're holding them accountable when we're calling them out. And this is why Ghana got the nerve to ask for reparations. Like, yo, you just sold us, and you want to get paid for selling us. Like, you got your mind, bruh. And that's why America rejected it. Like how you the seller and you want no, you got the bad end of the deal. That's your fault. You should have renegotiated the contract, right? And asked for more things. You settled with alcohol, GUNs, and fentanyl. Like you settled for that. Right. So that's a purpose. Yeah, but when you say George Bush involved in your ordeal, now Black Americans know George Bush very well. Kanye West went out there and said George Bush, you don't like black, you know what I mean? So you know the whole thing. So Black Americans were never a fan. We were never a fan of George Bush and his administration, him or his dad. So when I seen that in the AI thing, I'm like, okay, I look at that side eye because who trusts the Bush administration? Like you said, like they were caught lying on Iraq and things like that, weapons of mass destruction. So
You know what I say? I say every couple generations they put someone on the table for the slaughter. Can I say that? Like at one point it was yours. I feel like right now it's kind of ours.
Well, if you're look, we've never been taken off the table. So if it's your turn, we're there with you. We have never been taken off the table. We've always been there. This country has robbed us continuously. We get wealth, they take it. We get wealth, they take it. We get wealth, they burn it down. They make laws to marginalize us. So if you're on the chopping block, bro, we're there with you. We always been. We never were off the chopping block, because if you were, look at all the Nigerian success in America, right? Look at all the Zimbabwean success, the Kenyan success. Where is the Black American success?
I think, like, it's like you said at the beginning, it's like a certain section of these people can come, like the richest already. They already the richest.
That's called hyper selection, by the way.
Exactly.
Okay, that's called hyper selection. Like they go after, they go after the Uncle Toms of West African nations, and they invite them over here, and then they use those people to gaslight us to say white tea racism doesn't exist, because they're allowing them to work and get the things that we're not allowed to get. So they'll say, hey, man, you Black Americans complaining. You're lying. Look at these Nigerians. They're doing well. Yeah, you invited them over, fool. That's your guest of honor. We're not your guest of honor. And then the Nigerians feed into that and be like, yeah, man, nah, you guys lazy. So, bro, we get the whole game, man. Black Americans are woke and we're aware. and we're growing in that awareness, man. And it's gonna be a different world.
Stuff like how we've been portrayed, like not like them, like vindictive. This is why we're doing the fraud or whatever. You know, like just hyper speculative. There is some of that, but like trying to blame everything on us because they know they did something wrong there.
And I get it.
They know, like
I get it. Nobody know white supremacy more than Black Americans. Like that's all we ever known. Like we never not known it. So
so glad I grew up reading like Black American literature because I feel like I know where this is going or where this is coming from and the tactic behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Now, look, there's no such thing of a Somalian. Like even the ones that's caught up in a scam. There's no way in hell you guys know about loopholes without being educated. So
I'm telling you, like I feel it's like you know how the PPP loans were going off during COVID.
Yeah.
It's like basically everyone doing it, and then now like they're just trying to push it all on us, and like trying to use us to explain where all the wealth gone. We didn't steal that much, but we stole some. I will say that.
Little player, you gotta not say that. Let's not do that.
Say what?
Let's not act like a certain group of people didn't take a whole heck of a lot of money.
Well, I don't think we took that much more than anyone else.
Well, then why did
Trump himself pardoned the people that stole more than the whole group stole? Like he stole one guy. He pardoned one guy that stole $2 billion.
Yes.
That's irrelevant to what you just said. You said we didn't steal that much
go.
money.
Open it.
You guys said like relative to other people stealing PPP loans.
Open it. Okay, now close it.
There was no theft of billions of dollars of PPP loans.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Every meme I used to see coming from that era of COVID was like, I just ran off with 20 million on PPP. Everyone was doing it.
Yeah. There's a group of people that sent money back to their own country, and it was in the billions. That's 3 years.
Money back in the billions every single year. It's like I was explaining to FBA. Every year, that's all we're here for.
Stolen.
They didn't trace that. It was a hoax.
Sir, yes, they did. No, it was not a hoax. Stop.
They even tried to say we sent it to some movements, some terror movements, but the people sending the money and the people in the terror movements are on opposite sides, so you can't even gaslight me about that.
So how'd the money end up in your accounts?
It didn't. That was pure speculation. You have to look at the media with two wide eyes.
Where'd the money? So you're saying billions weren't stolen? Is that what you're saying?
At least 250 million was stolen. Not
That's
billions.
all?
Yeah, around 250 million, and 47 million was recovered. 200 million total.
You know the people who were arrested, they have them documented stealing over 250 million.
To the tune of 250 million.
Actually, it's more than that. And that's not counting the people they didn't catch.
No, I'm sorry, but the whole story was 250 million. We knew about it. We knew about it like when the story was breaking. Now it's been highly politicized, like I told you. But we knew about it when the story was breaking, and we had big conversations like, yo, we're supposed to be God-fearing. What's going on here?
So what happened? What did you guys conclude?
We concluded that there were some bad faith actors, and some people were trying to say, man, they're robbing us, let's rob them and stuff like that. But it was not as systemic as they try to make it seem. And anyways, why do you care if we rob the United States? No offense, but we're not robbing your community. We're robbing the government.
What are you talking about? How do you think the government gets its money? You think it just comes out of a tree?
They print it.
No, you pay taxes.
I have a master's in econ. Trust me, it doesn't come from taxes.
I have a bachelor's in finance.
Daddy,
it does come from taxes.
It really doesn't. Trust me.
It does.
Sit down.
It does. It gets
tax money mainly goes to our infrastructure, but it wouldn't go to. Wouldn't go to.
Since you have a master's in economy, how is that money accounted? Where is it tracked? That is the debt. Money? You said the money don't come from taxes; it comes from somewhere else. It comes from
every single time.
So wait! I didn't finish my question.
Every time the bank makes a loan, they create the balance. So literally, they make
when that money is given out, where is the debt on that ledger tracked?
To the treasury.
No, the Treasury doesn't hold debt, sir.
What are you trying to say exactly here?
Where is the debt tracked?
Well, for the government expenditure.
If the government prints money for a purpose and that money is then spent, that is now part of the debt. Where is that debt tracked?
You call us, okay.
Where? The Fed doesn't track debt.
All right,
The Fed determines fiscal policy.
Right.
And also allows for liquidation of funding.
Right, exactly.
So where is the debt tracked for that money that was created?
You tell me.
Is it recorded?
You tell me.
So how do you know taxes aren't being used for this money?
Because the heterodox view of money shows that every single time the government does a big thing like quantitative easing or PPP loans, it literally just printed fresh money. Like with COVID, you know what I mean?
Right, but if you have any financial education, you know the second money's printed, that's a record of debt.
Of course, but that's how the whole thing runs.
So where is the debt tracked?
The debt is unending. It's almost 40 trillion.
I understand. Where is it tracked?
Please make this point so I can see where you're going with this.
So because tax money is used to pay off the debt. Did you know that?
Yeah, sure. It's used, but it's never going to pay it off. It's never going to pay it off. It's a Ponzi scheme.
So if I understand that, but if funds that the government has is being misused and misappropriated, guess who has to pay for that?
Everyone. But you don't have to. You don't have to.
Specific.
They're going to use that to raise everything.
Wait. More specific.
America controls everything.
Wait, sorry. More specific.
Everyone wants to buy your dollars. The whole world wants to buy your dollars.
So
It's structured for Americans.
You just admitted it. Taxpayers have to pay. So if I have to pay taxes because you guys are stealing money, what does that mean?
Do you think we're not paying taxes as well? And also,
no, if most of you are on welfare.
People could say the same about you.
No, majority of black people aren't on welfare.
A majority of people are on welfare.
Yes, you are.
We're not.
Yes, you are.
I wouldn't say so, no.
People on welfare don't pay tax. Almost 2/3 of your population, two-thirds of your population are on some kind of aid from the government. And then on top of that, a group from your population rob the government. It's
right.
Twice.
So I have fact checks. So anytime you guys like in a disagreement, what I do is I just be unbiased and I just fact check it. It says yes. Because I asked AI, I said, are majority of Somalis on welfare? It said yes. It said while a high percentage of Somali households, particularly in states like Minnesota, receive public assistance, the majority of the working age adults are employed. High rates of welfare utilization are driven by poverty and large family sizes rather than a lack of labor force participation.
You have a job and still be considered impoverished, right?
Yeah, but not on welfare.
Well,
no, wait. Hold on. Hey, brother. I just came from property management, South Carolina. You can be on welfare and have and work. Okay, so what happens?
Right. Housing benefits.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying, but you don't have to do that. What I'm saying is that you can be on, because I didn't know that either until I was in the industry. You can be on welfare and work. I didn't know that. See, what happens is like they just make you pay more for rent.
Excuse me, something. Why do you feel personal when we deal with the government of the USA? You say this is the person that's robbing me.
Nah, wait, hold on. Wait. Before you even go that route, I think you was better off with just having a convo we had before. But I don't think you should ever justify stealing or scamming. I think that's the. No, but it don't matter.
The worst thing in the world.
No, but it don't matter because there's no honor amongst thieves. So once you're a thief, nobody can trust you because there's no honor amongst thieves, right? So that's the issue. Like when somebody's comfortable with stealing and lying, that person can never be trusted.
Well, I think of it more in a Robin Hood way.
Nah, but that's fantasy though.
The money stealing comes from the people of the country.
It doesn't.
So yes, it does.
It comes from the government.
No, it doesn't. Money needs to be accounted for in our financial. Every time you affects the economic system. The money will never leave.
All right. So let me ask you.
FBA go on mute. FBA might go on mute.
That are going buying $100 billion worth of whatever in debt, straight debt, and then boom, they just file for bankruptcy, and then boom, after 10 years, it's wiped off the ledger. What's the difference between that?
Couldn't hear you. You start over.
Yeah, Mike background.
Conglomerate companies that go 100 billion into debt and buy some stuff, and then boom, file for bankruptcy. This is all
American companies. What does American companies have to do with the government?
Because they scam the government every single year of hundreds of billions of dollars.
But what does that got to do with a group of immigrants coming over here and stealing from the government? I don't understand why you're redirecting.
It's the same mechanism. It comes straight from the government.
You're
gonna have to cover this debt, whatever. Hold that. The pockets of normal America.
So you just want us to hold the loss that the immigrant
government should, but you. How do you say in one breath that this government doesn't want nothing from me, and then you're gonna hate on me for doing what I
say that, sir? Are you listening? The government gets its money from its people.
It doesn't. We've established that the whole world tries to buy your dollars. Your debt means nothing, even though it's constantly growing.
Dollars is not. The buying dollars has nothing to do with our debt. What are you talking about?
All right, let me read AI. Wait, all right, hold on.
Every single time.
Wait, I got the tiebreaker. Hold on.
Your bonds. Every single time
Hold
they
on.
do it.
I got the tiebreaker. Got the tiebreaker.
You can just print it. You can print more.
All right, so remember, every time you guys disagree, I got to read the AI. So it says, so AI quoted you. It says, why do you care if we rob the government? It says, this argument.
Subjective question.
No, you said that. And no,
it's a subjective question between me and you. AI will never be able to answer that.
Hold on.
That's between two of us who are from populations that are beaten down by this government.
Wait, hold on, brother. I disagree. AI is 1,000 times smarter than all of us.
This is a nuanced question for humans. This has morality involved.
Wait, relax. Let me read what they say first before we determine it. So, hold on. Listen, bro. You starting off good, now you starting off bad. All right, so I'm just reading AI. You don't have to accept it. I'm just going to read it for the audience. So the quote is, why do you care if we rob the government? AI said, this argument is economically and morally weak. It says, why? It says,
it's morals. It's your own morals, not AI's morals.
It says economically and morally weak. So it says, why? Hold on, let me just read it. It says, because government money is public money. It says, even if government creates money through borrowing and monetary policy, fraud still harms taxpayers, increases deficits, wastes public resources, undermines trust, diverts funds from intended recipients. So it says, so truth tellers' pushback was reasonable.
Well, you can accept from me that they create this money. It does say that they create this money because the whole world is based on the American dollar. So on top of that,
you mean creating the money means it's not accounted for? I don't know what you keep saying.
In America's sense, as a global empire that the whole world wants to buy your dollars, it's basically not accounted for.
What does buying our dollars have to do with robbing?
Because the whole world can't wait to fund you. This is where it's not your taxes that are getting put against the debt because your taxes are so small compared to the debt. It's the world buying dollars.
So you're saying it's okay because we got other money flowing into.
Yes, there's a geopolitical angle to this.
I guess you just lost.
It's not all domestic. It's not all about you. That's what I'm trying to say, man. We have to do what we have to do.
But they got a whole lot of money coming in from different places. They got a lot of businesses, so they won't miss it.
It's not that they won't miss it. It's just that the balance sheet works both ways.
All right.
When the balance sheet works both ways.
I'll tell you, I got some more AI. It says the econ debate, taxes don't fund government. This is where the conversation became confused. It says the person with the econ degree appears to be loosely referencing modern monetary theory, MMT style ideas. The idea being the U.S. government can create money, sovereign governments issue currency, spending is not mechanically limited like household budgets. There's some truth here. It says, but he overstated it badly. It says, does government money come from taxes? Yes, partly. Federal government funding comes from taxes, borrowing treasury bonds, monetary creation mechanism, other revenue sources. Taxes absolutely matter. The claim government money doesn't come from taxes is misleading. It says what happens when the government spends more than it collects. The government spends beyond tax revenue. Stop. It runs as, hold on, budget deficit. To finance deficits, Treasury issues bond debt. Investors buy Treasury securities. Federal Reserve influence liquidity and rates. The debt is tracked through U.S. Treasury accounting and national debt records. It says correction to the Treasury doesn't hold debt claim. The statement was slightly confused. The U.S. Treasury is responsible for issuing government debt, tracking federal debt obligations, managing Treasury securities. The Fed does not directly hold all debt counting. The Fed influences monetary policy, buys, sell securities, control interest rates, liquidity. But federal debt accounting is fundamentally tied to Treasury operations. So the finance guy was more correct there. It says the Fed determines fiscal policy. False. The Federal Reserve controls monetary policy, examples, interest rates, money supply, quantitative easing. Congress plus the executive branch determine federal policy. So Congress and the executive branch determine fiscal policy, examples, taxation, spending, budgets. That statement was incorrect. Printing money. People casually say the government just prints money, supporting you. Reality is more complicated. Modern money creation involves Treasury securities, banking systems, Federal Reserve operations, credit expansion, monetary policy, not literal, simple printing presses, funding everything directly. It says, wait, hold on, let me just finish AI. It says, even if governments can deficit, spend, and issue currency, fraud against the government still harms. This is his point. This is truth point. Even though the government can deficit, spend, and issue currency, fraud against the government still harms the public because taxpayers fund government operations. Deficit increased debt obligations and stolen funds are diverted away from their intended programs, right? So wait, hold on. Wait, before you do that, it says a lot of people online falsely argue since government creates money, stealing from government doesn't matter. It says that logic collapses quickly because inflation matters, deficits matters, public trust matters, and resource allocation matters. If fraud truly didn't matter, governments wouldn't prosecute aggressively.
All right. Let me say this now, okay?
Go ahead.
Say this. Let's give an example of the 2008 Wall Street. They're giving out mortgages and whatever for cheap, right? And then they're building their own portfolios that going off with hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. And then in the end, you have to pay for it, right? After everything, they got quantitative easing to keep them afloat. And then American taxpayers had to pay for it. So you're not angry like with that, even though it's just the government printed money and kept the ball moving. You're not angry with these companies, but you're angry with some citizens who
Somali, Minnesota.
Dollars. Does that make sense to you? Like you're being trained to look away from the people who run your whole economy into the ground and then just hyperfixate on a minority.
I'll give you an answer. It makes a lot of sense. Companies that have been approved and certified actually followed the law and what they were doing because the legal system made it easy for them to manipulate it and didn't account for risk. We had a fallout. The Somali people committed a crime. And you're trying to make a crime that they committed, robbing the United States, i.e. the people of the United States, the same as companies using the law to their best.
It was a crime. It was a crime because at the end they didn't have to pay for anything. The government had to bail them out. At your expense.
The government chose to bail them out.
At your
to save
expense.
the economy.
At your expense. Correct.
Save the economy because we would all suffer. That was a choice of the government to do so in the best interest of the people. So the Somalis were robbing the United States in the best interest of the people of the United States. Is that
No,
what you
that's a
will tell me
false
next?
equivalent because I'm not. You're.
Oh no, I'm proving that it's a false equivalent. Your point is
did
false equivalent.
did the company steal the money for the people's benefit? No, they didn't.
They didn't steal any money.
Pockets.
They didn't steal any money.
They absolutely did. They didn't have to pay back nothing.
No, because the government gave it to them.
Okay, so what's the?
It was approved. So you're trying to tell me the Somalis took money because
they took loans that they couldn't pay for. It's the same mechanism.
No, they didn't take loans they couldn't pay for. They took loans under false pretenses.
And the same thing with the what's it called? The same thing with these companies.
The companies didn't take.
They were highly leveraged. Were they not highly leveraged? Is that
right? But that's not illegal. It wasn't illegal to be highly leveraged. It was illegal to take out a loan in default.
Like if you cannot pay it back, if you have no chance, and you know you're too big to fail, the government's gonna step in, and then boom, you just put your feet up, and then you take all this money,
you're still not making,
and then you just move off.
How was that illegal?
It absolutely is. It's fraud. It's fraud.
How was it fraud?
Okay, I'll take a loan from you, and I have no I have no chance of ever paying it. I have no intention of ever paying it.
Who are you talking about? Who took out the loan? Who are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about these huge companies that were giving out loans.
No, so what caused
that led to the financial crash?
Was the derivatives trading is what the main cause was. It wasn't that people were actually what do you call it when you have foreclosure in your house? Forgot the term. But that wasn't necessarily the cause of it.
Default.
Because they were giving out loans to people who could never pay it back. Just to pay their own portfolios. That's what the bankers were doing.
But what happened was they wrapped up all of those loans into derivatives and traded them as one large thing.
I know what SPV is. That's a special whatever vehicle.
And because multiple parties had bought into that investment, when the housing market fell, it affected a large group of people. It's like being part of a mutual fund, except when it drops, you're negatively affected with your assets. You take a loss.
Exactly. So the point is, these people knew it.
Where is the fraud?
All right. I'll tell you. Because they didn't have to pay anything at the end. Quantitative easing took care of it.
But that's not fraud. Yeah.
Quantitative easing took care of all of it. That's a big bailout. Exactly.
The hood calls it corporate welfare.
Exactly.
Since when is welfare illegal?
Corporate people getting welfare is okay, but normal people getting welfare is not.
Who said that?
Right.
It's you. You just getting onto people for being a recipient of welfare. You're saying, we took all this money off your balance sheets, but we didn't do it.
They stole it. What do you mean? They stole it. What do you mean? They didn't get welfare. They actually stole money. What?
Bruh. Yes, they did, but not to the tune that you're trying to make it out.
What do you mean not to the tune? So you finally acknowledge that they did steal money, and
no, I acknowledged it from the beginning, and I said it was to the tune of 250 million.
So then, why are you trying to correlate them with corporations who made bad investments? I don't understand.
It wasn't a bad investment. They took out the loans knowing they'd never be able to pay it back, and they were too big to fail.
But it wasn't illegal.
They would eventually have to be bailed out.
But they didn't take out loans. The banks didn't take out loans. So I don't know why you keep saying that. You're confused about how that.
I'm talking about they gave out loans to people just to build up their portfolios, and then they could never ever pay it back, and they knew this.
Yeah. So High Street.
Everything worked out for them in the end.
So High Street. What you're comparing is morally incorrect to scamming or stealing.
No, I'm trying to say, what's the difference if it all comes?
But I just told you that. But High Street. So
why are you not angry at?
No, but High Street. No, we are angry. No,
you have to pay 100
High Street.
Billions,
High Street.
Or you have to pay 250
High Street.
million.
The American public was angry, but the difference is. One thing is what Truth Stella's telling you is morally wrong. Like, so what happened? The banks knew the loopholes. Okay, and they took advantage of the people through the loopholes, but it was legally done, as opposed to another people who did something that was completely illegal.
I will say this. I think that sure. The core of it, the 250 million, it was an illegal movement. But they're trying to tie in things that were not illegal to explain where a lot of money that was legally spent went, if that makes sense.
Can you give me some examples of those?
Like the daycare situation.
Leering Center
thing, it's statewide, it's countrywide. They were not doing nothing wrong.
But they didn't have any kids in there.
Yeah, because
it's called the Leering.
Long after, if you were following it,
nobody learned. They were leering.
They brought the kids after school. He went there on school hours.
You couldn't even register. You couldn't even register any kids in it either.
No, because it's like a community thing.
So you couldn't register any kids, and kids were never
they have
there.
the right to deny whatever acceptance.
And when they pull, so you're telling them that these people got arrested for having false and fraud businesses for is wrong?
I'm telling you, the people that got arrested,
they got convicted of fraud.
250 million worth of robbery is not the same, or fraud is not the same with these allegations Trump is making.
What allegations is Trump making?
He's talking about $19 billion. There's no way they could have robbed that much.
I mean,
we're in a number of 200. I think we kind of sat on the 250 million.
50. We'll sit on 250. Yeah. But I don't care if it's 250 or 19 billion. It really doesn't matter. They were stealing from us, the people.
No, they were not stealing from you, and that's my point.
We just went over that, man.
Yeah, we did.
They're not stealing from you. If it was another country, fair enough.
We did though.
Sir, this is our country. Why would they not be stealing from us?
I'm not talking about it like that. I'm saying, if let's say this happened in another country, fair enough, you could stipulate that they're stealing from the citizens indirectly. But in America, it has nothing to do with the citizens. That's my point. Because there's a geopolitical angle, and also every single person wants to buy your dollars. It doesn't come.
There's a geopolitical angle?
Nothing to all of this.
What's the geopolitical angle of people stealing money from the government that takes it's people's taxes to finance?
That's what I'm saying. It's not your taxes, because everyone wants to. The whole world, as you know, is built around the dollar. So everyone in the world wants to buy and hold the dollar.
I wish you stopped doing that. Nobody listening right now believes currency exchanges has anything to do with our debt. So stop trying to make it seem like it's the same thing.
It has everything to do with your debt.
Then please explain to us how does it
moving forward.
Since you did that, tell us how.
Every single country wants to buy your debt. That's what keeps you running forward. When the financial crash happened, China bought all the debt. That's how what kept you moving forward. When
hold on,
happened,
first of all, what you're
I don't know, someone else
clarify.
That's what kept you moving forward.
Our debt
every time a big disappears.
Sir, stop trying to confuse people. Treasury bonds is not buying our debt.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not. You're buying a bond for the promise of money in return in the near future.
It's your debt. You're selling your debt.
It is our debt. We're taking on debt. We're taking on that debt to use your money now. It's our debt, not yours.
No, you're selling your debt for the debt for liquidity to use now.
You're investing your monies to us with our promise to pay you back.
Exactly, but in the time
we're in debt
to your debt.
We're in debt to you. Now, what happens is
that's where your money comes from. It doesn't come.
So what happens is when money is
understand this.
When money is spent, or we take your money with the promise of paying you interest after a certain time frame, that debt is taken by the people of the United States government.
No, it's not.
We're the ones paying for that debt. No, not you.
You pay for you among others. I'll say that.
That's true. Well, taxpayers. Whoever's a taxpayer, you just robbed. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It was not entirely onto the. I'll tell you, the bulk of your budget does not come from your tax.
It's government besides
believe me, the bulk of your budget does not come from average taxpayers.
Of course it does.
Let Chief hop in real quick. Chief, you got something?
I gotta go right now. I'm still trying to understand what's going on.
Okay, so we're talking about these Somali scams. We got the brother that's Somalian. He's saying that they were not scamming the public; they were scamming the government. And truth teller. Let me know if I'm misrepresenting you. Now, you tell your angle. So, what's your angle on that?
He's saying we're robbing them.
The government, right?
States, yeah.
No.
Well, both of those things mean the same thing. If the Somalians are robbing the government, then that inherently means that they're robbing the people.
No, man. You cannot be co-opted by a system that wants to break you. You should be happy for us. If we did steal that 19 billion, you should be cheering us on. You all should be. I'm telling you, man. We did something that y'all could have. You know what I mean?
Okay, so this is the version. This is the version of Pan-Africanism that I don't agree with.
Pan-Africanism. Hey, man, it's good talking to you guys. I got some good info. Have a good night, folks.
All right. Well, thank you for calling up. Definitely was not somebody. Definitely was not somebody who's unwise. It seemed like he knew what he was talking about, whether we disagree or not. But he was not somebody who I would consider unintelligent, right? Or didn't know what he was talking about, uneducated. He had a sense of what he's talking about.
Yeah, he did, and he played to specific words, which led me to believe that he knows what not to say, right? Because
he was being very safe. He was being very safe. Yeah. Right. Now that's what I'm like once he did that, I knew that he's not a typical unwise person. Like, yeah, he's pretty clever.
Yeah, and then he went to, and then when you read the information about the treasury bonds and everything like that, I really wanted him to break that down because for some reason, he thinks if you steal from the government, you're not stealing from the people that finance the government for some strange reason, because he thinks the government makes money from elsewhere. The United States government only makes money via taxes as a net profit, if you can call it that. It's really not a profit, but think of it in business terms. Any money coming in can only come in from taxes. The United States government can't take money, invest it in another country, and then get money back. The only way they could do that is giving out loans. A loan from the federal government. That's the only way they can do that. And treasury bonds and, bonds like that. That's the only way they can do that. And you're paying out profit to somebody else. You're not keeping the profit. So they really don't make a profit off of government transactions at all. It's technically illegal.
He said something though that I thought was very interesting. He said that we should be happy for them, that they did something that we couldn't do. And I think that really speaks to Black America's plight. Like, everybody comes here and expects us to just not be loyal to America.
Right.
Yeah. They're not loyal to America, so
which is crazy because then at the same time they telling us that we don't know where we come from. We don't have
right. This ain't our country.
Right.
Talk to any of them. They have no idea we've been here for centuries.
Right. Facts. I mean, it's so funny. I actually over the summer, I was doing summer classes, and I got roommated with this dude straight from South Africa. He's actually from he's not from South Africa, but I can't remember what country it is. But anyway, he's like, yeah, no, they only show us that you guys are like a small dot, like somewhere like, somewhere in the South, we only got like a small dot, but like they don't teach them our history or our presence here like at all, which I believe because back in high school, I was in AP US history, and we had to take the actual immigration test. You know what I mean? Like we had to take it. And there's only about 2 questions on there about us. One about MLK, of course, and then I think Rosa Parks made it.
Terrible. Nothing about us in history. That's terrible.
It is, and that's why I'm saying we have an opportunity to really, really take charge of the narrative with social media, which is why I kind of hold out hope on a redefined version of Pan-Africanism, not the way that it is now. You know what I mean?
I don't think there is absolutely no reason nor there is any benefit for us doing anything with Pan-Africanism. As you can see, we just spoke to an African.
Right.
And he thinks we should not be mad at them stealing from us because it's from the government, not us. We're like, we are the government. What are you talking about?
Right.
But and we should be more angry at corporations that the government bailed out from almost 20 years ago, instead of people who recently stole $250 million from us this past year. We can't. We can't partner with people like that. The mentality is not something.
Yeah, I had told him
with how we progress through things.
Yeah, I told him that we got a phrase. There's no honor amongst thieves. I said that to him. I said, so how can you be a thief and think we can trust you?
I remember he didn't say nothing after that. He just walked past.
Yeah, like, yeah, I can never
talking about something else.
We can never trust a thief or a liar or a robber. But so I had AI recording the conversation. So this is AI. Okay, I ain't one of those. See, I encourage dialogue. I don't like the 3-minute lie and we got to come back. No, we're gonna challenge you right as you said, right? Because that's how real conversations work. Real barbershop conversations. You don't get 3 minutes and then we come behind you. You get challenged right as you lie about LeBron or whoever. Patrick Mahomes. We come right in on you, right? So these are genuine FBA conversations that I like to have. So anyway, the tiebreaker is AI, right? It says his quote, "We're not robbing the people, we're robbing the government." AI said, misleading, mostly false. This is rhetorically common, but economically inaccurate. It said the U.S. government money comes from taxpayers, treasury borrowing, fees, monetary expansion, and future obligations tied to debt. So fraud against the government is still fraud against public funds, taxpayers, future taxpayers, or national borrowing capacity. Even if money is deficit spent or borrowed, it still become part of public debt obligation. That's the argument he was making. So it says truth teller's core point was economically stronger. Government money is public money. That is fundamentally correct. Is now the quote, taxes don't really fund the government. That's partially true, but oversimplified. That is where people misuse modern monetary theory, MMT style talking points. Reality, the federal government can create money, does borrow money, and does collect taxes. The U.S. is monetarily sovereign, meaning it can issue currency, but that does not mean taxes are irrelevant. Taxes fund large portions of government spending, stabilize currency demand, offset deficits, and help control inflation. Incorrect claim. The government doesn't get its money from taxes. That is false in plain language. That means it can't say it false any more better than that. The more accurate, the federal government can spend beyond tax revenue through borrowing and monetary mechanism. Now, Treasury bonds explain. Truth teller was mostly correct here. When people buy, that's why he left. When people buy Treasury bonds, they are lending money to the U.S. government, and the government owes repayment and interest later. That is national debt. Correct framing. Treasury bonds are government borrowing instruments representing obligations debt. Incorrect framing. On the other side, it's not our debt. It absolutely is government debt, U.S. government debt. The government owes bondholders repayment. So now, the next quote, the Treasury doesn't hold debt. Technically wrong, confused. The Treasury Department manages federal debt issuance. Debt itself is officially tracked through Treasury accounting, public debt records, Congressional Budget Office data, and federal financial statements. The Federal Reserve influences monetary policy, but is not the main debt ledger. The Somali speaker mixed up Treasury, Federal Reserve, debt accounting, and liquidity operations, right? So now the next quote, the Fed determines fiscal policy. False. The Federal Reserve controls monetary policy. Congress plus Treasury handle fiscal policy. Monetary policy, interest rates, money supply, QE, banking liquidity. Fiscal policy, taxes, spending, deficits, budgets. That was incorrect. The Minnesota Somali fraud case. They are discussing the freezing of future scandal. This was a massive COVID era fund case in Minnesota. So it breaks that down. Okay. The guy, whoever said it wasn't systemic, subjective claim. The fraud was widespread, coordinated, and involved many actors. but calling it all Somalis would obviously be false. Nobody does that. The speaker was trying to distinguish individual criminal networks versus an entire ethnic group. The distinction is fair. Now, it says comparing Somali fraud to 2008 Wall Street bailouts. This is where the conversation became philosophically messy. The Somali speaker's argument: why focus on poor immigrants committing fraud when corporations cause vastly more economic damage? That's a moral political argument, which I told him. Truth teller response: one was legal manipulation, the other was outright criminal fraud. That distinction is important, which we try to tell him. So the thing is, what you guys said, he's coming from a Pan-African angle. They really believe that Pan-Africans, I've been saying for the longest, they actually hate America, right? But they would never leave America. But in rhetoric, they do. And so if America's at war, they're going to always go with the other country. Anything that supposedly disfavors America, they're going to champion it. That's why they champion you got Israel versus whoever. They're going to champion the other side, Palestine, whoever. They're going to always be pro-Palestine. Like, these are guys who are anti-Semitic, anti-America. This is their rhetoric that's actually being surveillance, right? That's why Pan-Africans, I say, when they make the argument for the last channel was that, Muammar Gaddafi, he was going to give, everybody who's a Pan-African or close, they always end up somehow aligning themselves with terrorism, aka Jeff Fort. You dig? For some reason, Pan-Africans always find themselves allying or aligning themselves with a terroristic group. I don't know what that's about, but it always leads to that. And that's the issues I have with Pan-Africanism. Like, they're too anti-America. If y'all want to add to that.
Well, I was gonna also add, I was gonna bring it up, but you know how it was going in that environment. I was gonna say, well, since he offered that in Libya, how can they have to go with that?
No, I don't cover. I was gonna say, why you put that big blanket on?
35, you gotta go on mute. I get it. I don't think Smith.
But yeah, it's weird they mentioned him because he said he was gonna do that. Okay, fine. But Libya still exists. How come it hasn't happened since? It's because they don't want to do it. So I know they want to make it seem like one person, they pulled this one person out who seemed like they wanted to help, but never got a chance to. But then the environment or the group that he led hasn't done it since. So we supposed to hold him up as an ally if the country, he's been gone, but the country's never done it. So what does that mean? Are they an ally or are they not? And they're not, because they got rid of the one person that might have been. So it's not even a point we should even bring up. But they like to just bring up nonsense to try to redirect the conversation. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it seems like they speak to Pan-African talking points, we're scamming the government. So, and I had Pan-Africans on my panel tell me that they don't mind if Africans scam onto our reparations. They say, well, it's the government that's scamming. I said, bro, you don't think reparations got names on the checks? Like, you think you don't know that my check says unbiased Ron? You dig? You think that's okay? So when a tether scam unbiased Ron check, you think he's scamming the government? And he said yes. I said, wait a minute. The money is separate from the government's bank account or account. Is given that's now my money with my name on it. So if they siphon off that, you don't think they're scamming me? You think they're scamming the government? And the dude said yes. I said, see, you can't even talk to these guys. That's my money, and I want it now. You dig? And I want nobody siphoning my money. No, scamming is wrong. Stealing is wrong. Fraud is wrong. Period. If Garvey does it, if a Somalian does it, if an FBA does it, it's wrong. It's scamming. All right? So we can't say if an FBA does it is right, but if a white T person does it is wrong. No, scamming is scamming, lying is lying, robbing is robbing. That's it. It has to be a universal rule that we say that's wrong, that's immoral.
They tried to They thought they were going to trap me with the same thing. So what they did was they gave me. Not a descendant, then no, I'm not taking it. They were like, come on, man. I was like, what kind of person would I be if I took it? And then they didn't say nothing after that.
Right. See, but the hypothetical is silly because there's never ever a time in this country where resources are not counted and tracked. It's just for anybody. No, like the resources are limited, right? So this ain't a blank check where, hey, this is for anybody who's under the umbrella of black, and that's why I have a problem with that. The racial black. First of all, that hypothetical was fake. Nothing can be given under the racial black category. That violates the 1981 section of the Civil Rights 1866 Civil Rights Act. So nothing can actually be legally given to you under black. Right? You get that? Then your boy Ed Blum is like, thank you. I'll take it from here. I'll take that money from here.
Go take 33% or 40% of that.
Exactly. So here's the thing. That's why, like, when people talk, man, that's why when we have these spaces, right, we have a title. The host is burdened to know as much as everybody who talks about the topic. Like, the panelists can't be smarter or more educated than the host because the host doesn't know how to moderate. He don't know who's lying, who's not. So that's my issue with these TikTok spaces. I see the host is just a host. Like, that's like, just, hey, I'm just moderating, but I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's like, nah, hey, your turn. But no, nobody should be allowed to spew lies. Like, that's not the reality, and nothing in America. Nothing. No Democratic space, no Republican space, no non-party space, nothing. You're not allowed to lie nowhere. You're going to be stopped, cut off, and, debunked on the fly. Right? Even in court, right? One lawyer, one attorney is saying something. If they're leading the witness, they say, objection. That's leading, Your Honor. And then they say, overrule or sustain, whatever. But nobody's given 3 minutes just to flow. I don't like that. And even when you talk about our FBA spaces that I mentioned earlier, Tariq Nasheed, you start lying, he think you're lying, he challenge you. Jason Black, you're lying, he challenge you. Dennis Sperling, Afro-Elite, you did Black Alpha. All of our spaces, but not just that, at FBA culture, we don't allow people to continue lying. We stop you immediately. So these little TikTok spaces that allow that, I'm like, yo, that's like tether energy. That's like tether energy. Like, what are we doing? So now revenue can bullet, he could rapid spit 1,000 lies. Now it's my goal for 3 minutes. I gotta now spend 3 minutes attacking, debunking his. That's not how it should go. It should be more of a dialogue. And that's why when I hopped in that panel, I was like, hey, let me ask you a question, Em. Let me ask you a question, because I brought it back to what we really do. We have dialogues, not monologues. Hey, no, you can't say that word. TikTok shop, I love you. Can't. TikTok shop.
Allow him to choose to leave. He resigned himself because I don't even know which one he's talking if you wasn't born here. You weren't born here. What are you talking about, man? Just stop. Just come on, man.
I haven't made one.
And like, I mean, like, revenue reputation precedes him. Like, how does revenue still get the benefit of the doubt on these panels? Like, that's FBA. It's like, yo, we should already be aware he's going to be deceptive. Yeah, but
sentence was like not true. It's like, come on, man. How do you do this?
why do you believe I call him remedial revenue? Like, the dude, I actually had interactions where I asked him what the word mean that he used, and he had to Google it. Like, for example, he said Stokely Carmichael was instrumental with the word Black Power or using black. I said, revenue, what that mean? He's instrumental. Because revenue was trying to argue he was the sole reason why we say we black. I said, bro, it didn't say that. It said instrumental. So he thought instrumental and soul were interchangeable. So he said, well, let me Google it. I said, you don't know what the instrumental mean, bro? It means he played a significant role, but he wasn't the sole inventor of the word black as a positive sense. You fool. You don't know that? Yo, but I really don't like revenue on these podcasts, like these spaces, because he is so cocky and confident on these spaces, man, because they allow him to just lie uninterruptedly for whatever time. And he loves that. Like those are tether safe havens, spaces that allow them to just go in without any interruptions. FBA spaces, real FBA spaces, no sir. The minute Hood Smart, FBA Gate, the minute you lie, we're like, oh. we stop you so fast. You are not the, cause you know when you play Uno, right? Some people play Uno, they play stacks. Reverse, skip, right. Draw four. Right. We're not gonna let revenue stack. All right. You ain't stacking over here, my guy. Sit down.
So some of the people who claim to be or claim to be from here who are Pan-Africans,
yeah,
they're the ones that actually go on those long-winded speeches and don't actually answer the question.
Right.
I had a real basic question. What are the benefits, the tangible benefits that Pan-African could have if Black Americans supported it? And nobody can tell me what the benefits are. It's just, well, we can do it. We'll have access to resources, future.
Well,
like what?
I got a tangible.
Good.
That I think could happen. I feel like if we really fully support it and get behind it, I do believe that the status of blackness would change. I think certain insecurities or certain stuff that certain stigmas that black has, I think would be lessened if not eliminated, in totality.
How is that a benefit to us, Black Americans specifically?
Because of our image, I think there's a lot of us that are insecure, right, about certain features, about certain yada yada. If we get behind it, I think that we can.
Wait, I missed it. Get behind what? I missed it. Sorry. Yeah. He was giving a reason. Well, I missed the reason. What was it? What was the reason? I missed it. You know what he said? The image.
Basically.
Wait, now how? No, I missed that part. Like. Now you got to explain that part because I was completely lost to what are we agreeing to? Because now I do agree that some of us are ashamed of some of our features and we try to we validate whiteness too much. I agree with that, but I missed the point. Like I mean, like he didn't. Yeah, listen, dude, you gotta say. Yeah, well, he didn't say it. He said something else. Yeah, so but he got it. Yeah.
So
okay. All right.
But it's. I would say.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't sound like it.
No.
It doesn't sound like it, bro. Your stock is dropping. That shit going to zero. Nah, but you are breaking up though.
Can you take this stick off?
No, you gotta leave that. Nah, but you are breaking up though, bro. Yeah, so he's breaking up. But I would love for him to get those thoughts together because I completely missed the tangible. You dig? Because all he said was, some people of melanin are ashamed of their look, and I agree with that. But what that got to do with Pan-Africanism? I was trying to wait for that part. That connection was missing.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too. I was like, well, first of all, I want to know how that's a benefit. Why we need to have other people to make ourselves feel better.
Look, you're connecting dots. He didn't connect. I want him to first connect the Pan-Africanism model to that, because last time I checked, those Pan-Africanism are light in their skin, long blonde wigs. Yeah, I need to know how they appreciate their Africanness. That's the problem waiting on. Yeah. I just had somebody back out the car just now, bro. I thought she was a white tea woman, bro. I'm looking like, okay, look, I'm looking like, she got a little rump on her. She hopped in the car. She turned my look. She's darker than damn Chris Tucker. I'm like, God damn. So, and then I look at the guy driving, straight white hands. I didn't see his face, but it was like white tea hands, maybe Hispanic, maybe Arab. I don't know, but he wasn't foundational, clearly. But that's not being proud of being having an African phenotype, phenotypes. That wasn't it. She had a long wig. Like I said, from the back, a white tea woman. I was surprised to see a dark skinned face. Like, oh, and I hate that the most. I hate when I think you're a white tea woman and you are jet black. It's like, yo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, like, what are you doing?
You look weird.
Yeah, like, stop. Like from the back, because we don't see the dark skin. Okay, you're a white tea woman. When she turned around, like, oh, are you serious? Like, that does not look good at all on you. That's not your look. Not your look. Like, there's other ethnical looks you could take on and make you look, kind of natural, but that's not it.
Come up with a line for Pan-Africanism being a benefit, and then I'm gonna figure out a way to pull some evidence together to support it. Because this is sad. All the people that support it can't tell me why we should do it. How it's going to benefit us? Literally, they're only saying it to benefit. Basically, the way to describe it is only going to benefit everybody else.
Yeah, and
it's just like, well,
here's the other problem. For somebody like me, I'm a journalist, I'm a researcher. I studied the origin. Let that go. Don't touch that. I studied the origins of Pan-Africanism. I don't believe the average Pan-Africanism know the origins of Pan-Africanism. I do not believe they do. Okay, so what I was going to ask Brother Chief was to define Pan-Africanism, because we speak about it as though there's a generic definition, like where it's like a specific. No, the definition varies from each Pan-African. Some go with the Garvey thing, repatriation. Some say we can stay in America. Some say we can stay in Africa. But it's like, yo, give me the definition. It's all over the place.
I could pick them.
Somebody else was saying that if they give.
Okay, that don't make any sense. So give us a region is saying that we're going to start over. And don't forget, at that point, our competitors are white tea Americans, right? Who had a 400-year head start of 24/7 forced labor. We will never catch them without the same mechanism, right? That means that we need to enslave people to catch up, okay? You're never going to catch up because their science and technology vastly grew. I showed an image, bro. Like they got videos on YouTube where it shows you where white tea people were before the Atlantic slave trade, right? And it shows you that they were like number 12 as far as countries on like being successful and being like world powers, world armies. They were like a nothing burger. And you will see they start to grow, and their power, influence, technology, and science and money armies grew after 1600s, bro. And you'll see how they just passed. I think with China, they had a different name, but China was in front. You had Morocco, and you had some other Arab nations that were light years ahead of the white tea man. But when that transatlantic slave happened, they swiftly, all the European nations swiftly passed everybody. They were not significant before then, bro. They were not significant. So, so there is no place in Africa they can give us to make us give up the wealth that our country, we have equity, we have stake in this country, man. 50% of this country is owed to us. We're not going to walk away from it and start all over. That's ethnocide.
Sir, and I was trying to explain it. Well, first of all, my peoples built this.
this. Why would I walk away from it, right? Then
Yeah, wait for Gigi, okay? She ain't call you. Sit down.
Oh, God. They're not, for some strange reason, they really think the United States does not want them here.
Right.
I don't know where they get that from. I don't know. You're insane.
Insecurity.
You're necessary.
Insecurity. They got insecurity. That ethnic.
Try to leave in a group, they wouldn't let you. They probably incarcerate you and tell you never got.
Hey, bro, they don't know because they never tried. They don't know because they never tried. It's like, why don't y'all get together and leave and see? Let's see what happens.
You already, and not only that, and I always ask the question: where are you going to go? Right. So remember what happened this past year in Mexico, where a lot of Americans moved down there. It was just like into a particular city. It was only like 200 of them, and they made everything, all the value, cost, and everything increase because you got a whole bunch of people with more money coming into a specific area, and now the locals can't afford to live there.
Right.
What will happen is they're going to revolt. Either y'all niggas gotta leave and give up your money, or y'all gonna have to stay here and give up your money. It's either one or the other. But people think they can, we can just go to another country. No country is going to accept you because you're going to destroy their economy.
And that's how the Liberians felt with Garvey Goofy, so that's why they rejected him. And that's why old boy in the panel was just flat out just lying. Okay. And what most Pan-Africans do lie at some point, like their leader, like John Henry Clark. He admitted that he omits history where it's favorable for Pan-Africanism. He admitted that. Well, I got the clip. I don't say nothing I can't prove. Okay. So oh yeah, that's their leader lying. So they got lying leaders. Johannesburg, that dude, Ben Johannesburg, that another liar. So like their leaders lie. So how do you expect any truth from them?
Yeah. Something else that I found, I haven't mentioned this in any of these panels yet, but I think I would just say it here. So I made a little reference to it in that last discussion about first world people going to a third world nation. What most of these people don't seem to understand is you come from an environment that they have no experience with. Your values, your ideology, your character values, all of that stuff is completely different in a first world nation versus a third world nation.
Yeah.
Even if you're at the bottom of a first world, you're still quite a few levels above the top of a third world nation.
Yeah.
So for you to think that you could have that these people could have the same mentality as you is ridiculous.
Right.
They don't even believe in religion the same way as you do, right? Why would you think that you could actually build some commonality with them?
Well,
they come from a plane of existence that they don't understand your plane of existence, and you definitely don't understand theirs.
Right. Now, in the business world, there's something called proof of concept, right? So when you have an idea, you have to show evidence. Like we learned this from Shark Tank. This is why Shark Tank. Like, how do you have an idea of something to be great, but you have not presented it, right? It's just a thought. So now, guess what? Now in the business world, with that thought, they want to know, well, okay, well, how many pre-purchase orders you got? Okay, it's a thought that you didn't exercise yet, right? Okay, well, how many people believe in you? Where's the orders? So when you have nothing to go on but your thought, that's not how it works, man. Like you need people believing you, willing to put up money for you, like a crowdfunding or a GoFundMe. That's leverage or a proof of concept, some type of model where you show that this works. Stop playing with that. Where you show that this works. These guys can't get along with the next tribe that's almost identical to them. The only difference is name. I'm Hausa, you're Igbo. Outside of that, they're the same thing. Culture same, eat the same food, same bush meat. Everything the same. They both got a plate in their lip. Everything is identical. Okay? They both eat rats, cats, and dogs. So it's like, what is they both click and pop? What is different between you two? So if you can't get along and you're almost identical, how can you get along with me who got a whole different world view than you? Like you said, our bottom in America who get it how they live, truth story, truth teller and Chief, they still know scamming is wrong. They're not going to tell their friends, that's squares. They're not going to tell their, the banker, or they're going to lie and say, about excuse I got the money. The difference between us and them is scamming is normal over there. They don't lie about it. They're happy. Like they value it. They openly say it. So our worst still knows scamming is wrong. They keep it to themselves or they keep it limited, right? They ain't on social media like that. Or they don't say it around the judge when they go to court. They don't say it to a police officer when they're interrogated. They don't mention that stuff. They know it's wrong. So even even with scamming, we know it's wrong. They don't understand it's not wrong. We have 100% of 180-degree world views. We can never get along. They know nothing about white supremacy, and we know nothing about African supremacy, because all they do is attack each other. And you heard from the Somali guy. We don't know anything about Somali crime, dude. We don't know. He admitted Somali crime was happening way before the white man. We don't know about black on black crime happening without the white man. The white man was always into center of everything that caused us to divide or come up short. The white man has always been involved in all of our shortcomings. They don't have that history. Their shortcomings also does not include the white man. So they have no idea when we say systemic racism, they don't know what that means. Like, what's that? They can't relate.
They can't relate. And not only that, the government. The government is a separate entity than them. And in their countries, it truly is, right? Because the government usually manipulates any of the incoming funds that should benefit the citizens. It actually goes to the pockets of the leadership there. That's how they think our government functions. Our government does function to that in a little bit, but what happens is our government actually takes in money from us and businesses and investment, the whole financial system that we have. It takes in money and then it takes its cut off from on top of it, and then it controls how it's spent. Sometimes it's in the government's benefit, sometimes it's not, right? But their government, the money coming in, their government just take it. Their government don't generate anything for their people.
Yeah, they don't see it at all. It is maldistributed, right? It goes to the elite.
Remember, they don't pay taxes.
Oh, wow. All right, so Chief is back. So Chief, explain that Pan-African tangible a little slower, because you got slick. You said that thing fast as crap. We missed it.
Bad. All right, so
Baby.
I think we have an opportunity if Pan-Africanism is redefined. I don't want to come up here and say I support it as it is now. No, it has to change. It has to be kind of gutted and reconstructed for sure.
Explain.
Explain why it should be gutted.
No. Explain the gutted version. I want to hear that part.
The gutted version would be a type of loyalty to being Afro, right? Just being Afro, like, okay, I'm gonna support you because
skin folk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Skin folk, and I mean not just skin folk though, because them Indians get dark. Them Indians get super, super dark, right? But their hair is not Afro.
So African ancestry type skin folk.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm saying it can't just be we're gonna disregard our cultural identities just to support and boost up Africa, because I think that's how it is now. Like, okay, you know what? Nah, you don't claim America, don't claim Brazil, don't claim Haiti, Jamaica, just claim Africa. That's wrong, I think, because it ignores the slave trade, it ignores ethnogenesis that happened. I'm saying if we could tweak it to have a type of loyalty, not blind, but just some type of loyalty to Afro folks, then that's a tangible benefit.
No, but explain the loyalty, because like you're saying vague stuff that leaving it to my imagination, and I need a better visual.
The loyalty goes to, for example, us, or for example, let's say Belize. I bring up them because for real, I'm really troubled about what I'm learning about them. Let's say Belize. If they can get the support, because Belize, as they know it, is only getting supported right now by the UK because they're still a Commonwealth of the UK. So Guatemala is
wait. How did you go from Africa to the Caribbean?
Because I got you. Because look,
all right, see, bro, come on, man.
I'm explaining the loyalty. You asked about the loyalty,
but
so
you went to
the loyalty.
yeah, but you didn't go for. I was expecting the African loyalty. You went to the Caribbean.
Well, because I'm saying if Belize can count on an African country, Nigeria, Ethiopia, to back them in their in securing their sovereignty, that's a tangible benefit, not just to Belize, but to Africa, because now they have a type of African presence, right, or Africaness presence in South America. Does that make sense? So they can foster trade and they can,
yeah,
trade
but I want to know about the Black American African connection. I don't know.
Bad. So our position here is interesting. It's kind of fickle. We're being drowned out, and we know all throughout these years, every time the white population gets low, they introduce a new group to whiteness. They immigrate mass groups of white people here, and they introduce them to whiteness.
White T-ness.
Okay, white T-ness, slowly but surely. That's what's happening. So if we can get a Liberia, for example, on our side type of vibe, as far as respecting Black American cultural identity, respecting the separate identity as it is, but still, like, you know what, we still have some type of connection. Then that means that if something happens, for example, God forbid, police brutality, then that means that the Liberian government, the Liberian president, the Liberian people are like, you know what? No, we have loyalty to them. We're going to stand up. We're gonna block the ports. We're going to not da 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 da. We have a type of ally abroad that can help us on top of all the stuff that we do. We have a type of loyalty.
Okay.
Abroad. I think that's very important.
Yeah, but what's the plan in going about establishing that type of relationship?
To end white supremacy, to end...
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, right now, what's the plan to get their attention to hear that proposal where they feel like it's beneficial? Because a lot of these African countries got deep roots still with the Western Hemisphere, right? Because that's the reason why they didn't want to do nothing with Garvey, anybody in the first time, because their alliance they felt was stronger with the Western Hemisphere. So it's like, so why would they risk real tangible monies and army, protect them to like go with a people in America who's not even protected? Like, we're like vulnerable as, we're like an isotope over here. Like, we're like radioactive. We're like very volatile.
Right. I mean, you got me there. That's why I'm agreeing with y'all and other folks in saying it's not up to us. I do agree. The effort, the legwork has to be them coming to us to want to do it.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I say, why we got to always go there? Because they got the sovereign nation, we don't, right? They got the presidents, they got all that, they got economy. They can say yes, no, we can't. Like, we're subjected, we're locked out, blocked out, excluded. We're like limited, and we're totally subjected to our government. So it's like, yo, we really don't have much say so. But if they are extending an arm, now don't forget sanctions and all type of stuff going to come their way. Right. So now, are they ready? Now, a place, forget about them. The country right now who is realistic could do that is Iran, because they already being sanctioned. You feel me? They're already in the doghouse. So now that is a more realistic example of a country saying, you know what, like that. Because that's what Cuba did at one point. Cuba said, I remember. Yep.
I think Cuba would be... Well, I mean, because Iran has a Black population for sure. I mean,
no, they don't have a Black. They have a Afro-Iranian population. They don't have a Black population.
Okay, all right, yes, and I was saying that as the same thing, but you're right.
No, they're not, bro. You could just Google it. They're not interchangeable at all.
Well, I hear what both of y'all saying. I don't even see how that would be a benefit to us. So I keep asking this question, and nobody can seem to tell me what would what kind of benefits would partnering with any of these people bring us as a group?
So for example, all right, let's go to Iran. So now I'm just freestyling. Iran has the control of the Strait Hormuz, right? And they have a lot of oil over there, right? So they can say, hey, Black Americans, and don't forget, if we're over there, America is more reluctant, I'm thinking, to bomb it. BOMB. I'm sorry, I love TikTok shot. So like if we're over there, that's kind of like slick to get us over there. Now America is less likely to strike because of American backlash, you dig? And then everybody who's got some type of connection with us is going to be outraged. So, but if they say, hey, we'll give you a piece, some type of royalty, whatever, you come over here, oil, straight harvest, that could be a play. That can be a play because they actually have something to offer. They have wealth over there. They have the liquid gold over there and other things.
But what good would that be? What good would that do if we're sanctioned too?
Well, okay. So now, as you can see, America have a problem with that over there. So now they're still linking up with Russia, North Korea, China. So they're still doing business, right? America trying to delete their boats, whatever their little things, but they're struggling because I recall because I keep in touch with that. I recall some Russian ships was able to get there and back untouched by U.S. Army. All that bluff talk, they didn't move them. They didn't, they didn't flinch on the Russian tankers. So it looks like business is, still getting done over there. So in spite of the sanctions, right? So I'm saying like that could be a play for them. Like, hey, we got this going on. America don't run nothing over here. We got China, Russia, and everybody else rocking with us. So here's some economic relief over here. We'll promise this to you, land acquisition, blah blah blah. Everything you can't get over there, you get over here.
But yeah, we'd be in the same situation. Might even be worse, right?
Possibly. But like you said, the risk, but you just said earlier, when you invest, there's risk in all investment. You got to weigh out the options.
My question is, what is the benefit that they would bring us? You just basically feel like they would put us in hot water.
No, well, so we're in hot water.
Just trying to be clear.
Okay, so what they're saying is, well, since you're in hot water in America, and they are blocking everything, every avenue. Like for example, right now, I believe that Iranians with that liquid gold, FBAs, you want what? 20 trillion? You got it over here. Come over here. You got it. Because you're going to get this many royalties with this gold, blah, 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 blah. We're going to pay you in installments. Every year, you get this much money for such a time. That's 20 trillion. You got it. So at the very least, we're going to give you the financial capital you can't get in your country at all. So you're in hot water over there, you're in hot water over here, but you're $20 trillion richer.
Now, what's the cost of that? What do we have to give to them?
Okay, so like I said, like maybe it's a chess move. Maybe if they get us over there, this country is reluctant to BOMB its own citizenship, its own citizens. You feel me? So that can be a play of leverage. Like, okay, let's get them over here, and now they're reluctant to BOMB this country because their owners over here. So it ain't just the Iranians or Afro-Iranians. You have now Black Americans over here, and we know the historical harms that they already inflicted on them. So if they was to like just go wild with them being here, they can't play the moral card any longer globally. I'm thinking. I'm just freestyling. Right, I'm just freestyling. Right. This.
I'm trying to figure it out a little bit. But we would have to pay a cost. So there's a couple of things that I know for a fact that we have to pay a cost of.
Such as what?
And we were to get access to the funds and their protection being under their umbrella. There's certain things that we're going to have to give. More than likely, we would not get citizenship.
It's locked.
Right.
Hey, Ron.
We wouldn't have the same rights.
1 second, V.
We would be our finances, although we would have.
That's all negotiable, though.
But it won't be. Negotiate that too strongly because we don't have leverage in this agreement. we're wholly dependent on them.
Right.
We need money from them. We need protection from them. We need sovereignty from them. Right? And the only thing that we can offer is a possibility if they do offer, because they can't offer us citizenship. Because if we take their citizenship, we're no longer citizens here. United States could bomb. Oh, sorry, BOMB, parties. Love TikTok shop. So that's what I'm saying. We wouldn't be able to get that. That's the first thing, which means we would be over there with really no rights, but we wouldn't really have rights anyway over there to begin with. Anyway, even if they did give us sovereignty of some kind, we'd still be under their control no matter what. But
V4.
So we
Next.
we would have to provide we would have to be giving something significant to them. Protection from against the U.S. could be beneficial. It very well could, but then us doing that with them would cut us off from the United States. So suddenly our value just dropped.
Which, to my point, as far as like this type of, well, I was saying earlier, this type of like Pan-Africanism and this cultural, or not cultural, I'm sorry, but this racial solidarity, if we lose our Americanness, just like, excuse me, just like Truth just said, our stock drops significantly because the status of Black globally is so low. If we have we've had a hand in changing that status. Black is looked at as cool because of Black Americans. So if we are able to change the low status of our race, then we have more leverage.
We don't need to do that. Why do we need to change the low status of our race?
Hey, fellas, because that's still our race.
We already have the status. It's everybody else who does it. So why do we? Well, why would we sacrifice to help them?
What's up, man? Something?
Oh, yeah, sorry, dude.
I want to interject. I want us to focus on this number, $16 trillion. That's the caveat, $16 trillion. Question one: How many countries in the world have a GDP larger than $16 trillion? Does anybody know?
I think like what, 5 or 4? It's not too many.
No.
Actually, none. I don't think any.
No, there are 2 countries.
What, US and China?
That's it. But guess what? Foundational Black Americans are worth $16 trillion in this way, in this caveat, in this way. Are we familiar with the Citigroup study of America losing $16 trillion over 20 years that they released, a study that they released in 2020?
I'm not familiar with it.
You look up, Citigroup released a study in 2020 that America lost $16 trillion over a 20-year period for disparities in lending in the areas of business, housing discrimination, and education, etc. Right? So what I did was I took the liberty to start asking some questions, and I placed it in I used Gemini to ask some questions, right? I asked one of the questions I asked was let me see. Okay, hold on. I said, what major negatives can be attributed to this loss of $16 trillion in the economy around business, housing, etc. Right? It said, 1, stiff job creation and business revenue of $13 trillion lost. Right? Negative impact because Black entrepreneurs were frequently denied bank loans and received significantly less startup capital. We were forced into smaller scale operations that generate lower revenue. Citigroup estimated that if this lending gap had been closed, it could have generated additional 6.1 million jobs per year across the entire U.S. workforce. Missing out on these jobs reduced overall consumer spending power and limited innovation nationwide. 2, depressed housing market and integration wealth gap of $218 billion was lost. Reduced consumer spending and lower tax revenue of $2.7 trillion lost. Underutilized talent and reduced human capital between 90 to $113 billion lost. Right? That's all of that is a number on our intellect, intelligence, artistic skill sets, etc., that can be translated directly into money if they get out our way. So I always theorized, maybe you guys agree with this or not, that if they let us, not saying we should or would, but if we went somewhere where we were able to collectively utilize our talents, our education, and our skill sets, this is what's going to emerge. 16 billion, maybe more, but at least $16 trillion worth of economic energy goes somewhere else. That's one. Another question I asked was, right? Hold on, let me see. How many, no, not how many countries in the world, not that. I asked another question. I basically asked, when you look at what that $16 trillion loss actually means, it reveals several profound truths about the value of Black Americans to the economy. One, Black economic success is a multiplier for everyone. The report makes it clear that the financial health of Black America directly dictates the ceiling of the U.S. and the entire U.S. market. The reality, $16 trillion lost in GDP means fewer stores operating, fewer homes are built, lower tax revenues to fix roads and fund schools in every community. Two, massive source of unrealized innovation and job creation. This value, it proves that Black Americans possess immense entrepreneurial talent and market-driving ideas, but the economy is actively choking its own growth by starving these businesses of capital. Three, the backbone of consumer markets and wealth generation. By calculating that 770,000 more families would be homeowners and 2.7 trillion more would be in circulation, dollars more would be in circulation without the wage gap. The study highlights Black Americans as a critical pillar of aggregate market demand. When I hear this, I'm sorry, fellas, when I hear this and I'm looking at this stuff, I don't think Pan-African has nothing to offer me.
As it is right now, it don't, for sure.
What I'm saying is this Citigroup study details what we are worth economically just in a 20-year span, denying us the ability to fund our goals, dreams, all of the things we would want to do that can translate into manifesting an economy within the foundation of Black American communities. $16 trillion lost in 20 years.
Okay.
That's a crazy. There's only 2 countries in the world worth more than $16 trillion in its GDP.
I need you to understand.
That's not how much we worth. That's our spending.
Just in a 20-year period, this is what we will be able to produce, project.
Right.
So I need to explain what that report means. That 16 trillion is unforeseen losses. It's an estimate. It's not accurate. You can't use it as a solid number, right?
I'm not using it as a solid number.
Secondly, that's if we were unrestricted in this society, in this ecosystem.
That's the point,
right? And which would be great, but we know that is not possible. Built on our restriction.
That's the point.
The way people make money now is built on our restriction. One thing that report leaves out is what the losses on the other side would be if this was allowed to happen.
We need to call.
Well, which would hurt the overall economy, which is why another reason why.
What do you mean? What do you mean it will hurt? How would it hurt the overall economy? You mean?
So if Bank of America can restrict or be discriminate against, Black folk who have bank accounts, charge them higher interest rates, tell them they can't move in certain areas, make things more difficult to them, make them spend more money, more time to accumulate the same things other people can do with less money, less time, make them work harder, spend more money to acquire the same things that certain other people can acquire. That's how money's made here in the United States.
You're not answering the question. You said
so. Hear me out. Hear me out. I just described to you how the system makes money off of us now.
You didn't describe how it makes. You just made a statement. You didn't prove that. You just made it.
If I just told you that in order for us to do the same as they do, we have to spend more time and money to do it. Where do you think that money is going?
Making money off of that.
Hear it out. Hear me out, man. You're not listening. You're just talking. If we're spending more money and more time to get and accumulate what they get, who do you think is getting that money? It's not us, correct?
I'm listening.
All right. So if we're spending our money and our time to do the same things other people are doing, that means there are systems, financial systems, services that are being used to make other people rich based on what we're trying to do. So what happens is, if you say, hey, if we didn't do this to black people would be able to make all this kind of money, which you're really right. Problem is, that means the other folks are going to lose money.
Now,
right?
Now, I like where you landed at. You're right. Other folks would lose money in events they can't capitalize off of taking advantage of us. But that's even questionable, only in the vacuum in which they would have to see that they can only make money off of our how can I say taking advantage of us. They could still make money doing business with us,
but less.
Not necessarily true.
That is true.
I'm gonna say this why. I'm gonna tell you why. If the report is telling us that they estimate that there was $16 trillion lost, right? And this is why I say I want to focus on that number, 16 trillion, because there's only 2 countries in the world that have a GDP of more than $16 trillion. That gives us an idea of how much that is, right? An approximation, right? If they're saying, hey, we approximately lost that we're guesstimating that we lost $16 trillion over a 20-year period, right? That means it was never realized. So if they did business with us and they would only get a portion of that, say anywhere between 4 to 8 trillion of it, it's more than they realized. That would be more than they got from losing the 16 trillion for getting in our way, period.
But in order for you to determine that, you have to calculate what their loss would be. For that number,
the guesstimated loss we can they calculated the $16 trillion we can deal with right now in the report.
You misunderstand. When I say their loss, that is the positive amount on the budget currently. Sorry, when I say what their loss would be if this went into play, translates to what their gain is right now. If what their gain is right now is less than what their gain would be if this went into play, there's no reason for them to let this happen.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. But I do know
if they gain less because they're going to have to. The system is finite, right? You can put as much cash into it as you want. But the more people that make money means you have to have more people that don't make money. You cannot have rich people without poor people. If you suddenly make a good chunk of the poor population suddenly really wealthy, somebody has to take their place being poor.
Well, it wouldn't make everybody. $16 trillion is not going to make everybody really wealthy in the black community.
Well, no, it'll make a good chunk of us wealthy.
It'll make a good. The biggest effect would be pushing more people comfortably into the upper middle class.
Yeah,
that's what it would actually do.
Right. If 20% of us went from the middle class to the upper middle class, that means at least 10 to 15% of somebody from the middle class on the other side got to drop to be poor. Or somebody rich, a couple of rich people got to drop to the middle class. And we already know how that's going to go.
It depends on how rich they are, right? But it depends on how rich they are.
A couple, maybe 1 or 2 Bill Gates level people got to go poor to make that 20%.
I wouldn't say go poor, but they wouldn't be mega billionaires.
They would have to be middle class. They wouldn't even be able to have $1 million. Because remember, you have to account $16 trillion 20% of people moving. Classes.
Listen. At $16 trillion, I can see it in my mind's eye like this. At $16 trillion would be, and you look at about 50 million Black Americans found in FBA in America distributed, right? Just if we distributed that evenly, that would only be about maybe $200,000 per person.
That's ridiculous.
But I'm saying, what you mean ridiculous?
Because
you're giving that. That's what it approximately would be.
Right, but you're giving that to people at best. The majority of the people would be in the middle class, somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000.
That don't mean they're going to stay there.
No, I didn't say they would. What I'm saying is that that's where they're at, and then you're on top of that, you're adding $300,000 to $400,000 more. You just bump them up, either to the upper middle class or above that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Significant. That's significant to any economy. That has to be balanced out somewhere else in the economy. Somebody has to get poorer.
I don't see that somebody has to get poorer. I just think
no, you don't understand. I'm not saying this because of how I think. I'm saying this because of how capitalism works. For rich people to be rich, there has to be poor people to account for.
That has to do with resources as it relates. There's not enough resources for everyone. So
no, you don't understand.
There's enough resources. There's just the system doesn't allow for that many wealthy people.
This is the formula taught. This is the formula taught in economy. Right? It's taught that resources are not inexhaustible. So it's only a certain amount of resources. So when you're dealing with finances, that finances is your door to acquire resources, right or wrong?
No.
Your finances is not your door.
That's not what. That's not. No. I'm sorry. What you're saying is true, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It does in a way. It's on the ground level.
We're talking about the financial. No, we're talking about the financial capability of a group of people, right? You're drastically changing their financial class level.
I understand that.
In this finite system, there has to be balance. If you were to do that and you don't balance the change,
what do you mean by finite system? What do you mean by a finite system?
It means that if you do, there has to be an equilibrium, which means if there is a significant gain somewhere, there has to also be a significant loss somewhere else.
Now, stop right there, period, please. That significant gain and loss can only be measured in what?
Well, in this discussion, finances.
Well, money. And finances represents access to resources. That's all it does.
Right, but you're talking about a class of people being unrestricted to be able to do business to make more money.
Exactly.
Right.
So let me finish.
Which means the people. Well, hold on. Right, but they're competing against other people.
I know that.
The people, right? So if the people who suddenly are usually the losers in this competition suddenly are the winners in the competition, you can't have two winners. You now have a new loser.
It's just that I agree that certain groups of people will come down, but I'm not saying they're necessarily going to get poor. It makes it more people. I think it would make the middle class a lot larger. So and this is why I see in this scenario
it can't. You can't make the middle class larger. You know why?
I think let me finish. Don't cut me off.
Sorry,
when I'm speaking, I like to
appreciate it.
I think that the major effect would come in inflation. Inflation will be greatly affected, and that's going to be the divider of who becomes poor or not in that respect. So now, if you're right now you're considered poor. If you earn what a year in America, what's the poverty level?
But yeah,
what's the poverty level right now in America? About 30-something thousand.
Way more than that.
20. I thought it was like 18 or 20, something like that.
Well, whatever the poverty level is,
I'm guessing. I don't remember.
So say if that scenario happened, I think the poverty level would be they would say, just to throw a number out this, they would be saying, well, if you're making $50,000 a year, you're in poverty.
Yeah, but then that means everybody's in the same place they started in. But you be in the same place you started.
But not necessarily, because that means that they would own certain assets. If 50,000 might be poor, but if you own your home and before when you was at 30,000, you didn't own a home, you have more assets.
It would
You
be a
understand
great
something.
reset.
Right, no, you don't understand something. For the poverty rate to increase means everything is more expensive.
That's why I just said, what you mean? I just said it would affect inflation.
Right, but if everything is more expensive, then the increase in funding was pointless.
No, not necessarily. If those individuals know how to understand, if for those individuals who will receive that, who would receive that money, if now you start to learn and understand finance, investments, and how to make your money work for you, those are gonna be the winners.
Right, but they can learn that now. Why do you need more money to do that?
Of course, other people are not necessarily going to be winners. You're going to have people that are just spenders and they're going to spend.
You're missing, but you're
missing. Can I jump in? I'm saying,
well, let me make my last point, and I'll let you jump in. You're missing my point. What I'm saying is everything you're describing, it'll leave things the same. You're putting more money in people's pockets, but you're making everything more expensive. They'll be at the same level. Just with basically the
bro.
The dollar guy, it's like Jamaican dollar. You got you translate 20 American dollars into Jamaican money.
Listen.
You got 20,000.
Bro, listen.
What's the point?
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this. I want to describe something. I don't know how old you are, right? But when I was about 12 years old, right? I was about 12 years old. A slice of pizza cost 75 cents. How much is, I don't know where you at in the country, but how much is a slice of pizza where you at?
Where I'm at, it's like for a slice, like $10, $12.
Yeah, man, y'all making me hungry, man. Come on now.
So,
yeah.
The point I'm making with that question is inflation is going up anyway, but there's still always going to be winners and losers based on those who whatever resources you get your hands on, you have to know what to do with it. But the point I'm making also is that if we got our hands on that money based on, if we were able to move these inequalities out of the way and get access to this money, right? We're still going to have winners and losers, and they're going to choose themselves. Inflation it happens anyway.
You don't understand what you're saying. You're not talking about inflation.
What I'm saying, I understand what I'm saying is you're going to change. You're not going to stop inflation. Inflation is
I'm not talking about
the American economy since the onset of America.
You're missing the point. What I'm saying is you're saying to do a reset, except you're saying give more money, except
I didn't say
everything.
Money. I didn't say that.
No, but you're saying give me.
My argument is if they got out our way, that's what we make more money. That's what the report is saying.
Hold on, but my whole point was in order for us to make more money, the report is reflecting discrimination restricts us, right? Now, in this economy, if the restrictions were removed, we would make more money. But then that means somebody has to make less money.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to stay the same and we go up, right? Somebody has to go down.
I don't think no one's going to. I disagree with you.
I'm not saying it because I think I'm guessing. That's the way the system works.
It does not. You can never show me. You cannot show me in American history where when one group of some side of discrimination, right? And I don't know how this is TikTok, so I can't say. I don't know what I can say, what I can't say.
Well, if you come to that roadblock, then don't say it or spell it out.
If you're dealing with discrimination, as the report states, right, and people roadblocking a certain group of people, you get what I'm trying to say with that, right? You're dealing with that, right? You can outside of that scenario, right? You cannot show me a whole class of people in American history when another class of people come up, the other class went down.
Actually, I can.
Who?
Track the number of millionaires from the 1920s to the 2020s. And also and also compare that to the number of people who got more.
That's not inherently answering that question. There could be a bunch of variables there that's different. I'm saying you cannot show me.
Listen, it's directly correlated to what you're asking me. You want to see a class of, you ask what class of people did that happen to? And I'm telling you.
You didn't tell me a class of people.
And the 1% is that class of people. The larger their population grew, the larger the poor population grew.
And when you say that, right? Now, that doesn't mean the poor population came from the group that was above that once. That could mean individuals that started out. Those are latter births, and or immigrants that came into the country. They had less mobility upward now. That could be the fact as well. You still haven't showed me there was a group of people. Hold on. You still haven't shown that there was a group of people that was once considered upper middle class or higher because the 1% got richer. Now the upper middle class are now poor. You haven't showed that.
What do you mean? The number of poor people increased.
Yes, it increased. It didn't say where it came from.
The number of poor
You're just making a subjective reach.
No,
for an example. I'm gonna give you for example. We're going through this right now where Zennials and some millennials have a harder time owning a home as comparable to baby boomers, right? Mm-hmm. However, Zennials and millennials are latter-born people. They didn't fall out of the middle class and the upper middle class. They were born later. Hold on, they were born later, and they have less mobility upward. They didn't fall from grace. They never had a chance to get up.
Wait, do they have less money than the middle class of the current time frame they're in?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, there you go.
But no, wrong. What you're saying now, what you're trying to do is say because they're poorer, you're right. You're not right. I asked you to show me a group of individuals who got poorer once someone else got richer. You didn't show me that, and I didn't say that the poor wouldn't grow. I'm saying where would that poor growth come from? And I'm telling you, as we're standing in this time ever right now, it's coming from younger millennials and zennials. They have less mobility upward financially. People are not dropping out of upper middle class.
Why do they have less mobility financially? Why is that?
It's a number of reasons.
Because there's less monetary flows on their level.
But the point I'm making, the point we're trying to make is still false.
Less ability to financial gain. All I'm saying is rich people get richer and their numbers increase. The more rich people there are, the more poor people there have to be. It's that simple.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think it has to. I think the system is geared towards that.
But what you're suggesting is a float all boats suggestion.
No, I did not. Well, I suggested that.
You are. Because if you're saying black people get the $16 trillion.
Hold on. Stop right there.
Right?
Stop right there. I didn't say anything about float all boats. I said there's going to be winners and losers based on individuals who have
Hear me out. Let me explain what I meant by float all boats.
You told me I said something I didn't say.
Well, what you said was, I just summarized it, so I'm sorry. Let me clarify what I summarized. I said, the more rich people there are, the more people you are. You said yes. Then you said
not necessarily. It could be true.
Okay, fine. It could be true. Okay, fine. You went halfway.
Based on variables. I'm saying based on different variables.
Right, and then you're arguing if black people didn't have the restrictions they have, right, based on that report, they would be able to have access, or they would be able to accumulate $6 trillion in the economy in some way, shape, or form, right?
I'm saying this is what the report is saying.
Right. So if they had that, right, and they were unrestricted, my point is, if they did have that unrestricted and they were able to grow to that point of having those funds and operating with them, because of how the economy works, somebody has to take a loss to balance that out. I gave the example. If black people are able to do business and expand enterprise and do all of this stuff, That means they're beating their competition. That means somebody is losing. You told me, no, it doesn't have to work that way. So the only other way, right? I'm getting to the floating all boats explanation. So the only way it wouldn't have to work that way is if black people are winning, that means nobody else takes a loss. That means everybody's winning. That means everybody's
that doesn't mean everybody's winning. What I'm saying
to take a loss.
What I'm saying, I believe somebody has to take a loss. What you hold on, let me finish. I can never get out of full scenes with you, bro. You don't even know what I'm saying. You attributed things to what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying.
I don't know, Van. I feel like you've been cooking for a minute.
What I'm saying is this, right? I said there's still going to be winners and losers based on individuals knowing what to do with their money. Not everybody's going to win. I'm saying that those losses are going to come within the individuals themselves if there's nobody in their way. Even without roadblocks, there's still going to be losers.
I hear what you're saying, but that's not the point. It has nothing to do with the point I'm making. You're making the point. Hold on.
It is making the point. It's making my point with winners and losers.
You're making the point of winners and losers within the black group.
No, yeah, but that's what we're talking about. It's going to affect the economy, period.
No, I'm talking about winners and losers across the entire economy. So then the question, and back to my point is, if somebody else besides the black people got to take the loss, why would they allow this to happen? Why would they want to take a loss? You're just describing because it'll benefit black people, but that means another group of people got to take a loss.
And I don't think they necessarily have to take a loss.
See, that's the float, all boats float together thing.
No,
all right. So hold on. So you guys been cooking for a long while now, and I still want to get back to my Iranian. You did because I put it through ChatGPT, and I wanted to know how they felt about that possible repatriation, hypothetical repatriation, if such an extension was there, right? So I want to read. Okay, all right. Maybe I can do that because I gotta pick somebody up and they just called for me to pick them up. So I'll be quick and y'all can resume or move on because I think move on. I think people are like, all right. They're now talking and all right, so
it's not going to be no resolution,
right,
because we're theorizing,
and that's why. Well, there could be resolution. That's why I like to go to the tiebreaker. I like to use AI. That's why it's there for it. Y'all said a whole bunch of mouthful of something. Throw that in AI and let them, because sometimes it strengthens both arguments. And some they say, hey, you both got a valid point, but that wasn't done. All right, so it says possible Iranian incentives. Because you asked about that. All right, it says soft power against America. Iran constantly tries to expose U.S. hypocrisy on racism, sanctions, imperialism, policing, human rights. Hosting Black Americans allow Iran to say America lectures the world about democracy while its own descendants of slavery flee discrimination. This is propaganda values. So basically, us coming over there, Iran can say, we are the real democracy. Look where they're coming. All right, then it says the human shield deterrence. I mentioned it. It said Ron touched on this. It said if thousands of Black Americans lived in Iran, and by the way, I'm just freestyling this, right? It's just off the top. It says America becomes politically cautious about military strikes, which I said. Deaths of American descendants abroad creates PR backlash. It complicates good versus evil narratives because they can no longer say they're the evil ones. We're over there now. This is similar to journalists embedded in war zones, foreign nationals discouraging attacks, embassies creating diplomatic barriers, not perfect protection, but increased political costs. It says economic development. Iran suffers under sanctions. You said this. Black American migrants could provide. Look what we can do. Here's the benefit. Business development, English education, media production, cultural exports, trade networks, technical skills. Iran could market itself as the anti-West Black refuge that has geopolitical value. It said, what will Black Americans receive? This is where Ron arguments become stronger. That's funny because I was just freestyling. It says, if structured correctly, Possible benefits, land grants. Iran has underdeveloped regions. Settlers could receive housing, farmland, tax exemptions, business incentives, oil royalty agreements, which I said. Oh, by the way, freestyling. Ron's liquid gold point. Iran could theoretically offer profit sharing, cooperative energy investments, infrastructure jobs. Not literally 20 trillion, as I said, but both participation, sovereign backed industries, export opportunities. It says autonomous communities. Iran might allow semi-autonomous cultural districts. And why I was going to say that, I said, why we can't be the Maroons or the Seminoles or the North Sentinel Island protected class over there? Why we can't be that? It says Iran might allow semi-autonomous cultural districts, self-policing, black schools, black-owned media, especially if politically useful. It says escape from racial hierarchy. Some people would view surveillance, policing, discrimination, economic ceilings as worse than risk abroad. So for some ideological migrants, Iran may appear preferable. Truth tellers' strongest counterarguments. There are very serious obstacles. No leverage. This is the biggest issue. Iran would dominate negotiations because they control territory, citizenship, military, economy. Black Americans would interdependent, right? That creates vulnerability. No citizenship guarantees. Iran could deny voting rights, restrict ownership, revoke visas, monitor political activity. Migrants may become permanent guests rather than equal citizens. Religious culture conflict. Iran is Islamic, conservative, politically authoritarian. There would be tensions over women's rights, speech, religion, sexuality, political dissent. Many Black Americans would reject Iranian social norms. America could retaliate. The U.S. could sanction participants, which he said, revoke clearances, freeze assets, monitor organizations, accuse groups of extremism, especially if tied to a geopolitical rival. A more realistic version than repatriation, so it's correct me. Instead of full repatriation, better model strategic diaspora partnerships, meaning better business corridors, educational exchanges, political investment programs, agriculture settlements, cultural embassies, autonomous economic zones. This is far more realistic than moving millions to Iran. I never said millions, but anyway, why Ron's argument resonates emotionally. Ron is essentially saying if America permanently blocks Black Americans economically and politically, then alliances with rival powers become thinkable. Historically, Malcolm X explored internationalizing the Black struggle. The Black Panthers met with foreign governments. Garvey, oh, don't mention him. NOI explored independent territory. Cold War politics often use Black grievances internationally. So the logic has historical precedent. The real weakness in Ron's argument, he assumes foreign governments would sacrifice themselves for Black Americans. Historically, states act on self-interest first. Even allies eventually ask, what do we gain? This is your point. What control do we keep? What price must be paid? That's the part True Teller is forcing into the conversation. So it says, to sum it up, it says, best summary, Ron's position, Black Americans may need foreign alliances because America structurally limits us. Iran could theoretically offer wealth protection and geopolitical leverage. Strategic relocation could increase bargaining power. True Teller's position, without sovereignty, Black Americans enter negotiations weak. Iran would hold all leverage. Dependency on a foreign state could create a new form of vulnerability rather than liberation. Both arguments have logical foundations. The realistic middle ground is strategic international partnerships, not mass repatriation fantasies. So basically, we can send, right, instead of a whole bunch of us go over there, we could send thousands, as I said earlier, as a proof of concept, and they could station there for 10 years, like how we go to Japan and live there for 10, 20 years and wherever else. We can go to, so I'm modifying my position. We can go to Iran, 10,000 deep, 1,000 deep, 430 deep, and then be there for 10 years, raise families, and get that relationship, get that trust going on, and get that, what I was saying, that could be done as a proof of concept, and then gradually gradually add more, and negotiate better. There you go.
I think that's probably the best case for Pan-Africanism I have ever heard, just from our discussion, which makes me believe none of them believe in it.
Right.
Because they can't come up with it at all.
Nothing.
Put it on the fly.
Start a fly. They had 200 some years to come up with this, and they have failed. Pan-Africanism started in 1816 or around that with Paul Cuff. So they are 210 years in advance, and they still can. That's why I was waiting for Chief, and I really was waiting on Chief, because Chief, I studied.
Well, no, I'm here. I'm just saying
Okay.
because the way that it was structured, 100%. I agree with what y'all saying. I'm just saying I don't think that it's just 100% a waste of time. The way that it is now, like as far as centering Africa and centering us leaving where we're at to go anywhere else in this world is silly to me. And I don't understand that. But that's the way that Pan-Africanism was set up. Like, because again, to other dude's point earlier, bringing up Garvey, he wanted us to leave the U.S., you know what I mean, in mass numbers so we can go somewhere else. And it wasn't even established yet. That is foolish. But if we have this type of, I think somebody said in the comments, for us culture, aesthetics and style, that's very powerful. That leads to soft power, which we have. And that's the reason why we are the leaders of Black people globally, whether others want to believe it or not.
African descent people globally. There's no such thing as Black people globally. That's a modern white T concept. That's an exonym. Nobody called.
I disagree with that a little bit.
Wait,
I do.
Wait, hold on. Hey, bro, before 1960, what people on Earth as a positive endonym was called himself the English 5 letters, BLACK? Go.
Nobody.
Right.
But that does not mean, wait. But that does not mean that the English that was sailing around all across this world was not labeling people racially Black.
Right. Wait. You switch it up. Racially Black is defined by your oppressors. It was a white T man going around. Okay, no, but then you gotta accept their definition of Black. Oh no, Negro. Okay, so they call people Negroes, and you can Google this. Definition, and then you got application. The definition translates to color, but that's not how they applied it. They applied it to inferiority, animalistic, enslavable. So that's application versus preset definitions. They applied it as you're inferior, not simply you're a darker human being. You are inferior. So they said Negro. That's an exonym term with an inferior definition, which is a negative connotation. So the first time that color ever was seen as a positive connotation ever in history was 1960. Right. Okay. So now, but people didn't adopt that after us. People stayed with Igbo. People stayed with Haitian. People stayed with Jamaican and Brazil, whenever like that, until 2020, until delineation. Now all of a sudden people are claiming Black, but they're still claiming it incorrectly because they're borrowing their oppressors' term, a definition, which is, like you said, racial. So if you're borrowing Black racially, you're taking the racial definition, which comes from Walter Plecker, Blumenbach, and all these other white supremacists that already gave a definition to it. Right. And that's why the world doesn't accept. That's why Haitians said I'm not Black, because they understood historically that color represents negativity. That's why everybody on the planet said I'm not that, including FBAs before the Nation of Islam and Richard Wright. Before those people, that was a taboo word. FBAs would beat you up. You call them Black. So that's why I reject this global Black. There's no such thing as global Black. You got to accept Black. So for example,
disagree. We need now. I mean, now the flame has already been lit.
Wait.
There is a such thing as global.
No,
Black.
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
But now it is.
No, it's not.
Be lying if
No. You're lying. So you are, because global Black is something that happens internally. You gotta say that. Okay, then your politics, your economy, your social affairs gotta be Black. For example, I said earlier, my man thing. We are Black in every way, shape, form of life. We call ourselves Black. We call our politics Black. Our dollars Black. Our crime is Black. Okay, so we are Black ethnically. There's nobody on this planet Earth who is Black ethnically. They are Black racially, and they say they're Black because of a phenotype that the Europeans identified first. People of African descent do not identify themselves by their phenotype. They identify themselves historically by their differences, tribal affairs, region affairs, cultural affairs, religious affairs, dialect affairs, English,
Okay. This world that we live in, this modernized world, was shaped by those Europeans.
No.
So hold on, Chief. Is that saying because they called you that, that's the deciding factor rather than what you call yourself?
Right, and that's what I'm trying to. Hey, Chief.
Saying if we did not have an affinity for that word before they called us that, then inherently we are inheriting those characteristics of what they said.
No.
So hold on, Ron. Let me help you. Let me give you 1 second. So how do you explain this? When we listen to particular people from other countries.
My fault, family. I got a text. I got to pick my mom up. She called me, so I'll get right back to it. That's the thing about TikTok. The TikTok app is not like Zoom. Zoom, I could text, make phone calls. It won't kick me off. But not like TikTok. TikTok app, once you look at your phone for anything other than TikTok, is kicking you off. Okay? So give me a second. Let me call my mom. I need to take my son so I can finish this live, you dig? And once I go pick her up, I gotta choose TikTok. Yeah, you ready? You call me. What do you want? Hello? Okay, bye. Bye. Got it. No. Okay, cool. So she ain't coming. All right, no problem. So now that's gonna definitely mess up my plans here. Oh, that really ruined my plan. She's not gonna take them. So now I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. All right, so let me get back into the TikTok discussion. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, the family. TikTok is so to go live. Once you leave the live and go back in, it's so annoying, man. They gotta fix this. All right, we're going back in right now.
He's and this is the point I'm making. What Ron is saying, right? These people don't see themselves even as it stands today in the continent today. There's no continuity or connection they have with one another based on black.
Right.
I disagree. They have it, and this is what I was saying earlier. This is a part of the mutual, the tangible benefit that we would have if we can do the work which we've already done. These people are claiming black.
No, they're not.
Africans that yes, they are.
Wait. Vendetta. Wait. Vendetta. Let me get him, brother. Because this is, this is my lane. All right, go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
What y'all gonna say? And
You don't believe me. You don't. Okay. Yeah. Ain't nobody ever heard this coming from me before. Trust me. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is we have African celebrities and business owners that are talking about before we came to America, we did not understand what black was. We do not but they are learning like, oh shoot, we're black.
Wait, stop right there, Chief. How are they defining? Okay, at that point right there, that you said they're learning they're black. Okay, right. But hold on.
We are black three ways.
But no, hey Chief, but hold on. But Chief, race. Okay, when did we become racially black? What date?
What date was? Yeah. I would say 1696.
No, that's false. That's false. Hey,
hold on,
bro. No, I'm talking about federally recognized as a race black. It was always Negro, my guy. It was Negro. Okay, so the switch. I can help you out. The OMB. You ever heard of them?
It was before.
No, bro. You talking about Negro? You talking about Negro? I said the word. The English word is BLCK. Yes. Because okay, brother. I study different language. I study Greek. I study Spanish. Okay, so now you have literal definitions and you have the applied definition. The applied definition is different than the preset defined definition from Oxford, right? So when Spanish people call us mayate, or what we call a kata. A kata literally translates as a wildcat. That has nothing to do with us. But no, but the right, but the way it's applied as a derogatory racial. Right. So you got application versus definition. Right. So Negro was the race that they gave everybody, indigenous people in this country and people of Africa all over the place, even Brazilians. They called everybody Negro who was brown, dark, basically, right? It was synonymous. But the Negro, the way it was applied, you were not simply a dark human. You were inferior. So that's why no African country besides the Sudanese people was crazy enough to take on the word black or Negro at that time. The Igbo stayed the Igbo, Ashanti stayed Ashanti, and Congo stayed the Congolese. Only people who fell for that trick bag were the Sudanese people. They were called Bilal al-Sudan by Arabs. They were known as Mali, Guinea, Kushites, Nubians. They took the bag. Okay, then outside of them, Jamaicans. They called themselves Zaimakas. The British came by and said, no, you're Jamaicans. And they said, we're Jamaicans. The British said, hey, all you tribes over here in the Niger region, you're all Nigerian. They took it on. These are exonyms. Exonyms are normally rejected by people. People name themselves, nobody get named by people. So I'm trying to tell you. So nobody really believes they're black because they never internalized that word. It was given to them by their oppressors. They tell us we got one common enemy. We say who they are. They say the white man. Then we say, well, why you let the white man name you? If that's your enemy, why are you accepting his name? We don't accept nothing from the white man. Okay? And neither does the East Africans or even the North Africans. But for some reason, the West Africans and the Southern Africans, they got this affinity where they value white man so much so it's crazy. And these are the Pan-Africans, by the way, not the East Africans or North Africans. It's the ones, the ASS kissers. Okay, so but in their homeland, they do not call themselves black. They call themselves by their tribe, they call themselves by their nationality, and then they call themselves by their continental identifier. When does black have room? That is a racial category where they only become that when they fill out forms for assistance by the white man. They are not black in none of their ethnic affairs. That's why I say Nigerians are Nigerians ethnically. Their dollar is called the Nigerian dollar. Their banks are Nigerian banks. Their economy is the Nigerian economy. Their crime is Nigerian. Their scams are called Nigerian scams. Nothing in society is called black. Their crime ain't called black. It's called Nigerian crime, right? Even their scams called Nigerian, and they got a Nigerian flag. The only people on earth who are ethnically black, that means they tie black into all of what they do in life, are just foundational black Americans. Haitians are Haitians and everything in life. There's no room for black. Jamaicans are Jamaicans and everything in life. There's no room for black for nobody inside of us. So they are saying they're black when they come here to tether onto resources that's specifically for us, or supposedly. And then that word black is also the trick bag. So when everyone is included to black, then everyone is excluded. So you can't get anything done in black in the name black. Nothing is done. Nothing is allowed. It's a racial construct that shows no specificities. It shows no harm, no direct harm for nobody. It's a nothing burger. This is the start of our paper ethnocide because they're only black on paper. That's my point. So this global blackness doesn't exist, but there is a global Africanist. There is a global this and that, but the global blackness, that's fake. That's only in America when people want to tie onto our stuff. But once there's full delineation where resources are directed to the people, the harm group only, you're going to see people abandon blackness out of nowhere because they can benefit from it. They're incentivized. They're encouraged. Yo, when they come over here, immigration tells them, like their handlers tell them, hey, fill out this and click that button right there. You have to click that one. It says it says Black American, African, click that. If you don't get that, you're not getting housing. So they're encouraged to do that. That's not something that's internalized. They say, hey, we're black. No, man, that's a whole farce.
Ron.
Yeah, I figured out, Ron, I checked some of the documentation you was talking about the other day. I checked my mortgage document, my mortgage application. I checked job applications for some people that I'm looking at hiring. Question about race. It says black or African American. They don't have to choose black.
Right.
But they're making it seem like they have to.
Yeah, but both operates as a race, right? Both, right. But like you said, but that's a great point. It says or. So why are they black but not African American globally? Like, where's the my thing is what I'm saying to Chief. It says or. That means they're like kind of synonymous. Like you could pick either or. Why are they black and not African American globally? Like that doesn't make sense. Both are used racially, but that's a trick bag for us. When people say they're black, they know Black Americans are going to feel like we're involved. Okay. If they said African unity, they know our psyche does not resonate with that type of terminology. It never did. They tried during Frederick Douglass time. See, the thing is, V4 and people listening, people just don't know our entire history in that word African. How we ran from that word historically. We didn't want nothing to do with that.
Nelson Mandela to help prove your point.
Go ahead.
For the brother Chief, I think it was, who didn't believe Nelson Mandela, said that I just looked it up. In his book Long Walk to Freedom, right? It's in the 3rd chapter, I believe, of the book, page 38, 33 to 38, depending on how the book setup you got. Verbatim quote. He said, I was a Xhosa first and an African second. I did not see myself as part of a grand national movement, but as a young man from the Transkei who had a duty to his chief and his people. I was provincial in my outlook. I thought of the world in terms of Thembaland and the Transkei, and I looked upon Africans from other tribes not as my people, but as foreigners.
Right. Right.
Nowhere did he describe himself as black.
They don't do that, man.
He looked at himself as African second. And then I want to say this. He said Thembu, right? Thembaland. That's because he's from the Thembu. All right, you got the tribe, and then you got the clan. He's from the Thembu. The Thembu is a subgroup within the Xhosa.
Here we go now.
He looked at himself as Thembu first, then Xhosa, and he looked at all of the Africans